partnerships
We can
with
actually
greater
source
peace
the
of mind.
products from Alibaba.com.
With verified suppliers, sourcing online
It's a
can be
business that
very
I love
easy,
so much I would do it for
very
free.
certain, verified. Source from verified suppliers today.
I was trying everything to reconnect with my own values of respecting nature. It was really tough. I grew up in Los Angeles by the ocean, and I've always had that connection, but along the way, I kind of lost it a little bit. When I was in Peru, we went to Machu Picchu, and before the guide left us, he said, here in Peru, we believe that if we take care of Pachamama, who is Mother Earth, she'll take care of us. And that was the moment. I felt like I was being taken advantage of by my need to be more sustainable. A lot of companies at the time were just greenwashing. And so I just thought to myself, you know what? If no one else is going to do this, then I have to. When I was coming up with a company, I thought we don't have to sacrifice our health to save the environment.
Every delivery more punctual.
There are over 1 billion plastic toothbrushes that are thrown away in the US every single year. And that's why I wanted to produce bamboo toothbrushes that also gave back to different causes. When I first started, I did not know where to begin.
Expectations are better.
How do I create a bamboo toothbrush? One of the top search results was from Alibaba.com, and that's where I started. Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process. The supplier that I did find, they helped coach me on the entire process from start to finish. The factory that we use is woman-owned, family-run. So for me, the relationship is so important. I think now more than ever, people associate themselves with brands that align with their values. The more I started talking about the mission, the values of the company and the product, that's when people started resonating a lot more. We have 6 causes: ocean conservation, save the bees, empowering women, LGBTQ plus equality, mental health, reform. We brought innovation through a sustainability concept. I'm hopeful that we do have a planet for our future generations. That's why we focus on every single detail in the supply chain, because for us, the earth is our focus. People see the vision and they are part of the vision. And I just can't stop. I know that I have to keep Mama P going and growing into the future.
It felt like such a big mountain that I had to climb to see success. There's a lot of risk, especially in the financial position I was in. I was making minimum wage. It was about 10 years ago that I first learned of pickleball. It's a sport that pretty much anyone can play.
Nice shot.
I consider myself a pretty athletic person. I did professional dancing. There's like these unspoken rules like there are in dance. The more you play, you'll understand there's a rhythm and pace. And if you go against that rhythm, pickleball is actually very difficult. But if you understand the rhythm and go with the flow, it becomes a very fun game that you can be exceptional at. Back then, we thought of an idea. Why don't we create our own paddle, since pickleball is the fastest growing sport right now? Because we were actually pickleball players, we couldn't get by with just, hey, this looks like a nice paddle, but don't play with it, it's really bad. Who could make a paddle that didn't just look good, but actually played well? We got a few dozen prototypes from Alibaba.com. We played with them, we tested them, the manufacturer listened to our feedback and finally came up with a prototype of a great, authentic paddle that we could use every single day. And so that was a full process of idea to testing, to working with the manufacturer and getting a prototype, to sending our feedback, and then finally getting the one. This is it. This is our product that's now ready for the world. There's always a moment and risk when you start something new that no one's going to try, no one's going to buy, and that's scary. My dad was the person that we actually shipped the first one to. I remember he was so excited. He pulled out the product. Look at it. Can you believe it? This is amazing. That to me was a really cool moment, knowing that, like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this. We can actually build a pickleball company. And that is where the process really began. Internet business and pickleball, these things make up a lot of my life. It's a business that I love so much, I would do it for free. Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Adrian Granville here. Today is super exciting day because we're gonna be talking about creating an offer that converts emails into sales. Super excited to talk about it. Pickleball really started to become a lifestyle. People are having a blast playing pickleball, making friends, and using our paddles, and we're a small part in their journey.
Hello, my name is Noelle Davis, and I am the owner and founder of Paris Fit. I am excited to share with you my business journey. My story starts as I fulfilled my dream of becoming an archaeologist. After working for a year, I was in a serious car accident. During my recovery, doctors encouraged me to rebuild my core, and that's when my passion for fitness was born. The name Paris Fit has a special meaning to me, as my father would often bring me home presents from his work trip, especially from Paris. And the fonts always looked so beautiful. Even the gifts, they were always so amazing. That's when Paris, in my eyes, started to represent beauty. And that's why I named my brand Paris Fit. After becoming a certified personal trainer, I started to help people live better lifestyles, as well as help hundreds of people reach their fitness goals. In the past 2 years, the pandemic was a major hit to most businesses, including my very own. Not only did my physical location have to close for over a year and a half, but there were raised competition in the health and fitness industry, especially on social media. More and more people decided to exercise from home, but I chose to move my business in a different direction by producing more customized fitness products, especially my premier product, Gym in a Box. My Gym in a Box product has also helped me secure a $10,000 grant through the Alibaba.com grants program. And I am proud to be one of the 50 entrepreneurs chosen out of the 12,000 plus applicants to receive this grant. The Alibaba.com grant helped me make more eco-friendly products to add in my Gym in a Box. It was amazing. I started working with Alibaba.com in 2018 using their RFQ function, and I received fast responses from multiple suppliers. This makes using correct suppliers simple, and ever since then, I've been using the same company for the last 4 years. I am very fortunate, as not only do I have reliable partners, but I was able to develop a close friendship thanks to Alibaba.com. This was beneficial to me, as one of my suppliers was able to connect me with others who can help me expand my product line and build a beautiful brand. We source our suppliers using the verified supplier feature on Alibaba.com, and I highly recommend it for all entrepreneurs worldwide. I inspected each factory using the VR showroom function, which allowed me to view their equipment, product environment, and the production process. I would have never thought that my experience with an online purchasing platform would not only match my expectations, but exceed them. In the future, with Alibaba.com supplier diversity, I wish to reach more suppliers and to continue helping the lives of other people as they work towards achieving a healthier lifestyle. Thank you so much, Alibaba.com, for all that you have done with Paris Fit.
Finding qualified and experienced suppliers online can be time and effort consuming, and often a bit overwhelming, especially when there are so many types of suppliers offering similar products and services. Introducing Alibaba.com Verified Suppliers, a verified, easier way for you to find and source efficiently and confidently from experienced suppliers. To qualify as a verified supplier, suppliers must have had their store displayed information and capabilities verified by independent, world-renowned third-party companies with inspection videos and downloadable reports, hold verified certificates, patents, test reports, and import and export qualifications, have years of experience in domestic and foreign trade, and offer great services and discounts with a proven track record on Alibaba.com. To help you quickly identify suitable suppliers for your sourcing needs, we have grouped the verified suppliers into 3 service-specific types. Custom manufacturers, who provide dedicated production lines and custom design capabilities for high customization and specialization seekers. Multi-specialty suppliers, who offer low MOQ customization, end-to-end logistics solutions, and multi-category procurement for retail trend followers. Brand holders, who offer branded products and overseas distribution for brand dealers. All of them are industry experts with verified credentials and consistent product and service quality. You can find a verified supplier by searching for either products or manufacturers. Know what you want to source? Look for the Verified Suppliers filter when searching under Products. Scroll down to find the supplier service type once you land on the product page, and check out the verification details from suppliers' company profiles. Got a product idea to build from scratch? All suppliers displayed under the manufacturer search are verified suppliers with factory inspection videos and reports so that you can build new partnerships with greater peace of mind. With verified suppliers, sourcing online can be very easy, very certain, verified. Source from verified suppliers today. Finding qualified and experienced suppliers online can be time and effort consuming, and often a bit overwhelming, especially when there are so many types of suppliers offering similar products and services. Introducing Alibaba.com Verified Suppliers, a verified, easier way for you to find and source efficiently and confidently from experienced suppliers. To qualify as a verified supplier, suppliers must have had their store displayed information and capabilities verified by independent, world-renowned third-party companies with inspection videos and downloadable reports, hold verified certificates, patents, test reports, and import and export qualifications, have years of experience in domestic and foreign trade, and offer great services and discounts with a proven track record on Alibaba.com. To help you quickly identify suitable suppliers for your sourcing needs, we have grouped the verified suppliers into 3 service-specific types. Custom manufacturers, who provide dedicated production lines and custom design capabilities for high customization and specialization seekers. Multi-specialty suppliers, who offer low MOQ customization, end-to-end logistics solutions, and multi-category procurement for retail trend followers. Brand holders, who offer branded products and overseas distribution for brand dealers. All of them are industry experts with verified credentials and consistent product and service quality. You can find a verified supplier by searching for either products or manufacturers. Know what you want to source? Look for the Verified Suppliers filter when searching under Products. Scroll down to find the supplier service type once you land on the product page, and check out the verification details from suppliers' company profiles. Got a product idea to build from scratch? All suppliers displayed under the manufacturer search are verified suppliers with factory inspection videos and reports so that you can build new partnerships with greater peace of mind. With verified suppliers, sourcing online can be very easy, very certain, verified. Source from verified suppliers today.
He doesn't even know if he wants. He's that hungry. He was waiting.
Oh, sorry.
My name is Brandon Kavina. I am the owner of our business. I run it with my wife, Leali, and we own Nodnal Co. and Annie Boop Co. We started running our own business when my wife got pregnant with our first son and noticed a gap in the industry for premium quality baby bedding. So we began sourcing products on Alibaba.com.
He actually designed the first set. He just asked me, does this color look okay? I'm like, yeah, that's a perfect gender neutral color. Let's go with it.
Our other business is our party supply company. We both run both of the businesses from home, and we're home with our 2 boys every day. On Alibaba.com, we place orders anywhere from 1 to 4 times a month for both businesses. Trade assurance has been very helpful, and when we received an order of balloons that were the wrong size and color, with getting trade assurance involved.
Alibaba.com mediated it for us. They resolved it in our favor.
Trade assurance is by far the smoothest platform we've used, and it really creates a peace of mind just knowing that both the supplier and ourselves are protected for the whole transaction. To have our kids close to us all day long is something we never imagined we'd be able to do, so we love all the time with each other that we have.
In this new era that we are living in, all elements in logistics are being digitalized, connecting more people and changing more lives. Because of smart logistics, communities are more closely knit than before. Small businesses can operate more efficiently, and every transaction is more secure. We believe in the power of smart logistics. It means not only faster processes, but also better collaboration. It makes every trip shorter, every delivery more punctual. Smart logistics means precision. Algorithms, fine-tuning proficiency to enable help to reach the ones most in need faster. Expectations are better met. Smart logistics makes it possible for people to enjoy better lives, for well wishes to reach loved ones sooner. Smart logistics flows in our DNA, and we shepherd it toward a brighter tomorrow with every step.
You source for your business, and you've put in the effort. Now it's time to find your success on Alibaba.com, a leading B2B e-commerce platform for global trading that connects you with more than 200 million products from over 200,000 suppliers in 5,900 categories across over 200 countries and regions. Alibaba.com comes in handy whether you're on PC or using the app, whether you're searching for products to resell or suppliers to manufacture your own. With third-party verified suppliers, you know what you see is what you get. Send out sourcing requests and get quotations from matching suppliers in as little as 3 hours. Chat with them wherever you are. Check them out, connect with them. Discover your next winning product with millions of video tips at your fingertips. Pay for your order with confidence, knowing that Alibaba.com supports multiple payment methods, encrypted and secure, so your data is safe with us. Track your shipment every step of the way. so logistical uncertainties won't get in your way. We know global trade can be unpredictable. Oops. That's why we provide purchase protection services across payment, shipping, and after sales, all powered by Trade Assurance. Alibaba.com is the place to go, whether you are a solo entrepreneur, a 4-person startup, a purchasing manager for a juggernaut, or a franchise owner. Join the other 40 million active buyers on Alibaba.com and source from millions of offerings in an easier, more secure way. Oh, and stay tuned for 2 of our biggest annual promotional events, every March to discover new trends, and every September to stock up for the holiday season.
Finding qualified and experienced suppliers online can be time and effort consuming, and often a bit overwhelming, especially when there are so many types of suppliers offering similar products and services. Introducing Alibaba.com Verified Suppliers, a verified, easier way for you to find and source efficiently and confidently from experienced suppliers. To qualify as a verified supplier, suppliers must have had their store displayed information and capabilities verified by independent, world-renowned third-party companies with inspection videos and downloadable reports, hold verified certificates, patents, test reports, and import and export qualifications, have years of experience in domestic and foreign trade, and offer great services and discounts with a proven track record on Alibaba.com. To help you quickly identify suitable suppliers for your sourcing needs, we have grouped the verified suppliers into 3 service-specific types. Custom manufacturers, who provide dedicated production lines and custom design capabilities for high customization and specialization seekers. Multi-specialty suppliers, who offer low MOQ customization, end-to-end logistics solutions, and multi-category procurement for retail trend followers. Brand holders, who offer branded products and overseas distribution for brand dealers. All of them are industry experts with verified credentials and consistent product and service quality. You can find a verified supplier by searching for either products or manufacturers. Know what you want to source? Look for the Verified Suppliers filter when searching under Products. Scroll down to find the supplier service type once you land on the product page, and check out the verification details from suppliers' company profiles. Got a product idea to build from scratch? All suppliers displayed under the manufacturer search are verified suppliers with factory inspection videos and reports, so that you can build new partnerships with greater peace of mind. With verified suppliers, sourcing online can be very easy, very certain, verified. Source from verified suppliers today.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began. Like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from
Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
People started placing pre-orders.
It's a business that I love so much, I would do it for free.
My name is Hannah Ulbrich. I own Copper Door Coffee Roasters in Denver, Colorado. As an entrepreneur, I'm always learning. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, and I always try to put my community first. I've always loved coffee shops. I started working when I was 12 years old and quickly found out that I loved being part of the communities that coffee shops create. When I had a chance to buy Copper Door in 2013, I jumped at it. When I started, I really wanted to be a part of the community, be a part of everybody's first morning drink of coffee. I didn't have the money to start the company because I was a stay-at-home mom, but I went and got a bank loan and gradually started opening our coffee shops and expanding our wholesale across the United States. As a coffee company that has to purchase coffee from all over the world, we get our coffee from all over the world. So we have coffees coming to us from Africa, Costa Rica, Colombia, Sumatra, Brazil. We currently have some coffee from Mexico, Peru. Really what we're trying to do is find the best specialty coffees possible. 2020 really hit us hard when we had to shut down our coffee shops. We lost about 60% of our revenue. Our customers weren't coming in, they were staying home. And the same thing happened with our wholesale customers. We have wholesale customers in other cafes and restaurants and hotels. And with people staying home and being safe, we just lost so much revenue, and so did they. Our hardest, most difficult thing that we're dealing with is getting inventory into Denver at a rate that our customers and our clients expect. We've slowly been able to rebuild that. So our e-commerce went well above what we were expecting, and that's actually where Alibaba came in, is that we needed boxes with our brand that were lovely, that we were able to send to our customers so that they could stay home and they could still get our coffee. So I started using Alibaba in 2020 during the pandemic when I was having trouble getting supplies here in Denver. And I have a wonderful rep over there. Her name is Sandy. It's been really seamless. She's been able to just answer any questions I have. She's able to get me supplies that I need. She's also been able to send me samples and examples of the things that I want before I order them to make sure they're exactly what I need. No one can be underestimated, whether it's a small local cafe owner or a business built up from nothing.
In this digital age, we can easily order a cup of coffee with just a few clicks. So why can't international shipping be just as simple?
Cello Square has the answer to that question. Log on to Cello Square, and with just a few clicks, you'll have 24/7 access to global logistics services, handled by 5,000 logistics specialists from 230 sites across 37 countries. Cello Square is a one-stop service where you can receive your quotations, manage your orders, and track your shipments in real time. How can the service offer all?
A truly streamlined digital forwarding service
should offer nothing less. We'll take care of the logistics so you can focus on your business and customers. Click on Logistics. Cello Square.
In this new era that we are living in, all elements in logistics are being digitalized, connecting more people and changing more lives. Because of smart logistics, communities are more closely knit than before. Small businesses can operate more efficiently, and every transaction is more secure. We believe in the power of smart logistics. It means not only faster processes, but also better collaboration. It makes every trip shorter, every delivery more punctual. Smart logistics means precision. Algorithms, fine-tuning proficiency to enable help to reach the ones most in need faster. Expectations are better met. Smart logistics makes it possible for people to enjoy better lives, for well wishes to reach loved ones sooner. Smart logistics flows in our DNA, and we shepherd it toward a brighter tomorrow with every step.
Hello, I'm Dr. Saeed Ibrahim, the founder of Springene. I established Springene back in 2012 in a small lab, and today our products are certified cruelty-free, vegan, gluten-free, USDA biopreferred, kosher, and halal, and have been granted a seal of acceptance by the American Dental Association. We sell our products worldwide, in United States, in Africa, in Europe, in Asia. And since the founding of the company, Alibaba.com has given us many new possibilities. I'm also proud of being one of 50 businesses chosen out of 12,000 applications to receive a $10,000 grant. Of course, we would use that grant to develop and launch new products. We are currently working on developing new oral care products as well as new line of natural and organic deodorants, soap, and skincare products. I have years.
Good morning, co-creators. Let's try that again. Good morning, co-creators. My name is Brett, and welcome back to day 2 of Alibaba.com Co-Create 2023, right here in the heart of Las Vegas. Quick show of hands, who's been enjoying their time in Vegas so far? I imagine a lot of people have, judging that the room was full yesterday. The crowd's still gathering in. Looks like people are still enjoying their time in Las Vegas. So if you thought yesterday was exciting, just wait until you see what we've got lined up for you today. So first off, who is ready for some insights from the founder of FUBU and Shark Tank's very own Damon John? There we go, that's the spirit. Our journey here at Alibaba.com Co-Create is a shared one. We've christened this event Co-Create because it captures the essence of Alibaba.com, a journey of creating together. Together with suppliers and business buyers from around the world, we help create products, forge relationships, and spawn endless business opportunities. It's this spirit of co-creation that we're celebrating here today, exploring the new frontier of digital trade to fuel the dreams of SMBs to dream bigger and manifest better. Now, reflecting on yesterday, we delved deep into the next era of digital tools on Alibaba.com with our CTO, Yang Zhou, showcasing how AI is revolutionizing our collaborative journey. Experts then took us behind the scenes of global sourcing, while seasoned entrepreneurs shared their stories of crafting growth hand in hand with partners. Today, get ready for a deep dive into the future of global supply chains and B2B e-commerce. We'll dissect both the challenges and the vast opportunities that e-commerce brings to the B2B space and how technology is rapidly reshaping cross-border trade. Then we're going to sit down for a fireside chat with Damon John on unleashing the power of entrepreneurship, followed by a very exciting Shark Tank panel. But that's not all, because we got a power-packed afternoon as well, where we're exploring the world of e-commerce and how it unfurls with discussion on branding, marketing, inspiring success stories, and so much more. Finally, we'll wrap up the day with my favorite part of the show, where we get to hear some real-world insights from some leading global suppliers on Alibaba.com. We'll be exploring supplier success stories spanning from China to Mexico, Canada, and right here in the USA. I love it. Let's hear it again. There we go. So as you immerse yourself in Co-Create today, let it spark new aspirations, introduce you to new potential partners, and offer networking opportunities like never before. And hey, if you capture a great moment today, remember to share it on social media using hashtag Co-Create2023. Again, share your pictures, share your videos, share your insights on social media, hashtag Co-Create2023. So let's kick off today, day 2 of Alibaba.com Co-Create 23. Let's give a big round of applause for the Vice President of Alibaba.com, Andrew Jung.
Everyone, welcome again to our event. My name is Andrew. It's my honor to be here today with all of you. Thank you, thank you. So now I'm going to take some time to share with you our thoughts and insights on the trend of global wholesale business, especially for the global supply network. As we all know that the world is experiencing a transformation driven by the new technologies and digitalization. So for the seller's perspective, the digitalization is a revolutionary way for them to enhancing their operation and productivity. So moreover, the continuously and the sustainable growth is no longer a choice, but a necessity for all the business. The sellers now can leverage the digital tools to enhance their capability and enhance their efficiency. In addition, the localized service became more and more important. All the sellers seek to cater to the unique preference of their customers. And for the buyer perspective, data-driven procurement empowers them to make informed decisions based on a real-time data analytics. Buyers are expanding their network, purchase network from traditional countries to the new emerging markets. And they are seeking business certainty to minimize their risk and ensure a trustworthy trading experience. So, what are our observations on the digital export on 2024? Let's take a look at some specific figures. We have noticed that 70% of small companies are investing more for the digitalization. 93% of all interactions on the internet are happening through the search engines. And the research shows that 60% of people who are purchasing from you expect you to know their previous purchasing experience. And the time spent online also is increasing, with 40% of people's waking life spent accessing the internet-enabled device or service. Lastly, the real-time messaging is on the rise, with 30% of sellers are implementing the measures of buyer engagement. So this is exactly where our value proposition stands. As you all know that Alibaba.com is a more economical channel for small business. So roughly 50% of our global suppliers and 40% of our Chinese suppliers, they are small business. And also, we are a beginner choice e-commerce platform. 60% of our sellers have no experience for e-commerce before they onboard to Alibaba.com. Alibaba.com also is ideal for sellers who want to extend their business to new markets. A survey suggested that 61% of our sellers joined the platform with the purpose to expand their export to the new countries and the regions. And also Alibaba.com, we provide very good customer service by leveraging multiple after-sales measures, such as the account manager service and the help center. So, since Alibaba.com established in 1999, the platform has been continuously evolving. We started as a sourcing platform and transformed to an ordering platform in 2007. In 2012, we began offering the payment capabilities. And in 2018, we ventured into the logistics and the fulfillment service. So our platform has remained dedicated to enhancing our capabilities to provide the rich supply, efficient matching, and one-stop fulfillment. We will expand our variety of Chinese suppliers, but also we focus on advancing the differentiation of supply chains. The concept of global buy, global sell has become deeply ingrained in people's mindsets. In addition to the supply from China, global supply also is booming. For example, the overall revenue of cross-border trade in US has grown by 54%, covering multiple categories, such as health and wellness, food and agriculture. Europe has also achieved 46% growth and covered categories like food and beverage, apparel, and so on. Along with this high growth, we have also observed different trends across the industries and the regions. We have seen a rebound in demand of consumer products in Europe and America. The market's evolution towards the environment-friendly and smart entertainment products is generating sustainable growth in high-quality business opportunities. On the other hand, the demand of non-consumer products in developing countries is also experiencing a rapid growth. So talking about enhancing the buyer's mindset of high-quality supply, we are providing more efficient matching offerings, such as supplier verification via SGS and TÜV, and the buyer's credit profile to gain mutual trust between the buyers and the sellers. And it is also crucial to ensure the payment security and on-time delivery. So Alibaba.com is always staying at the forefront of digital innovation by integrating the new digital tools to our platform and delivering a truly smooth online experience. For instance, the smart searches, the smart user growth, as well as the smart communication and intelligent assisted inquiry and order follow-up toolkit. Regarding the business scenarios for global suppliers' growth, we have launched the regional featured category pavilions, such as the special global peaks. In addition, we have gradually launched the featured selections, which is a regional featured supply scenario, and the global supply preference search, enabling our buyers to field the suppliers by country and easily identify the low tariff options. All of these will deepen the buyer's perception and mindset of regional featured supply. So, we are always committed to build an all-in-one global trade service platform that will cover all process of trade fulfillment. Through different membership product combination and the all-key CRM system, we can assist our sellers in new buyer acquisition and business opportunity management. And also our advertised products are designed to optimize the conversion rate. In addition, we offer Alibaba.com Logistics and Alibaba.com Pay to facilitate smooth fulfillment during the payment process, while ensuring the full compliance with the financial and the tax regulations. With the one-stop fulfillment, our platform facilitates more than 160 million orders annually and catering to more than 35 million buyers and more than 200,000 sellers, safeguarding more than 144 billion GMV online. Now our global payment network supports more than 27 currencies, and offering a diverse range of financial service metrics, including the trade assurance and the Alibaba.com Pay. Additionally, we optimized our global logistic networks, ensures on-time delivery, and the online tracking service tailored for our US marketing. Last but not least, leveraging the one-click Forex conversion processing with full visibility and traceability, we are able to provide a smooth and high-quality end-to-end export service. So that's all of my sharing today. Finally, please allow me to call out our mission again. Together with Alibaba.com, let's make it easy to do business anywhere. Thank you.
And everyone, you just heard from Andrew Zheng, the VIP of Alibaba.com, for his keynote on the digital transformation of the global supply network. Thank you, Andrew. And up next, we have Mark Brohan, a senior VP at Digital Commerce 360, with his keynote on the future of B2B e-commerce and marketplaces. Let's give him a big round of applause.
On behalf of Digital Commerce 360, I'd like to really thank Alibaba for having me here today. And the point of what I'm going to talk about here today is I'm not a consultant, I'm not a seller, I'm not a buyer. What I am, though, is I am a journalist and a market research analyst who has been around since the very beginning of e-commerce. So yeah, dinosaurs still roam the earth, and I'm one of them. So my point is, I go back to the foundation of B2C e-commerce in 1998 when we launched a magazine called Internet Retailer. So my colleagues and I, for the last 20-odd years, have been spending every single day talking with people like you, asking what's new, what's ahead, what's the problem, what's beyond that. And then on the B2B side, my colleagues and I, once again, dinosaurs roam the earth, we go back to the year 2000. Yes, I go back to something called the dot-com crash. And that was when the gestation of B2B commerce, or linking business buyers to business sellers, kind of began in its initial offering. Now, of course, way back then, there was no such technology like this. And a lot of initiatives, of course, crashed and burned, but not all. So out of the ashes of that start, over the next 20-odd years until 2020, when we all got locked down and were at home, you began seeing gestations of B2B commerce moving along in fits and starts. You saw the iteration of marketplaces, including Alibaba, if you will, moving along in bits and starts. But all my point is that for the 20-plus years leading up to the pandemic, it was still business as usual, the old-fashioned way for B2B buyers, B2B sellers. Now, old news. The pandemic changed things? Of course it did. Supply chain disruption hit. You've been there, you know that, old news. But what happened coming out of 2020 are sea changes that put B2B e-commerce on the map and more mainstream than ever before. And my point is twofold. Number one, I'll give you a couple of quick macro numbers just so you know the size of this. But the point here is not to show you how big a market is. My point here this morning is to show you what this market, what these challenges, and what this opportunity kind of means for you. So all in, U.S. manufacturing and U.S. distribution is about an $18 trillion business. That's how big everything is between what we make and what we buy and what we sell. Of that total, $6 trillion in some way, shape, or form goes from business buyer to business seller electronically. $6 trillion. Now, 2/3 of that is dominated by something called electronic data interchange, which some people call a delivery mechanism, some people call a format, some people call a sales channel. Whatever it's called, 2/3 of the pipeline today, as it has been for years, has been dominated by electronic data interchange. But the sea change occurred in B2B e-commerce. So last year, by our count, and I measure this every single year, B2B e-commerce just in the United States is $1.6 trillion. Not B, that's T, that's $1 trillion. And that market is growing by 18% a year. So in contrast, if you look at Department of Commerce overall manufacturing and distribution sales, it's flatlining or it's declining only because we're in kind of these uncertain economic times. But the mainstay coming out of business today is the growth of B2B e-commerce. So no, it's no longer fits and starts. It is now very mature, and the main way that business buyers will do business with business sellers going forward. So my point here is there's a lot of maturity that's been around, but there's a lot more maturity that's been very fast gelling in the last 2 or 3 years. So what are the challenges? What are the solutions? What is the top of mind with B2B buyers when it comes to B2B sellers today? I can sum that up in one word: marketplaces. And that's why you're here, because you're in the marketplace business. But I have never seen a faster growing channel since I started covering e-commerce in B2C and B2B in 1998. I have never seen a faster growing channel than marketplaces in the US and globally. Now, what does that mean? 5 years ago, well, let's go. I'll go the Wayback Machine. In the year 2000, you probably had 8 to 9 different marketplaces that came out of, the dot-com crash that made it. And they're still around. They made it in automotive supplies. They made it in healthcare. They made it in aerospace parts. Boeing, if you will, is a pioneer in all this stuff. So my point is, marketplaces were a handful that that were around for 20 years, operating kind of like Pluto out there. And I don't think Pluto's a planet anymore. I think we did named it. But anyway, my point is, come lockdown time, when supply chain disappeared, when the traditional way of doing business disappeared, when people like me began retiring in droves, what that did was to create a sea change in how fast e-commerce is permeating across our economy, how fast it's permeating about how companies do business with one another. Of course, that changed. But how fast it changed? It changed because marketplaces came of age. And today, in addition to folks like Alibaba or commercial platforms like Amazon Business or eBay, if you will, I kind of call it the big three, if you will. 5 years ago, and I count these for a living, there were 75 vertical marketplaces. I mean those marketplaces that'll sell you anything for a jet engine part if you're in the aerospace business to, supplying your janitorial supplies if you're in the MRO space, or if you're a specialty chemical manufacturer and you need some kind of specialty ingredient for whatever you're making, if you will. 5 years ago, 75. Last year, 400. This year, 500. So within 2 years, there will be 750 different marketplaces across the U.S. economy trying to find a stake between buyers and sellers. So I kind of call this the Wild West. Last year, about $130 billion worth of transactions passed through these marketplaces. That's a very general number. What I mean is that's the volume of gross merchandise volume flowing through the pipeline today when it comes to marketplaces. So that's just some big numbers to kind of give you some perspective of how big a market this is. But so what? I'm a small guy, I'm a medium guy, I'm a big guy. These $1 trillion mean number to me. Here's what does mean number. Here's what does mean to you, which is B2B sellers are investing in what's top of mind with them which is top of mind with your customer, which is the user experience. And a lot of companies are turning to the marketplaces because now they've got a new venue and a new way of greeting a lot more business than they ever had before. So the marketplace movement is now very top of mind with buyers across the spectrum, including Alibaba.com. So keep in mind, 5 years ago, 75 marketplaces, today 500, 2 years, 750. Will all those make it? No. But that's the size of the market we're talking about here. That marketplace grew at 100% last year. Amazon Business, in some instances, accounts for 1 in every 4 transactions. That's the reality of what you're talking about here. But what you really want to know is, where are buyers going to find and make their transactions these days? Well, number one is the supplier site. Number two is marketplaces. Our numbers at Digital Commerce 360 show it. Forrester shows it. These guys show it. Gartner shows it. It's all the same, if you will. So marketplaces are number 2 on the hit parade of where B2B buyers are going to source, get, find, and get products delivered to them. And those marketplaces have a pretty tall order, just like anybody who's in the selling business these days has a tall order. The user experience is where it all begins and where it all ends, and that is the biggest single challenge for a lot of companies, big, small, and otherwise today, whether you're on a marketplace or not. And the reason for that is because 2 distinct trends happened coming out of COVID. Number one, old guys like me retired. Old guys like me who kind of like to do business the old-fashioned way, we're fast disappearing, I'm afraid to say. Replacing it is a new generation of not just a single purchasing manager who is 30s, 40s, kind of prime career age, if you will. More importantly, B2B buyers today, maybe at a solo company or a solo proprietorship, it's one person, who's got the checkbook and the keys to kind of order things online. But more importantly, our research shows that it's teams of buyers. It's teams of digital-first buyers that are looking to marketplaces to have what they want, when they want it, how they want it. Simple as that. So these teams of B2B buyers tend to be made up of 3 to 7 to up to 10 different parts of the team. And that team is not just procurement, and that team is not just supply chain, and that team is not just e-commerce. It could be a diverse team that includes finance, marketing, e-com, sales, procurement, supply chain, pretty much all the major parts of the food group inside an organization today. That who's making up the digital buying team. And these teams are very, very, very picky. So I talk about the user experience. Research shows that these teams of buyers will go to at least 3 to 10 sites first to check you out, to see if you have what they want, and to see if you have what they need, and to see if what you offer in the terms of the user experience is what they want. So there's a lot of pre-research going on. I call it tire kicking. And Nixon had an old term called the silent majority. Same thing here. What these teams of buyers do is they do their research way ahead of time. They'll take months to do it. And they look on average 10 different sites before they'll give that website or that marketplace a try. So recap, 3 to 10 buying teams, all of which are digital first customers. They go from anywhere to 3 to 5 to 10 sites to find out, before they'll even place a transaction with you, marketplace or otherwise, if you have what they want, when they need it, the pricing plus anything else they might want. So they're a picky bunch. They've always been a picky bunch, but now because it's digital first, they are an extremely picky bunch. So what I'm showing you here with some of my slides are the breakdown of who these buyers are. And because they're digital buying teams spread across diverse organizations, what they want today is more of and easier user experience. And of course, that's easier said than done. So, I was very pleased and actually very excited to see that the tools that they presented yesterday here, because that's one-stop shop. And that's what your B2B buyers want today. So they're not going to settle for just if you have it in stock. They're not going to settle for just if you have it with a good price. What they want is the old enchilada. They want it all. They want the content. They want the pricing. They want the inventory. They want to know that you've got the tools and the platforms to do custom work, if you will. And then one of the biggest headaches for a lot of people out there still today is logistics and transparency into logistics and becoming a trustworthy partner when they don't quite know who you are. So that's just kind of where these digital-first buying teams are going. But now, where are they going? As I mentioned, our research, Forrester, Gartner, Alibaba, it's all the same. Number one place they go to, well, of course, they start their search on the web, duh. But then they'll go to a supplier site first. My numbers show 3/4 of all buyers begin their journey on a supplier website. But guess what? My takeaway stat for today is 65% of those buyers now begin their search for what they want on a marketplace, Alibaba included. That's an amazing stat. I have never seen that fast a manifestation going to a new channel in so short of time that I did with this, if you will. So my point to you is that digital buying teams want the user experience. They're going more and more to marketplaces, and my numbers show that when they find a marketplace they like, that they might do up to 50% of all their sourcing and buying through that marketplace. That tells you who's ahead of the curve and who's behind the curve. So I'm kind of giving you some background here, and you'll have this slide deck to kind of delve into. So I'm not a big slide reader. I'm kind of trying to give you the takeaways of where B2B e-commerce is headed. And one of the places that's definitely headed is marketplace growth. So what's ahead for you? What are the challenges for you? What does all this mean to you? What's this guy yakking about? Here's what it means to you. B2B marketplace success, and frankly, B2B success e-commerce-wise in general, is not the technology. It's not the technology. The technology is the enabler. So where a lot of companies struggle to get it wrong is they don't think through the strategy of e-commerce technology or marketplaces that's right for them. They might try a little bit here, a little bit there, but they don't think through the entire food chain. And for companies that do that, and there's more and more companies kind of thinking through what this means for them, when they have the marketplace game plan down, that's where the prosperity and the success begins. And that's where the repeat transactions begin. Because what you're seeing in the next 4 or 5, 6 years is you're going to see traditional distribution companies like a Grainger, an MRO, supplier, if you will, 12 billion. Maybe you heard of Grainger, maybe you didn't, but they're pretty well known. Traditional distribution companies, their next major competitor is from folks like here, Alibaba, is from marketplaces. Why is that? Because marketplaces are hearing what your customers want, which is price, transparency, personalization, supply chain ease of use, if you will, logistics, easy delivery, complete transparency throughout the process, customer service, all of that is what they want. And guess what? There are billions of dollars flowing into marketplaces. They're going to try and get that right. Exometry does manufacturing services. That's an example, a publicly traded example, if you will. Example after example after example are going to replace or at least give traditional distribution companies who've done business the same way for 100 years, 50 years, 60 years. The marketplaces can bring together large groups of buyers, large groups of sellers. So my point is the digital buyer out there gets what they want, which is one-stop shopping for technology, like the good folks here talked about yesterday, but more importantly, one-stop shopping for what they want for the user experience, the sourcing, the pricing, the inventory, and the delivery, if you will. So that's where the future is. That's where the opportunity is. But the biggest challenges are the ones that never, ever change, which is basic blocking and tackling is what it takes to succeed in e-commerce. You folks know that. So, you got a good technology partner here in Alibaba. They're going to help you with all kinds of things. That's great. What does that do for you? Well, the customers that we talk to and the manufacturers and distribution companies, the B2B buyers and B2B sellers that I talk to every single day and ask them how it's going, they don't want an Amazon experience. They don't want B2C experience. What they want is plain and very simple, which is make it easy, make it more efficient to do my job, get me home quicker, and deliver what you promised. Those are the four. So that hasn't changed since the dawn of time for business. It most certainly has not changed since the dawn of time for e-commerce, but do what you do. Know your customers, know what they want, put the strategy in that's right for you. Make sure you include the fact that marketplaces are the fastest growing B2B channel that buyers look to today, and that market share for B2B commerce through marketplaces is going to do nothing but increase. So you're onto something here. A lot of your comrades, a lot of companies aren't on marketplaces just yet, but guess what? You folks are. So 3 and 4 capture their own sales here, if you will. But my takeaway is the future of B2B commerce is upon you, driven by digital-first buyers, going to more marketplaces than ever before, and that is where the future of this particular sales channel lies. And guess what? It's not just one. Your buyers might one day be part of 3 or 4 different marketplaces. Marketplaces are a generic term. They come in all shapes and sizes, just like your customers do. So figure out what's good for you, and you got this thing home, free. Thank you.
You just heard from Mark Brohan, the Senior VP of Digital Commerce 360, on the future of B2B e-commerce and marketplace. And up next, we have a panel on the challenges and opportunities of cross-border B2B commerce. And I'd like to welcome to the stage now our host, the head of strategic partnerships in the America regions here at Alibaba.com, Alex Tsai, the head of digital services at Samsung SDS, Tai Song, the executive VP and COO of East West Bank, Parker Scher, and the head of America Institutional Business, Ant Group, Rosetta Wagner. Let's give a big round of applause.
All right. Good morning, co-creators. How y'all doing this morning? I hope all of you guys have enjoyed the wonderful sharing that we had yesterday, the keynotes, panel discussions. And today, before we dive into the next panel session, I would like to brief introduction about myself. My name is Alex Tsai. I'm the head of strategic partnerships for Alibaba.com for North America. And again, I want to thank you all again for coming out here this morning. And I hope you guys be enjoying the event. So without further ado, let's jump right in. To start off, I would like to introduce our first panelist here on my left-hand side. Mr. Parker Scher from East West Bank. And then Mr. Parker served as a Chief Operating Officer of East West Bank. And East West Bank is the largest independent bank headquartered in California and renowned as one of the leading institutions in the U.S., focused in serving the small, medium business communities and also the diverse communities in the region. And Parker is responsible for the overall strategy for the bank, enterprise operations and technology, and the bank's consumer banking businesses. And next, we have Ms. Rosette Wagner. Rosette is the head of the institutional business of Ant Group, which is a renowned financial institution, technology company known for its innovative digital financial services and payment platform. And Rosette is responsible for Ant's Group institution business, as well as customer fund management and commercial cross-border business in US. And next, we have Mr. T.Y. Taeyong. T.Y. is the head of digital services at Samsung SDS, the affiliated IT and logistics service company of Samsung Group. And T.Y. Song is in charge of the overall Samsung digital logistics service platform in the US. Thank you, guys. Great. So with that as an intro to our panelists, let's just jump right into discussion. Let's start off first off, Parker, as a CEO of East West Bank, could you provide us some insights into East West Bank, right, as a bank in terms of your focus, your role, and in supporting small medium businesses engaging in international trade?
Great, thank you. So yesterday, Stephen Cole was talking about the challenges SMBs typically face. And I think the number he used was 27% of our SMB owners deal with the financing challenges. And that's why East West Bank exists. We're hoping to help solve the 27% of the problem. So for many of you who never heard of East West Bank before, as Alex said, we are one of the largest banks in California. We're the second largest bank in California, headquartered in California. We're the largest one based out of Southern California. We started 50 years ago. Back then, many of the immigrants from Asia come to the United States. They were trying to settle down here. They were trying to start their business in the United States. And they were having difficulties getting the financing, getting the banking services from traditional banks. And the East West Bank started 50 years ago to help them settle down in US and getting the financial support. We deal with deposit, savings, and credit cards, and also mortgage. In the meantime, not only helping them settling down in the United States, we also help them with their business back home in Asia Pacific. So this is why that we've been working on cross-border businesses for the last 50 years, and we have deep expertise in that space. And the good news is the work of what we have done here, not only is for the commercial businesses, we also work with US government. So for example, some of you may know that US has an export-import bank, and they sponsor a lot of small, medium businesses. And they have programs such as working capital guarantee. And with the work we have worked with and done for the US Bank and working with SMBs, we actually were recognized as one of the leading banks and the lender of the year for 2022. So we were very proud with all the work we have done for cross-border, and we look forward to working with each one of you and Alibaba.com to help you solve the financing challenges.
Thank you, Parker. So from your perspective, what are some of the common challenges, right, and banking needs for the small and medium businesses that often encounter that you see that they're trying to venture into kind of cross-border commerce?
Very good question. So technology has done a lot of great things, and it makes starting a new business in the United States so much more easier. In 2021, there are a total of 32.5 million small businesses in the United States, 32.5 million. That accounts for 99.9% of all businesses in the United States. So a huge number. With the technology support, it now takes as little as 4 days to get a company registered. And it takes less than $5,000 to start a company. So that's the good news. The bad news is from the banking perspective, the banking as an industry has now really kept up with the small, medium enterprises. So for example, if we look at the online application, if we look at the digital banking applications for SMBs, they are definitely not as good as what you have for your consumer banking, right? You know, if you go to Amazon, if you go to Alibaba, it's so much easier to do the business. But if you deal with most of the banks, it's not easy. In the meantime, many of the banks still require you to go to the branches to have in-person consultation before you can open an account, before you can get a credit card for SMBs. So that's not easy. In addition, if we look at the payments, Zelle for consumers has been hugely popular. I'm sure each one of us here has used Zelle for our personal businesses. But if you look at Zelle for business, majority of the US banks still don't offer that. There are a total of 4,800 banks in the United States. And if we look at Zelle for business, probably only about 50 to 60 of them offer that today. So a very small number. So the good news is East West offers Zelle for business. So that's the good news. And then lastly, which is probably the most important thing for all the audience here, which is getting financing. When you start a new business, day 1, you have to pay your supplier. Day 30, you have to pay your employees. Unfortunately, you're probably not going to be able to get your revenue until day 90. So there is a huge need to have the financing to be able to support the business, to look at the working capital. So those are the challenges that many of the SMBs already face. And if we add in the cross-border, it makes the banking even more challenging. For example, you're doing the cross-border, so you have to deal with your customers, you have to deal with your suppliers, most likely in a different time zone, using a different language. If you have any problems with cross-border payments, you have to deal with 4 different players. You have to deal with yourself, your supplier, your bank, your supplier's bank. If you have a problem with payment, you have to get all 4 parties to work together across time zones using different languages to make it work. That is very, very challenging. And one other thing that many of you probably haven't thought about is when you're dealing with cross-border payments, it's not only about the difficulties of the time zones and the languages, it's also about the issues with regulatory compliance. Because we're dealing with cross-border now, we have to think about OFAC, we have to think about money laundering. Those are the things that none of us wake up in the morning to think about. But unfortunately, once you get into the cross-border, you have to think about that, you have to deal with that. So that's why that if I look at the number yesterday, 27% thinking about the financing challenges, I think the number is probably low. I think it's probably 100% of the people thinking about how do I do banking, how do I do financing, how do I solve the problem in my case so that I can pay my employees, I can pay my suppliers, and I can get paid and I can make money.
Wow. So I feel like, as you mentioned, Parker, there's so many things for small businesses, right, to consider when it comes to banking. So building on your insight, as we look to support, small businesses in navigating this complexity of cross-border trading, can you share some perspective as well on the flip side, the specific banking tools or opportunities or strategies that they can really consider about to help them really navigate all these complexities?
Thank you. So the short answer is actually very simple. We have a booth right over there. So if you have any questions about banking, you just need to walk over to that booth and get answers. So that's a short answer. Joking aside, unfortunately, every SMB is going to have your own unique need. It's going to be very hard for me to generalize here and talk about what could work for each one of you individually. What I can do is offer a couple of thoughts for you to consider. So the number one is when we pick a bank, most of us pick a bank because it's convenient. So you look around in your neighborhood, you find a branch, you walk in there and you try to get banking. So that's the easy solution. Unfortunately, majority of the banks in the United States don't deal with cross-border. So they don't understand how to think about the issues you have to deal with when you're doing the cross-border commerce. So what you might want to consider is actually have multiple banks. So you have your local convenience from the convenient perspective. And if you need to deal with cash, the local banks will be convenient for you. On the other hand, you don't have to be constrained by one bank. American Banker, the leading publication in the industry, actually has done the survey. Their survey results shows that 78% of small, medium enterprises actually have multiple banks. Out of the 78%, 31% of them work with 2 banks, and 47% of them work with more than 3 banks. So this is the opportunity for you to think about your banking strategy, which is you have the convenience and you also look for the cross-border expertise. And you can combine them together so you get the convenience and you get the expertise. So that's one thing to consider. The second thing to consider is, I mentioned earlier that in the old days, and also in most of the banks today, when you're dealing with SMB banking, you have to get the in-person consultation. The good news is that's no longer true. Technology has now enabled us to be able to bank anywhere, anytime. So you might be okay to think about, do I have to go visit the bank in person? Can I actually do the virtual banking? Can I get the virtual banking services? For example, you don't have to go to China now to open a Chinese bank account, and your suppliers don't have to come to the United States to open a bank account. There are possibilities, there are tools, there are different channels that allow you to do the banking, account opening, and getting the services virtually in this case. So those are just 2 ideas that I want to offer for you to consider.
Thank you so much, Parker, for your insights. I'm sure that those of you really thinking about banking, right, as one of your challenge, I think those are great points that what Parker shared you guys can really take in consideration. So next, I would like to turn to Rosette. Rosette, to start off with, many might say Ant Group, it's a financial ecosystem in itself, right? So can you tell us a little bit on our audience here and our live stream as well about Ant Group and how the company supports enterprise engaging cross-border commerce?
Sure. Thanks very much for having us on the call on this stage. So when we're looking at Ant Group, and when I think about how it actually started, it started from actually always about how to solve the problem at the present, at the time. And when we started about more than 20 years ago, Ant Group was there to solve one simple problem of marketplace. It's actually a domestic marketplace in China, about the buyers paying, not knowing if they will get the goods, about the sellers sending out goods, not knowing if they will get paid. At that point, there's no such institution or no such solution to actually make both sides feel comfortable with that money movement. So, and create the concept of Alipay. Basically, is their fiduciary, is their a place to hold the money from the buyer and ensure the seller deliver the money and give the money to the sellers. And with that, we find enormous response from both buyer and sellers wanting to have that service. And we take the burden, created the wallet, Alipay. Now, from that point on, we find that's not only just for that platform, it morphed into the broader audience and population in China. Now, Alipay wallet is one of the largest wallets that operate in China, and people using there day in, day out. You don't really use any cash, any card there. You're just using Alipay, and they can basically do everything you need to do in the daily work. Now, with that success or with that experience, we also realized the similar needs could happen outside of the border of China. So we start to look around, and throughout the remaining next 10 years or so, we started to invest and work with many local countries around the Southeast Asia, has similar kind of problem that Chinese population economics have. And so we started to actually now partner or invest or work with more than 13 wallets around the whole Southeast Asia community, so that the local consumers can have equivalent of digital wallet experience in their ecosystem and in their day-to-day life. Because in those countries, credit card is not really that prevalent. Only less than 20% of them can have credit card. So have a digital wallet to help them safely do their day-to-day payment become a really, really important step of their life. So after we solving that problem, obviously, with those 13 wallets that garner more than 2 billion consumers over there and with huge purchase power, we start to think about how to help the merchant to reach to that, right? Especially all the merchants want to sell to those market, not necessarily familiar with the local payment options and payment capacities. And that's why we started to having our Alipay Plus ecosystem, helping merchants around the world to sell to those consumer base, to sell to those areas that have those alternative payment method that they might not necessarily familiar with. And our role is always about how to make it easier for those merchants to do business in those areas that they're not familiar with. Now coming to US. And as late as last year, we started to notice that there's so many merchants in US, obviously trade cross-border, whether to buy overseas, whether to sell overseas. The internet make the globe much closer, make everybody can buy, sell cross-border much easier. However, the money movement, again, is not an easy part. And in US, as we all know, you probably can only open a US dollar-based account in any bank. But when you are dealing with cross-border trade, when you're buying from a supplier overseas, or when you sell with the consumer overseas, you nevertheless need to deal with currency that's not US dollar. So what we do is we use our all the license and expertise across the globe that we have accumulated along the years. We create a product called Zyla, which is a multi-currency account that any US merchant can open online. And so that with just single US entity, you can actually open currencies in all the G10 currencies around the world without having to have, entities or everything over there. And by doing so, we're hoping is to actually bridge the gap of what the US merchant can do to buy and sell overseas. And along all this story, all this kind of progression is really following the same principle of we want to be there using our technology to solve the problem, to fill the void that is there wherever it is needed in the ecosystem.
Got it. Wow. So with your, vast financial payment, industry experience, you understand way better than many of us, like this complexity, right, that both Parker and you just mentioned when it comes to cross-border payment. I'm just thinking, as you mentioned, from regulatory compliance, fluctuating exchange rates, right, to security and fraud example. So what do you say are some of the most common challenges that you see for SMBs when it comes to dealing, to cross-border payment specifically?
Sure. Honestly, that all the things you guys said, and they all reality challenges or problems that we need to solve. However, we shouldn't really burden that to the small business enterprises because their job is really what they wanted to do. If it's a shoemaker, their focus is how to make the shoe better. If it is a furniture maker, is their focus to make the furniture good so that everyone around the world can enjoy it. So our role, I take, is to take our expertise, to take what we know about fraud detections, what we know about global anti-money laundering, what we know about OFAC, and there's many other, lists out there around the globe. Take that burden away from the small business. So you don't have to worry about it. So you don't have to think about all these different regulations, all these rules, all this burden that is there, that's needed to be there, but let us to take care for you. That's what we want to be there for you is. So you can focus on create the product that you're interested in and sell it to the place where you feel like you want it to be. We will be there for you to take care of those needs about how to collect the money locally, how to sell to the locally, find you the trusted partners to do that. On top of that, and we can do all the risk monitoring, KYCs, AMLs, the safe environment for you to feel confident and comfortable to trade in our ecosystem. So I don't want them to even know the problem. I want them to know while working with us, we will solve the problem for you.
And for, here sitting in the crowd, right, audience, many businesses that are thinking about venturing into the, international market, right? The complexity can be very daunting in a sense. So and then also the challenges that you mentioned. So could you also share some of the opportunities and strategies that these businesses can really leverage, right, to manage all these payment processes, as you mentioned, and navigate some of the common pitfalls, right, that they face?
Sure. If there's one trick, open a Zyla account, Zyla.com. And you can go to online now on the phone website. I mean, it's online. You can sign up, and we have team help you sign up. You don't have to go to any booth, any, physical store. However, the key is once you open it up, and we can help you open account in all the currencies you want and pay out in all the currencies you want in the FX rate that is much, much more competitive than what you would find in the normal bank in the street. And also, along with that, we will consult with you because there is a lot of important kind of, aspect that you need to looking at. For example, when you're sourcing suppliers overseas, how do you know if that supplier is trustworthy? How do you know if the quality is really good, right? But because our vast ecosystem that we accumulated throughout the years, we have so many merchants around the globe, in Asia, in China, in Europe, in UK, in Australia, in Singapore. So we can actually find you the suppliers that actually you will find a lot more comfortable to work with. And this way that we already do the filter for you. We already did the KYC on the other side for you. And when you say, oh, I'm looking for this kind of suppliers in these countries, we can actually help you say, oh, this one you might be looking forward to. So instead of you going through all that, using your resource, we wanted to using the whole Ant Group's resource be there for you. So regardless you're small and big, you have Ant as your back to help you grow their business. So really, Zyla.com, that's all I can say. Thank you.
Sounds like we got a one-stop shop solution there. Thank you, Rosette. And Taeyong, or TY, as a true expert, with over 20 years of experience in supply chain, let's talk about logistics. First of all, I'm sure people know about Samsung, right, for many things, but logistics might not be first that come to people's mind. So can you start off, please, kind of tell us a little bit about Samsung SDS?
Okay, manage time. I will use short time. My name is T.Y. Song. I'm from Samsung SDS. Yeah, as you know, Samsung is a group company. We have a mobile, semiconductor, display, battery. Besides those kind of high-tech product, we also have a shipbuilding, insurance, and even we have a duty-free shop. And among them, anyway, Samsung SDS in charge of IT technology and logistics services in Samsung Group.
Great. And with you, like I shared, with your extensive involvement in logistics and supply chain, right? I'm sure that you service a lot of businesses, large and small. Can you share with us some of the challenges from a logistics standpoint, some of the pain points that you see, and challenges that you see often when it comes to SMB logistics?
Sure. To begin with, traditional global 3PL, they are likely to focus on enterprise customer. Enterprise customer means big volume, but now market's changing. Thanks to Alibaba, maybe. E-commerce, B2B e-commerce, B2C e-commerce is booming, and procurement and sales process is now going online. And smart SMB customers can easily access to the final customer thanks to the technology. Okay, because on SMB, number one, they're challenging. They cannot have a big volume. They have a small volume. There is a challenge. Small volume means do not have negotiation power with the carrier, not easily get a better rate, and even though you get the rate, not easy to secure the space. So there is a big challenge. And number two, no dedicated logistics manpower. Let's say SMB, they have a 50%. They are likely to have a sales team, a product team, and also a marketing team. But in such a small organization, we cannot expect somebody dedicated only for logistics. So when they procure something. The procurement personnel maybe do some logistic jobs as part-time. And when they sell something, sales guys do some logistic jobs as part-time. So that is also one of the challenges. Because of the small volume and no dedicated manpower. Number 3, challenge is do not have enough experience and knowledge in logistics. And there's one more challenge. Now, we cannot think about logistics without IT technology. Now, logistics and IT go together. So it's very hard to catch up with the up-to-date IT technology and trend in these days. So under these 4 challenges, SMB, to get better rate, they can approach global for them because they have a big volume. They are likely to offer you better rate. But the problem is they are not likely to assign a dedicated person, only support that SMB because they are looking for the volume. So if SMB wants dedicated service from the service provider, so the rest of the other SMB can approach small local porters. Maybe they can assign very dedicated person for only that company, but the problem is they don't have enough expertise to cover all the complex logistics operations. So you can think about leveraging the IT technology scale from global 3PL because they have volume, they can negotiate more, and dedicated service. Nowadays, because of the technology, we can ask many queries like rate, request, service through chatbot. So combine these 2 important things from big global trade border and local house border. We can think about digital logistics service platform as an alternative option. So think about how you work. Once you work with the digital freight forwarding service provider, you can easily look at the terms and conditions of their terms and condition and click, and okay, done. Within 5 minutes, you can make a contract. And when you need a quotation, you can simply input POL, where is your departing country, and POD, and commodity types, number of containers. You can get an instant quotation very easily. But as I said, SMB does not likely to have a dedicated IT, the logistic personnel. They might have a lot of questions. You can ask those kind of questions through the chat. I mean, the chatbot can answer your questions 24/7 basis. So they can be also one of the benefits. And once you make a booking, and then the problem is the visibility. So normally the big platforms, they have a connection with all the steamship liners and air carriers. And also they have a EDI link with all the relevant bodies like warehouse and also trucking companies. So through these kind of EDI connections with relevant bodies, you can check out the end-to-end visibility through the platform. Okay, this is the benefit from digital freight forwarding platform. Samsung, as this, we launched our digital trading service. We call it Cello Square. You can simply visit our booth. They are our partners. Maybe can ask you about the questions. So let me summarize. SMB can have a challenging, small volume, and no dedicated manpower, lack of knowledge about logistics, and very not easy to catch up with IT technology. I hope and I believe through digital logistics service platform, you can use better service no matter how much cargo do you have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, so I see you point on some of the key things, right? I think that a lot of small business, they don't have the scale, right, to really be competitive, right, with the big players. So it comes down to essentially how they can be efficient, cost-effective, right, to help with their day-to-day, small businesses. So sounds like efficient logistics is crucial, right, for SMBs engaging cross-border B2B commerce. So from your perspective, what are some of the key components of a effective logistics strategy, right, and opportunities that businesses should consider to help them manage, these complexities of we've talked about shipment and deliveries.
Okay, effectiveness. Think about traditionally, two factors are very important. One is cost, and the other is the service quality. You cannot think about somebody has a very good service, but very expensive. Nobody will use it. Vice versa. You have a very good rate, very cheap, but every time off-road, delay, and eventually nobody will use it. So to be effective in logistics, this cost and service quality is the key factors. But in this state, we have to consider another two more factors. The third factor is agility. Through the pandemic, we already experienced. There are many things can happen. So when you have external factors affect your logistic operation, you have to be very agile to the environment. That is the third factor. The last factor is sustainability. SMB, as their business grow and grow, they become more big company. They need a market reputation to sell more. So now the example is CO2 emissions. So now everybody check that and company announced our CO2 emission is how much. So to be competitive in the market, we have to consider these four elements. 1, cost. 2, service quality. 3, agility. Number 4, sustainability. But when you look at these four elements, there is one common thing. You take care of one common thing, you can increase all the other 4 factors. That is the inventory level. What if you have excessive leftover inventory? Think about the cost. If you have more inventory, in the market actually you need only 100, but if you have just in case, nobody knows, so you are worried, you have 200 inventories in the market. That means you will spend more storage charge. So your cost will increase. And think about the service quality. More inventory means your complexity of your logistics operation. That means also can affect your service quality because you have to manage more cargos. And when it comes to the agility, more cargo means anyway, you have to arrange the cargo in different warehouse and to ship the cargos to somewhere else. It means also not easy to agile in the market. And lastly, about the sustainability. Anyway, you have a more cargo, that means you have to use more space and more delivery, means more CO2 emissions. So actually, optimization of inventory level is the ultimate goal of supply chain management and logistics. So this factor, number 1, optimization of inventory level is very important. And then second thing is actually is data. You cannot ignore the importance of data because how you can make your operation more optimized. First step, measurement. You have to know where is my cargo, how much. So measurement is the first step. And second, based on the number you collect, you have to analyze all your cargo movement. Where is waste? Which point we can upgrade? So second step will be the analyze. And then based on the data and analysis, the third step can be improve your operation. And you continuously monitor your performance. So this is the cycle. How can you make optimization in your inventory level? But to achieve this, the second thing is data. Do not ignore the importance of data. And last factor we have to consider is think about your logistic procurement. Through the bidding, you can 10% rate discount, but every year 10% after 10 years, your logistic cost becomes 0? No, it's highly likely that because of the market, maybe you get 10% discount, market goes down. It's not actually really 100% from the procurement process because of market. So you have to have a long-term perspective. So my suggestion, number 3 is work with the right service provider based on long-term partnership. So to be effective in the market, let me summarize. One, optimize your inventory level. Number two, please do not ignore the importance of the data. Number three, work with right partner based on long-term partnership.
This is what you get from a true expert in logistics, right? that was a lot of insights, information, TY, that we need to unpack and digest. And as we have just not only have a little bit time left, I have one final question for all of you. So with so many years experience you guys have in your respective area, if you could give one key piece of advice, right, to all the business here, owners here looking to expand their business globally, what would that be? Let's start with Parker.
Sure. My view would be, given that I'm in the banking industry, my suggestion for you when you're considering your banking needs would be pick a bank that have locations across both here and wherever you need to source your supply from. So this way, you only have to deal with one bank, and that's much easier.
That's probably I already know my answer. But to be honest, as from a business perspective, if you really, the world is a really, really complex place, and there's so many area out there. And when you're thinking of to expand to a location or to a region, truly understand what that destination is, truly understand the local kind of environment, I think is super, super important, because you don't want to stretch your thing. You heard all the things about, oh, this is good, that is good. Then you started to go all, and then you short of your resource. So I always think that important to do your research to understand which one is right fit for you is really important. And obviously, if you come to us, we'll help you to find that. But focus on what is best for you is really important.
UI?
Okay. Think about this keyword, digitalizations. Personally, I used to be a financial company 20 years ago. At the time, I was in charge of stock system trading. And at the time, when they buy and sell stock, people visit the branch in person and buy and sell stock. But at the time, thanks to the IT technology, online trading was booming. And think about now, who go to the branch and buy and sell stock? If you need buy some stock, you just pick up your phone and see the price and place an order. So what will happen in the logistics in the future? Now, still, logistics is a traditional business. Some people look at the screen and make a booking. But eventually, in the long run, everybody just use mobile to place a booking and to secure the space. So think about digitalizations in logistics.
Great. Thank you so much, Parker, Rosette, and Taeyong. So as we close this insightful panel discussion, I also want to highlight, right, the vital role that Alibaba.com plays in bringing all this ecosystem partner together, right, to make it easy for you guys to do business, right, for each of you. So we're more than just a platform, right? Alibaba.com is really your partner in success. So I'd like to thank you all again, Parker, Rosette, and TY, for your phenomenal sharing and insights. And for those of you who would like to interested to learn more, you can go back there, with the booth. And as well as most of you, or I would say all of you, should have received also email invitation to attend some of the sharing sessions, right? If you guys, any of you are interested to learn more about, what Parker and Rosette and TY has mentioned. Thank you all again for joining us and for your attention. Thank you.
enjoyed that panel on the challenges and opportunities of cross-border B2B trade. In about 30 minutes, we're going to have Damon John out here for our fireside chat hosted by Alex Tsai. So we hope you all are ready for that. But before that, we are going to have a keynote by Cainiao Logistics. So hey, if you're interested in Cainiao, if you need resources for global logistics solutions, then be sure to visit the booth right back there. If you're coming in these doors here in the main floor, take a left, you will see Cainiao's booth. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Kelly Matzenbacher. He is the Director of Sales at Cainiao.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say thank you to everybody. We're very excited with Cainiao to be here and to be part of Co-Create. It's very exciting to see so many entrepreneurs and to see Alibaba co-creating and helping everybody be successful and grow their businesses. We're going to spend just a few minutes. We're going to spend a few minutes talking about Cainiao and global logistics and how we can help partner with you and make that part of your business to be easy and something that you don't have to worry about, okay? I have to say I was a little bit nervous coming out when I found out Damon was coming on after me. I was actually on Shark Tank and I chose Mr. Wonderful instead of Damon, so no, I'm kidding. I wasn't really on Shark Tank. All right, so you've actually seen a video of Cainiao, the introduction video, several times. They've been playing it throughout. So Cainiao was started in 2013, and we were started as to complete Alibaba's vision to be able to deliver in China within 24 hours and anywhere within the world within 72 hours, right? So that's a very aggressive goals that Cainiao had as the Alibaba logistics arm. The way that we accomplish that is through smart technology. You've seen the smart logistics technologies such as AI, robotics, and lots of big data. We've talked a lot about logistics here. We also are building out infrastructure with industrial parks, aviation hubs, and logistics parks all over the world. And then the other thing is great partners. So we have great partners to be able to accomplish this. Just to give you an idea, currently today, we have 18 sorting centers around the world, and we're doing over 4 million packages, cross-border international packages on a daily basis. Yeah, that's huge. Give that. Yeah. We also, some of our partners, you saw UPS up here yesterday. We partner a lot with UPS here in the US as well as around the world, okay? So one of the key things that you see is that one of the missions of Alibaba is to make it easy to do business anywhere around the world. And our part of that is to be the DNA of e-commerce. So we help you get your packages from your manufacturers anywhere in the world to your end customers, both B2B and B2C. We're going to spend just a few minutes on going through a few slides, okay? As we've seen in the videos and as we've talked about, the way we're accomplishing this is with a lot of technology and digitalization, operation, and globalization around the world. Cainiao, currently, we have 224 regions and countries that we're working with and providing services to, over 250 dedicated warehouses, and over 100 cross-border partners that we're using right now to accomplish this. In the videos, you've seen kind of flybys and things of our logistics parks, our aviation hubs, and our industrial parks. And this is kind of where it all comes together to be able to get the packages and those 4 million packages out on a daily basis internationally around the world. In the video, it actually shows our autonomous vehicles. We have over 1,000 vehicles, EV vehicles, delivering packages around in China, and automation with our warehouses. We have artificial intelligence that directs the routing of picking and packing. We have robotics, as well as scanning technology and RFID technology. Now, yesterday we had a gentleman that was speaking, and he was talking from California about green logistics and sustainability. And as I mentioned earlier, China was started in 2013. By 2016, we started an aggressive plan to be a leader in green logistics and being environmentally friendly. So all aspects of our chain, we are doing things to cut paper, to recycle, use recycle, to do electronic waybills, solar panels on our infrastructure. So our management team is always looking for ways that we can be friendly to the environment. We calculated that we've saved over 400 billion pieces of paper being printed and $20 billion, as well as 1 billion kilograms of carbon emissions through some of our initiatives. And 2016, thank you. 2016, I know it's come up a few times in working with companies. It's been a hot topic recently, but we've been doing it 3 years after we started as China. Okay, we kind of big picture, we looked at China in China and globally. Now we're going to just spend a few minutes and go through a few slides on China in North America and the US. So all of your needs, like we mentioned with our partners, all of your needs from ocean freight and getting it from your manufacturers all the way to your end users. So trucking, air freight, warehousing, and fulfillment. In this example, I think everybody knows that China is the #1 manufacturer of goods and products around the world. So we have over 1,800 lines and partnerships of bringing packages from China and anywhere that your manufacturers are and getting them into the major ports around the world. And you can see some of the continents and some of the places where we're delivering, basically worldwide. As being part of Alibaba, it's very important for technology. And you've heard other speakers talk about transparency, some of the technology guys. Being part of Alibaba, we want you to know where your packages are all the time. We want you to know the status. We want you to be able to see KPIs and SLAs. So the ocean freight has dashboards so that you can be up to date on all of the information on your products and goods. One of the things I wanted to mention also, besides sometimes ocean freight isn't fast enough, and we're going to see a case study if we have time. Ocean freight isn't fast enough because of you need to get it into your marketplaces quickly, or you need to be able to, it might be a high value product. You don't want it to be sitting on a ship. We've got air freight all over the world. So for example, Europe, we've got, I think, a flight a day coming, like 6 flights into Europe. We've got 3 flights coming into the US in different airports. South America, Asia Pac, APAC. So we can get your products air freight very quickly and efficiently if that's something that you need. Now, once we get them from the either the ports, ocean ports, or the airports, you got to be able to get them into your warehouses. You've got to be able to get them into your 3PL. So we have a very extensive trucking arrangements to be able to truck anywhere throughout the country in the U.S., East Coast to West Coast. And right now we're currently shipping over 20,000 containers and TEUs on a monthly basis. So we'll be able to get your products wherever you need to get them to be able to have them ready to get to your customers. This is just a quick overview of warehousing and fulfillment and 3PL services in the US. So you can see we have warehouses in Europe and APAC, but in the US, we have 7 warehouses and millions of square feet. And we actually connect to your websites and your marketplaces, and we connect to your ERP systems so that we can pick and pack and get your orders out the same day within 24 hours, whatever your needs are. So we have full service 3PL services. And you're going to see in a minute, we're using the latest technology to do that. Everything from conveyor belt systems to RFID to scanning, handhold scanning, as well as robotics. Just as I mentioned with the dashboards with ocean freight, we have our own WMS system for our warehousing and fulfillment. So you know all the time where your products are, you know what your inventory levels are, you can build reports, you can see what's selling and when you need to reorder. You see the status, if we've received it, if we've put it away, if it's ready to be sold on your marketplaces. So very detailed WMS system. If you don't have an ERP system, you can log in and see 24 hours a day exactly what the status is of your orders. I just spoke a little bit, and some of the videos that you've seen is some of our technology, the way that we accomplish this, using our smart technology, our smart logistics technology. I mentioned we have 18 different sorting centers. This is an example of some of the technology that we're using, the latest for sorting centers. The robotics, if you come by our booth, you can actually see videos of the robotics working, where it's increased productivity by 300%, where our pickers and packers are actually standing in a location and the robots are bringing the packages or the products to pick straight to them. And it increases the quality as well and reduces human error, because the robots are telling them exactly what to pick so that they can get out the door quickly and meet our SLAs and KPIs. The sorting centers, we have 5 sorting centers throughout the US. So any type of sorting center you need, the goal is to be able to get your products ready and out the door and save you money with our sorting centers. That's 5 in the US, 18 worldwide. Okay, we're going to just take a couple minutes and look at a couple case studies. So in this case study, this is an example of air freight. So this is 2,000 cell phones, $500 each. So that's $1 million for one pallet. And this customer, they didn't want it to go on ocean freight and take 5 weeks to be able to get there. So we customized the solution so that you can't see inside the package. You can't hurt the phones as you are opening it. And also, in this example, we actually had security guards that are with the products all the time. And we also have dedicated drivers that we've done background checks. So coming from the manufacturer to the airport, we have high security, as well as when it lands, it has high security with dedicated drivers and security. And then there's also cameras at the location so that we can see if anyone and what's going on to keep the security high all the time. In this example, it went from 5 weeks of being unsecured to 5 days. This was coming from Hong Kong to Sao Paulo, and we cut it from 5 weeks to 5 days. Okay, the last case study, this is a bath accessory bathtub company, and they were shipping 30,000 bathtubs a month. And once we started working with them and doing some analysis, we found out that 80% of their deliveries are in the central US and on the East Coast, and their warehouse was in the Los Angeles area. So that's 24,000 bathtubs being shipped all the way across the country. So what we did was started working with them. We managed getting the product from the Chinese manufacturers into our warehouses in Houston and in New Jersey. And then we connect to their marketplaces, that's Home Depot, Lowe's, Wayfair, to be able to do both B2B and B2C shipments to save them time, to save them money, to make their customers happy, and really cut back on their shipping costs. Okay? Like I said, this was just kind of a high-level look. I know we can't really go into a whole lot of details. We've got a booth in the back, and we would love to have you guys come by. We'd like to learn more about your business and how we could possibly partner together to save you some money and make this something that you don't have to worry about, your end-to-end logistics solutions. Okay? Thank you very much. Thanks for coming to Co-Create.
You just heard from Kelly Matzenbacher, the Director of Sales for Tinyal North America, his keynote on Tinyal's Global Logistics Solutions. And up next, we had the Fireside Chat, exploration of mastering entrepreneurship, innovation, and co-creation with Damon John. And I'd first like to invite Alex Sion to set the stage.
Thank you, Brad, for the intro. Good morning, everyone. It's me again. I promise you that this will be the last time you see me this morning before you get tired of seeing me. But for the next keynote session, I am super, super excited, right, to have this special guest to join us here at Alibaba.com Co-Create today. I hope you're all geared up because we got a real treat, right, in store for you today. Let's hear it up, huh? Yeah, let's go. So our next guest is the definition of a shark in the world of business. But hey, don't worry. He's not here to take a bite out of your ideas. He's here to actually help you make them even better. So he is the definition of true pioneer of hustle and grind. And I think what sets our guest apart isn't just his business acumen. It's also his incredible ability to inspire and motivate others to chase their dreams. And he's a best-selling author, motivational speaker, and a philanthropist who gives back to the community. Now, if you've seen it all, let me show you the video and get ready to be wild. Can you roll the video, please?
So we're moving on. Oops, sorry, wrong clip. Roll the new one. I've been an entrepreneur since the day I was born.
Without further ado, here he is, the People's Shark, Damon John.
My career started in fashion. I wanted to be part of hip hop. I decided that I was going to create the uniform for this community.
You started FUBU, and you said you started with $40, and it grew to $6 billion.
I sold $800 worth of hats in 1 hour, and I realized at that point I was never going to work for anybody ever again.
Came from the hood. I can't design. I'm dyslexic. Got left back in 7th grade. All that didn't stop me.
America's not about what can be done for us. It's about what can be done by us.
When you start hearing the president talk about FUBU, Mom, I made it.
I was chosen as one of the original sharks on Shark Tank because of my understanding of retail, apparel, and the urban inner city community.
Virgo's a designer lifestyle apparel brand that combines fashion and comfort.
What do you think you'll do this year total?
$2.2 million. Would you do 300 for 20%?
Absolutely. We invest in people that we can relate to. They have risked it all, and they just need a little bit of help.
I'm going to finance the inventory, $200,000 for 17.5%.
You have a deal. We'll take a deal.
Let's bring in a guy who helps us follow the money every week, Damon John from Shark Tank.
You're going to give some advice and everyone's going to get rich.
You have to get up before everybody and be willing to go to bed after everybody.
Please welcome back to the show our friend, the amazing Damon John. Financial literacy is the hot topic that we're talking about.
It's always about knowing how money works.
Nice play, Damon.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Damon John.
From a fashion icon to now a TV icon.
In the face!
One of the most well-known businessmen in the world.
Damon John, the entrepreneur, fashion designer, and best-selling author. And boy, his books are good.
My new goal is to teach families and children how to earn and how to save money to become sharks.
You wrote your first children's book.
#1 book in the country.
Mentoring future entrepreneurs is so important to me.
You have to concentrate on this and be the king of this.
It's all about giving people a higher level of access, from aspiring entrepreneurs to titans of industry.
We've got a shark here named Damon John.
Damon John is all about giving back, and he's gearing up for Black Entrepreneurs Day at a star-studded show from the historic Apollo Theater in Harlem.
I called up a bunch of brands and said, would you help me give away money, educate people, and empower people?
It's all about adding value and being of service.
First of all, thanks for what you're doing.
My quest right now is to change people's lives, have fun at the same time, and challenge people.
You've just given back to the community in so many great ways. A real visionary.
The king of branding. He is the leader, a pioneer,
A bona fide legend.
I love it. The American dream still alive. That's what it's about.
It's about leaving with a legacy.
Thank you. Better in less than 3 months. All right, all right. Hey, you people. Are you excited about our next special guest? Yeah, let's hear it. So, without further ado, let's welcome to the stage the one, the only shark with a heart of gold, Damon John. Let's give it up.
Thank you. Thank you. What's going on? How you doing?
Wow.
All right. Move towards this so my back is not that way. There you go.
Sure. Let's do that.
All right, you got some good questions for me?
Oh,
Friday. You know.
Friday. But, you know, all these people here, to look at the camera, they're here just to hear some words of wisdom from you and inspirations. So, Damon, thank you so much for joining us here today at Alibaba.com Co-Create Summit. I am super excited to have you here, and I'm sure many of the audience here feel the same way. So, yeah. So as we saw and heard in the video, you know, your story, $40, 3 friends, becoming a 6 billion business, right, with Fubu. Can you share with us your entrepreneur journey, you know, that took you through that time, and then what really was the path that you took, that really, the pivotal moment for that really make you who you are, the successful Damon John today?
Well, thank you. I want to make sure that what I say up here is very advantageous to everybody in the room, right? And my story is pretty well documented, and it would take some time. But generally, you know, where I grew up, I love this new emerging, I would call it a technology, right? And the technology was called hip hop. And this is the 50th anniversary of it. And people say, why was that a technology? Well, before the internet, before cell phones and any of those things, we never knew what was happening, you know, in the streets of Las Vegas or Compton or Hollis, Queens, because they didn't show what was happening to African Americans on the 6 o'clock news.
Mm-hmm.
But what people were doing through this new music is they no longer had to play an instrument or harmonize, but they were communicating it through this music about their hopes, their dreams, their love, their aspirations, political issues, and police violence.
Yes.
And hip hop, just like any other culture, is not something. It was our version of Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat, right?
Yep.
And hip hop, just like any other culture, is not something that you just listen to. It's something you live. It came with a way to walk, talk, and dress. And at that time, hip-hop kids were buying things, they were reinterpreting them on the streets because they needed certain type of clothes, right? So you didn't necessarily need Gore-Tex lining, but you loved the ski jacket, right? You didn't necessarily, you know, you didn't need certain type of things, but you wanted it in the streets. And what happened was a lot of the designers and a lot of people that made clothing said they were taking our money going, we don't like you. We don't want you. Whether it was because you were African American, whether it was because you were an inner city kid, whether it was because your jeans sagged off your ass. And they would say, well, you know what? I made a pair of 32 jeans, and you're supposed to wear 32. Why are you wearing a 36? And whoever your customer is, you have to have empathy for your customer. Maybe the person was wearing a 36 because they were like, well, first of all, I like to break dance. I want to be loose. Or they were like, I'm investing in you and I don't have $100 for a pair of jeans, and this is probably the only time I'm ever going to be able to afford that pair of jeans, so I'm going to buy it 3 or 4 sizes bigger because I want to hopefully grow into it. And you didn't have empathy for these people. Well, I started to hear rumors, you know, that they didn't like us. And I remember a company called Timberland said, we don't make our boots for drug dealers. Now, Timberland was very big in our community, and everybody here, due to really great brands that are democratizing this world like Alibaba.com, Timberland didn't do their math. And in business is 80-20, very simple. 20% of your customer, 80% of your business. But if Timberland was only making, it's the best boot in the world, if they were only making for mountain climbers and hikers and construction workers, well, you only need to buy 1 pair of Timberland. But if a new emerging market called hip-hop adopts you and we're buying you for your fashion sense, and we're buying you the way the kids buy Nikes and Jordans these days, because the Timberland had a very certain suede on it. And that suede can hold a certain type of dye 3 separate times. So now you buy 1 pair of Timberland, you look like you have 4, so you dyed it over its lifetime. So now this poor kid from the community could look like they had 4 pair of Timberland. And I was buying 3 pair of Timberland a year. Right? Because I want to be cool. And you just called me a drug dealer, and I was a hardworking young man at Red Lobster. I go home, I create a name, FUBU, Forest Bias. A lot of people thought the name was about a color, but it wasn't. It was about a culture, because now I'm becoming the thing I'm fighting against, right? If I was only about a color, it was about a music that was created in the South of Bronx, primarily by African-American males, but I address everybody from the Beastie Boys to MC Surge to LL Cool J to Run DMC. So I get the brand out.
Yeah.
I started putting it out, right? I started putting on rappers. I didn't have any money, but I didn't have technology like today. So I put on a rapper, take it back, put on another shirt, take it back. I come out here to Vegas. It's 1992. I don't have any money. I have $27 in my pocket. My mother works at American Airlines. I go into California and take a Greyhound bus because I'm on a buddy pass. I can't show into the trade show because I don't have any money. I can't walk into the trade show because I don't have the money for a badge. I stay at the Mirage Hotel. 6 of my friends and I, we put our clothes in the corner of the room, and we slept on the floor, and we would sneak into the trade show. At that time, there were no African Americans in the trade show, so the 6 guys with afros running up to all the buyers going, I got some FUBU back in my hotel room. I write $300,000 worth of orders. I go home, turn my house into a factory, blah, 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 blah. Almost go bankrupt 3 separate times. And finally, in 1998, I get an offer for somebody to manufacture and distribute my clothes. And I'm here now with you after all that failure and all those successes. But the bottom line is, I didn't have access. You see, that I started this journey in '89, and if I was around today starting this journey, like with Alibaba.com, that journey would have taken me 2 years instead of 10, because I didn't know who my customer was, right? If I sell it to somebody, they go home. How do I find you?
Right.
Why did you buy? Why did you not buy? What colors do you like? What do you like to see in the future? I couldn't get full retail price. I make it at 10. I sell it to the store for 20. They sell it at 40. Now on Alibaba.com, you make it at 10, you sell it for 40. You know why they buy it. You know why they didn't buy it. When a customer complains about something, that's still an investment, because the customer doesn't have to tell you why they're moving on to another brand. But when they complain and you fix it, what do they say? They go around and tell all their friends, you know, I told Damon about this shit, you know, and he changed it, right? So that's really why I'm here, because of how Alibaba.com has democratized the world. I didn't know where to get manufacturing done. How would I know? I didn't have money to go to China.
Right.
I didn't have money to go to Vegas. So, you know, that is my story, and we can get fully into it, but I want the takeaways here to be access to information and access to real information that you can source by different people is the most powerful thing you can ever have in your life. My buddy here is a young lady that I grew up with, and we worked in Red Lobster. Her name is Tasha. She's a great financial advisor right here. But yeah, but
give it up.
Where's Tasha at? Tasha, you can throw her hands up in the air. Or yeah, I got a lot of friends here. I got my buddy Justin McClure from the Mighty McClures. Has almost 1 billion views on social media with his beautiful daughters. But access to information is critical. And why I bring up Tasha is, you know, when I was a waiter in Red Lobster, you know what I did? all the waiters, we were so busy trying to make money, but I looked at the quarterly reports that Red Lobster was putting out, and we all had access to this information. And I started to realize how much they saved when they put or took out a shrimp, or how much they made money on their appetizers, desserts, and liquor, and not on the steaks. It's just access to information. That's it.
Right. So you're not just working there, you're actually studying the business.
Yeah, why not, right?
Right.
So you're going to go to college, and right now, if you go to college and university, you're going to take out $500,000-$600,000 worth of student debt for a career you're not even sure you want to have, right? Because think about it, the stats are that 50% of the kids graduating today will retire with a job title that doesn't exist today. That's like if somebody told you 10 years ago you're going to be a drone operator or AI expert or a gamer or a pay-per-click, whatever the case is, well, maybe 20 years ago, right? So you're going to a college to pay $500,000 to $700,000 worth of student debt that you will never pay off, or you can get paid at Red Lobster. Look at all the shit that they know.
That's true.
It's just access to information.
Right. Exactly. Totally. So as you know, and then I see you pointed right on point, right? The access to information. And back then, well, back in the 90s when you started Fubu, I'm sure the way that you source for the first products, right? All right, where do I get that first shoe? Where do I get those first hat? And then later, as you expand, finding that international distribution, right? Partners that you want to grow your business. It's a lot different than back then. So how have you seen the traditional supply chain evolve with the help of technology, right? Because I'm sure you're big in technology, innovation, especially with the help of technology and platforms like Alibaba.com. What are your thoughts on that evolution that we've seen, right? Because
the evolution has been dramatic, right? I used to have to make a CAD, right? Computer animated drawings, right? I would have to then send it over to China. I would have to travel to China. I travel to China 4 or 5 times a year because, people think that other people understand. I'm making a product for the hip hop community in America, and the person in the factory, they're making 1 minute, they're making things for cowboys and cowgirls. The next minute, they're making things for dogs. They're not into how fly it looks, right? They're making, right? And I'd have to sit there and get rendition. I can literally do that now. I wouldn't have to fly to China. They would have my full line. I would compare it with various other makers in China and Turkey or wherever the case may be, worldwide, right? I can, if I'm worried about counterfeiting and saying I don't want to put all the products in one place, I can piece the goods in various different places and then put them together someplace else so nobody has the full grasp of what I'm doing. I can check the trademarks and check the distribution of people that have done it before, and I can check their references, right?
You're right.
So I can do all that in 1 hour. That would have taken me 6 months before, and it doesn't mean that I would have gotten it right.
That's true.
Now I can take it and I can put it up on a site like Alibaba.com and say, pre-order, or how many of you like it? Before, I had to order a minimum guarantee of 400 styles per color, then get it to the store. Right. Maybe the kid takes it out of the store, out of the back of the store, but that kid is somewhere looking for new colleges to go to, girlfriends, and the new movie that's out. He doesn't care about my stuff. Yeah. Right? Now, I don't even have to wait for that. I send it right to the customer. What do you think? Pay for it in advance. Now I can use their money in advance to pay for it half the time.
Yes, right.
Right? Before, I had to wait for the stores to pay me 30, 60, 90 days, and they're going to pay Nike way before they pay me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, as you said, that's how the evolution has really made the small businesses, right, to really be able to facilitate them in terms of that hurdle that you need to go through, right? As you mentioned, 6 months to an hour.
I couldn't even make a commercial. Think about a commercial. I would have to pay $1 million for it and wait for a network to charge me $1 million and then see the commercial come out in 90 days. Somebody can make a commercial right now before we get off the stage.
All right, I guess they're working on it already, huh?
They're doing it right now. I mean, nobody knew who I was. Right. How did I tell people who I was? They're looking at the shirt. How do they know what is Fubu? Who is the owner? Why did they create it? Is it a mompreneur? It is somebody that loved pets? Is it somebody who had diabetes? Is it somebody who... Nobody knew who I was. This is the best time in history. If you can't make money today, you're a real dumbass.
Check that. Well, all right. I think that's a takeaway for everyone.
I'm sorry to talk about Kevin O'Leary like that, but I'm just,
Oh, awesome. So let's switch gear a little bit, Damon. I think this is something that's happening currently, right? Businesses are navigating through, I wouldn't say tough, but very dynamic, uncertain time,
yes.
Right? Increasing costs, rising interest rate, emerging AI technologies, right? I think a lot of small businesses don't know what to expect. So what key advice, because as you mentioned, there's so many ups and downs, they went through uncertainties, bankrupt 3 times. I'm sure like you have gone through everything. So what key advice would you offer to both aspiring entrepreneurs and established businesses to thrive and drive that sustainable business growth in this current dynamic landscape?
It is very hard. I do agree. But even though I say it's the best time, the world has been equalized 2 separate times in this last 5 years. First of all, when we faced COVID, everybody had one thing in common. We were all afraid and we were all uncertain. Right? So we all had that in common. And now with AI, unless you work for the government or various other things, you can't tell me that Sarah over there is an expert in AI. Well, why aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Sarah didn't go to college. Sarah busted her ass to learn it. Right? And so if 3, 4, 5 years from now, you start talking about you don't know AI, well, you didn't want to get up and work. Right? But true entrepreneurs, the way my guys, who was the most successful product in Shark Tank history, invested in, they'll do $1 billion this year. It's called Bombas Socks, right? And with Bombas Socks, the way they started? He had, I think, 20 or 50,000 people who was part of in his Gmail. He checked it. He sent out to everybody, hey, I have this idea. Socks are the #1 requested clothing items in homeless shelters, and I want to create this concept where you buy one, and I give one away. Out of the, let's say it's 50,000 people, right? 50% of the people said, "You're spamming me, leave me alone." Right? Another 25% of them said, "I'm interested. When you do something, give me more information." Another 25%, "I'm dying to buy one." And maybe 4 of them said, "I'm your girlfriend. I'm your ex-girlfriend. Well, you got to leave me alone while you're spamming me." Now, what is that? It's an affordable step. And the true entrepreneurs that win in these communities take affordable steps, right? You don't go and come to Vegas and play $1,000 hand of blackjack. You play $1,001 hands. And this whole idea of people thinking they need to build something big, the beautiful thing about Alibaba.com is you can sell 4. You can sell 10, you can sell 20. You don't have to sell any. You can sell the idea and the concept. And that is the advice. You see, real entrepreneurs don't wake up thinking about this big company. Real entrepreneurs, you know what they do? If you're a true entrepreneur in here, not what Mark Cuban would call a wantrepreneur. An entrepreneur figures that there was a problem or a joy in this world that somebody wasn't doing. They weren't solving a problem. They kept thinking that I have this problem, and they're like, somebody's going to solve it. Nobody's going to solve it? I'm going to solve this goddamn problem myself, or I'm going to bring joy to somebody. And what a true entrepreneur does is they wake up every morning and they do the best they can do that morning for their customer. That's all they do. And they turn around in 15 years. Tell me about it, right?
Customer-centric, right?
Yeah,
I think
they're problem solvers, right?
For every business.
Yeah, it's like Christmas every day when you find a new way to create your product, or a new joy that was brought to somebody, or a new way to solve a problem. Remember, there's only 3 ways to ever deal with a consumer, ever. Acquire a new one, upsell a current one, or make one buy more frequently. That's the only way you will ever, and acquiring a new customer is 20 times harder than upselling a current one or making one buy more frequently. That's why you want to supersize everybody's fries, right? So that is what I say to entrepreneurs. You have to take affordable steps. Stop telling me about this world of all these things you're going to do. That's a great vision, but today is today, and that customer today wants to know, how will you make their life better? How will you solve a problem or bring them joy? That's really what it is.
Yeah, totally. And I think it's also, how can business really, in a sense, make that happen to everyone? Like that, as you mentioned, democratizing, right? That opportunity. And I remember very vividly, last year at your Black Entrepreneur Day.
You took the stage, and Alibaba.com helped support African American communities.
Yes, and by the way, guys,
Give
you
away money.
haven't heard about Black Entrepreneur Day,
Thank you.
October
21st. We're shooting and then they'll air after that. But yeah, we now this year will hit the mark of giving away $1 million to African American communities.
Yes. That's a philanthropist that I was talking about, right? Mr. Damon John, giving back to community. And to that point, right, going back to the point of democratizing, right, businesses. So how do you see people can really leverage that, right? Especially when it comes to Alibaba.com. You mentioned about having that access, right? And then be able to really going through that soup to nuts, from 6 months to, a couple hours, right? Like, how do you think like people can really help themselves in really leveraging new technology?
Well, once you do this, you got to think about it like this. There's no one answer to business. Business is very about like massaging things. Now, a lot of people think that business is hard. You know what is harder than being in business? Nothing against the dads. You know what's really hard about being harder than being in business? Being a mother, right? Very honest, yeah. Think about it. Nothing against the dads. The dads, we don't risk our lives to bring somebody into the world. Now, think about a mother. She brings a person into this world, and there is no book that will make you figure out every single thing you do with a child, right? Step by step. If your child has an earache and has to go to the emergency room 3 times a month, mothers figure that shit out. They don't give their child up for adoption. Right? And there's no one answer to raising a child. There's no one answer to business. Yep. You have to take inventory of yourself, right? You may not have any money. So you know what you do? You go down to Main Street and look at the people who are not technically savvy, who's trying to sell all this stuff, but they have old goods, they can't move. But you're young and you have a community of 2,000, 10,000, or 20,000 people that follow you. And you say to them, hey, you got all that old inventory. Why don't you give me 20% of anything that I move, and I'll go out there and you start moving it online. Now, you didn't take in the cost. You help them reduce their sales, and you sold enough, and then you start making your own. Mm-hmm. There's so many different ways to do business here. You may be an expert teacher or childcare or something else, and you do tutorials and lessons on what to do. And then all of a sudden, you have a bunch of people yourself on Alibaba.com who says, you know what, can I sell blankets or various other things through your network? And then you start doing it. You can be a critic. The best critics, and I'm going to show my age, the best critics in our time was Siskel and Ebert. They just sat there and watched movies. They weren't directors. But they had a very specific point of view on things, and you will always relate to people when you have a very, very specific point of view. A lot of people don't realize, you know who the most powerful influencers in this country today? Grandparents. Grandfluencers. You know why? They give no fucks, right? So if they're saying to buy this, they're not saying it for any other reason because they believe in this, right? So there is so much money to be made here for the right reasons. You remember, the people out there who have nothing to sell and they don't have anything on Alibaba.com, that's why you see the scam ad. All the sharks invested into this pill. Has everybody seen that? Because the only thing they have to sell you is a lie. They have no product. They're lying to you. Hardworking people, like the people in this room who invested in themselves to come here, who a lot of people say, why are you going there? You know how much money it's going to be. I've never heard of that working out. You're going to embarrass yourself. You're going to embarrass us. That happened to me all the time when I was in the neighborhood. Why are you doing that? I used to say to myself, or say to them, aren't you a crackhead? But the hard people in this room that are busting their ass, they don't lie. They're here to do that. So what you're doing, you're competing against the people who will put out fraudulent things. So how do you reinforce that? Because when somebody buys something that's fake or they go for this scam, when you created something that is of value, man, you tell everybody. And they tell everybody. And that's how it is. You see, no matter what technology does here, it's really going to be the hard work that you put in, the research you put in, how much you're going to say, how much did I bring value to this person's life today? And you're happy about that value. Really successful people love what they do. And I joke about Kevin O'Leary, he's a great guy, but let me tell you what he loves. He loves complicated financial instruments. He doesn't necessarily love the money. He loves complicated financial instruments to be able to protect his downside and hopefully win on the upside. right? So we all have, when you're really successful, you love something. And so, the power is here. I get so excited about this stuff, man.
Not only you, I'm sure all of us here are so excited about this, Damon. And then I see you point on the one key thing.
Hey, don't let him get away. You see this guy with the hat? He's not my camera guy. This is Justin McClure from the Mighty McClures. If you have some stuff and your kids love it, tell him, hey, put this on your videos, and maybe he'll
That's right. Make it $2
maybe he'll charge you $4 million, but he'll put it up there, I promise.
Yeah, so going back, I think what you mentioned, right, creating value for yourself. But at the same time, you co-founded Fubu with three of your best buddies.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm sure I'll hear a lot of the in the audience business owners, they're entrepreneurs, but maybe there's something, okay, maybe I'm not so good at this. Maybe I should find a partner, right, a co-founder.
Yeah.
So can you tell us about kind of the concept of co-creation, going back to our theme of our event? Like, how does the concept of co-create, or I should say collaborative innovation, has shaped your success story as an entrepreneur, right? Especially, co-founding Fubu with your best buddies, and how do you think business can really harness this philosophy, right, for success?
Well, so far, I think, you know what, I don't think I've ever been, I'm always asked the same stuff, and I don't think I've ever been asked that question. I think it's one of the most powerful things people can ever think about or consider. So business is a team sport. You need everybody, right? So if you think that you're going to be a boss and you're going to get in there after everybody and leave before and fire everybody and tell them to get coffee, you're in the wrong business. All right, you're going to wake up before everybody. You're going to go to bed after everybody. You're not going to get paid for many, many years. By the way, everybody's got to tell you their problem, but you can't tell anybody your problem because you're supposed to walk on water. You're going to sacrifice time and family and money, all that kind of stuff like that, right? And by the way, it's the ones you want to fire that never quit. I'm just letting you know that, right? Because the good people got someplace else to go. But to be a co-founder of anything, it depends on how you structure it. When I got my first $50,000 in T-shirt orders, the store didn't want to give it to me because I was going to buy a brand new Hyundai with rims, and I was going to keep those rims clean. Let me tell you something. But what I found was that the screen printer was charging me $6 my shirt fully bagged, right? And I said to him, I said, we call this in our business hold the paper. I said, do me a favor, charge me $7. I'm going to connect you with the store. The store's going to give you the money. Now what happened? Well, that local screen printer got $1 extra, got introduced to the store, so they started doing other business with that person. The store knew they were going to get the goods. He knew he was going to get paid. I didn't give up any of my company. Those are ways to collaborate. Bartering. Bartering is huge, the power of broke. You could be a teacher right now and you can say to, I don't know, a manufacturer, or even a car dealership, because you need a van. You can say, you know what, every month, bring all your best customers in here and I'm going to teach all their kids or their families Spanish. I'm going to hold something for 4 hours a day every single month. And do me a favor, you got a whole bunch of vans here. What dealer plates can you do me a favor? Can you let me use a van at any given time? Because you got 10 of them sitting around. You don't no longer have to buy the car. They already have the car there. You'll have a new van every single time that you go and drive it. And you'll be able to talk to these people who probably have money because they bought cars at a dealership, and in your community, you're going to be known for giving. You probably can write half of that off, and you'll have a car. These are ways you can collaborate. These are very simple ways. Think about it, right? Now, of course, talking about partners. When you have partners, never right away. Fubu has this big 05 because there was 5 of us. That 5th member, there's 10 of those 5th members that never stuck around. So there's 10 guys running around talking about, yo, you know I'm the 5th member of Fubu, right? But their thing was this: hey, if you work 3 months and do this, 6 months do this, this activates your shares or whatever the case is. So I know we love our family and all our people, but don't have that 50-50, because then you got a tiebreaker that you're never going to break. You're immediately going to. What is your obligations to this business? Money, time, access to information, resources, and what is mine? After X amount of month, or whatever the case is, we then consummate the deal, but everybody knows ahead of time. The problem with entrepreneurs is we're so passionate about stuff that we normally go with our passion. But the reason why I'm here in Alibaba.com is because you may be the best baker in the world, but you don't know manufacturing and shipping and quality control and advertising and social media. So what happens is you need somebody else to help take those things off your table so you can do what you do best. And this is a form of collaboration. So
you pointed right out. I think it's really about partnership, right? And I think there's partners where you can, physically people that you can partner with, but oftentimes technology can be that partner, right?
Yeah, 3PL. If you need a 3PL, well, you want, a lot of people sit here. I'm in the middle of filming Shark Tank, literally in the middle. I will be back in my seat in my chair on Monday, right? And so this is the 15th season, and you think about this. Some people come on and they go, yeah, well, a woman just came on. I'm manufacturing this, and I'm doing this. I'm like, you're trying to do two different things. You're trying to create a manufacturing facility. That's a very skilled set you need to do. And you're trying to be this person. Why don't you just pay the little bit of extra off the top, because you don't realize that you're bleeding from trying to be a manufacturer, right? And it's hard enough to do one or the other. It's like a heart surgeon telling you, they want to be an orthopedic surgeon. There's two totally different skill sets. I'm a great men's manufacturer. I cannot manufacture ladies, and I'll give you exactly why. You may say, well, Damon, you're a manufacturer. No. If a man wears a pair of size 32, there's 4 sizes, right? 32 long, 32 short, 32 baggy, 32 slim. A woman's pair of size 12, there is 21 sizes. It gaps in the back, the crotch is too long, crotch is short, boot cut, that cut, all kind of shit. I don't know how to do that. I would leave that up to those who know how to do that.
You're right. Yes, I think I feel like that's a $1 million question that man cannot never figure it out, right?
No, and that's why, and that's the democratizing. The people in this room think and look like the people they serve, and that's what technology has done for us, right? Because if you look at venture capitalists, people like to be around people they like, right? So less than, I think, 3 or 4%. I know the mic is cutting off because I'm gonna give you this last answer. Less than 3 or 4% have gotten venture debt or venture capital of women and men of color and people of color. But in technology, if you look at the sites, almost 30 to 40% gotten, have raised money, because you know what? A white man should not understand, or could not probably understand, the needs of an African-American woman for her hair, right? A black man most likely doesn't understand as well the need of what an African-American woman needs for her hair. An African-American woman probably knows that better. The same with you, whatever your race, gender, creed, whatever the case is. So when you look at this room, don't you see it's a sea of all different people? Because that is the form of democratization. Mm-hmm. You are serving the people that you look like, or you think like, or you act like, and that's the most critical thing.
Wow, that's some golden word right there, word of wisdom. So here is another question that I'm sure you get asked a lot, but I got to ask that for our audience here. So you probably have seen and heard thousands of business pitches on and off Shark Tank. What is your advice for those that are looking to not only make their next best product, right? Which a lot of people are doing that.
For founders making what?
What they're looking for, not only to make the next best product, right? I'll say I got the best product here, but bring it to the market, as you mentioned, but also finding the success in a sustainable way, right? As you mentioned, it's not about having the product ready, but you got to market it. How can you make it sustainable? Right? So what's your thought on that? Like, what's the best way to approach that?
Well, it still goes back to affordable steps, right? Because the most dangerous thing in a business, and puts more businesses out of business before it puts them in, is inventory, right? Because you get very comfortable. A lot of people want to work with Walmart and all those people, but Walmart has put more people out of business than in business, not because of them wrong. You think you want to be in Walmart and you make these shirts, but Walmart knows their customer is not going to pay for a screen printed shirt more than $9.99, right? And the margins are going to be tight. So when you sell and you get an order for $400 million, if you aren't compliant for all the right reasons, you're going to get it back. Right? And then they'll know what the place to sell it. And so what makes entrepreneurs really successful is to be able to take these small affordable steps. People have this idea of going to Walmart. No. Go into the place where you can sell direct to your customer and sell them 4 and 5 and 10 and 20 pieces. Affordable steps is what really makes a successful business. That is purely it. But don't let the hype and all these people tell you about they did this amount of dollars and that and all that crap. Be very honest, right? Everybody's showing you their sizzle reel and not their blooper reels, right? And don't let them, get you out of your comfort zone. It really is taking affordable steps. And I even do that with my businesses today. A lot of the business come on Shark Tank. They get angry when I do the deal with them. I go, I'm not giving you I'm giving you the $100,000, but I'm giving it to you over tranches of this, and this. Some of them go, well, I need $100,000. Why? Well, I'm going to pay this for advertising. You're about to get a $10 million commercial. Why would you use that for advertising? So when you take affordable steps, you see money will often highlight your weaknesses. You see, because if you have a weak advertising campaign and you're not converting a lot, well, spending more on the advertising campaign is not going to increase it. If your product rendition number 1 is weak and you're getting returns, buying more product to get your margins down more so you can get it in $4 instead of $7, well, now you got 1 million units of crappy stuff in your garage that is returned to you. When you do the power of broke and take affordable steps and find out what your customer needs and get the data and then prove it, you get it back. The first shirts I sold, I basically took a champion shirt. I took a champion shirt. I put a FUBU tag over it. I paid $30 for the shirt. I tried to sell it $45. Nobody bought it. I tried to sell it $40. Nobody bought it. I tried to sell it $35. Nobody bought it. Somebody bought it at $30. Then I knew now I had to buy the shirts at $15. Right? It is affordable steps. It's not going to come easy. Every single person here is a pro in something. I don't care what you are. Nurse, whatever the case is, or a stay-at-home mom. You took so many steps that got you there that when somebody in the office comes up and says, oh, I'm doing this, you can smell right through them. It's the same in business.
Just smell it just like a shark.
Oh, yeah.
Damon, thank you so much. I think that was some incredible conversation, inspiring sharing. So I must say, I am very privileged, right, to be here. I'm asking you all plenty of questions, but I think now it's also time for me to share the spotlight and provide opportunity to some of our very remarkable individuals in our audience here to get some advice from you as well. So as they say, the more the merrier. So we have found not 1, not 2, but 3 phenomenal entrepreneurs who have found remarkable success with Alibaba.com. And they're here to share their journeys with you, but also they would like to pose some questions that they feel like it really represents some questions that really can interest for the rest of the audience here. So without further ado, please join me to welcome our guests here to the stage, Hamza Navi, Kevin Lane, and Daniel Renzing. All right, there you are.
What's up, man? How you doing? All right. What's up, brother? What's going on? How you doing, man? All right. Where am I sitting? I'm right here.
Great. Hello. Mic. Testing. Okay, great. It's back. All right, Hamza, Kevin, Daniel, thank you so much for getting up here. So each of you embody the spirit of what I call textbook Shark Tank entrepreneurs, right? With incredible stories of your own. So could you actually please briefly share, do an introduction of yourself, your business, and how Alibaba.com can play a pivotal role, right, in your business inception and growth? And let's kick things off with Hamza.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Alibaba, for having me here. So my name is Hamza Naqvi. I'm a 2-time Shark Tank entrepreneur, co-founder and current CEO of Naqvi Brands. We have multiple different companies in our family that we run. D2C companies and also retail, so we're in retail. ranging from seasonal products, holiday products, to a gaming company. We create family fun card games for parties and families. Because of Alibaba, we have been able to donate for every one game we sell, one to children's hospitals across the country because of our suppliers and how we are able to source products so well.
Very good. Very good.
We've been using Alibaba since the last 15 years for all of the different companies that we run. It has been a godsend for us to work in this global economy and find some of the best manufacturers and suppliers, and be able to create awesome creative products and brands that you might have in your houses right now. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Hamza. Kevin?
Well, thank you, Alex, and thank you, Alibaba, again, just like Hamza said, for having us. So I am Kevin Lane, founder of a company called Create a Castle, and we were on season 14, episode 3 of Shark Tank, and Damon himself knocked my castle over.
Damon, you remember that, right?
Yeah, I know. You didn't take my deal.
So basically, we reinvented the way that you build sand and snow castles, both outdoors and indoors, with split mold technology. The mold split. You could stack them. You don't have to stack them. Fully, open-ended play. We're the proud winners of the 2020 International Toy of the Year across the whole world. And we are also this year up for 2023 Indoor Toy of the Year. We're up against Lego, Hot Wheels, Pokemon. Guys, we need your votes. We appreciate you. So long story short, Alibaba has been instrumental for Create a Castle to build our company as a major brand and a major international player across Australia, New Zealand through the textile side. So when I first started, we were working heavily in the plastic molding injection side of it. And I needed textile. Well, that factory did not do textile. So I reached out to Alibaba.
Alibaba.com.
Alibaba.com.
Right.
And started just crushing it. We could reach out, we could find out, the best pricing, and basically used all of those tools built in as a resource to start, mass producing the backpack side, because our kits all come in a backpack for our outdoor kit. So thank you, Alibaba.com, for making my life easier and helping us to really project our business at a super fast pace.
Thank you, Kevin. Daniel?
Hello, everybody. My name is Daniel Rensing. My wife, Stephanie, and I started our company out of our kitchen called The Smart Baker. We were on season 3, so way back now, season 3 of Shark Tank. And so we created a line of pre-cut parchment paper, dessert displays, and a measurement conversion apron that when you're wearing it, you can read your conversions upside down. These were all products that we created out of our own need, out of our own kitchen. It's the cliches that the necessity is the mother of all invention, and that was true for us. And before I knew it, we had to go from online into like a mass production mode in order to be able to sustain our growth. And we used Alibaba.com back then. This is probably late 2009 and 2010. And we were able to use Alibaba.com not only as an opportunity to produce the product we needed, but we wanted to make sure that we had a long-term partner for any other future growth. Sometimes, people may see Alibaba.com as very transactional. We made it we took advantage of finding the right suppliers, creating the right relationships with them, and it's some of the people that we still use, we are still do business with. We've had suppliers that have come to my home. I've gone over to China and met with them, met with their families. So over the past 12 years, I've been able to sustain a great production relationship. So I just want to make sure that everybody here realizes that there's another side on the Alibaba.com besides what you're using it for. There's somebody else who wants to succeed as well. And if you can create a partnership with them, you guys can just, you have limitless possibilities because they can help you with something else if they're not, right in that field. So just be sure, you ask questions, you build a relationship, and, you set yourself up for success. And without Alibaba.com, I'm not sure, what other struggles we would have had, but it made life so much easier for us, even now.
Thank you, Daniel.
I think that was a very, very powerful point that I don't think has been articulated well enough in business. When you work with somebody else, just like he said, they want to succeed too, right? And a maker, a manufacturer, they're taking up this time on the line that could be for somebody else. They're investing in your business, as you said, partners, right? And he brought up a very valuable point. They want to succeed too. Treat them like you want to be treated.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think, like I said, business goes both ways, right? I think it's reciprocal. So, gentlemen, your journey has been nothing short but amazing, right? And despite your current success, I'm sure you guys have some burning questions here, taking the opportunity to ask our Mr. Damon John here. So let's open the floor for your questions.
For me?
Yeah, starting with Hamza. Yeah, questions for you.
Now, I never, you've been on the show twice? I have not been on any of those panels, correct?
I think you were on one of the panels, yeah.
Oh, it was very memorable for you if you don't even remember that.
Yeah, so one of the panels you were there, we had a great conversation. We didn't click right away, but I'm
takes a little time to click.
This is pretty uncomfortable. Okay, well, let's have a conversation then.
That's why Alex took me first up for really good questions. Damon, I know everyone's want to know, and I'm going to want to know because, advice you give to entrepreneurs and so many people. You've inspired a generation of entrepreneurs watching you and reading your books and everything that you're about, right? So I think everyone really looks up to that. And I'd love to know, in this ever-changing market right now, competitive space for brands, right? Entrepreneurs, what would you say is, how do we stick out as a brand, right? There's eyes from big companies, middle companies. We're all fighting for the same consumers' eyes, audience hearts. How do you stick out in that big ocean?
That's really, and thank you. And thank you for the kind words. It is your unique positioning. I try to tell people, can they not only put their brand, but themselves in 2 to 5 words, right? Apple think different, Nike could just do it, Fubu for us, buy us, right? Because you have a unique positioning. There's nothing, I see so many people come on Shark Tank and say, I've created something new in this world. No, you haven't. You will never create anything new. It's not a problem. But The Voice is just American Idol. They just turned the chairs. All right, American Idol, it's the Gong Show. They just took away the gong. And the Gong Show is, Showtime at the Apollo. They just don't have the Sandman. There's a Facebook, it's a nasty chain letter. There's a unique positioning. So you have to have a place of a unique position. Bombas socks. Think about the 2 top selling products in Shark Tank history. A sock and a sponge.
Both starts with S.
Huh?
Both starts with S.
Yeah. Now, think about the sock. So I have 1 million pair units of other socks that I can't sell out of my warehouse. Now, why is this sock so great? First of all, product is king. But when I came up in business, when I never wanted, we gave away a lot, but we never wanted to advertise and market it because it looked like we would be profiting off the hardships of others. And we started to get backlash, but there wasn't the internet then. Now, somebody wants to know, what the hell do you stand for? Right? So they're going to look. And today, I'll sit across the table from my daughter who works in a pizza parlor, and I'll go, I gave it the end of the year. And she was like, end of the year? I gave 20 times this year. How'd you do that? Every time I bought this, I helped clean up the ocean. Every time I bought this, I stopped human trafficking. And every time I bought this, another person in need got a pair of socks. And by the way, Daddy, for Christmas, I'm buying somebody 10 pair of socks because they're going to help 10 people. It is just another unique positioning. And people think it always has to be glamorous. No, you don't. You don't have to be glamorous. You don't always have to be sexy with what you sell. You see, there's a white t-shirt, and a white t-shirt can hit different markets. You can have the one from Louis Vuitton that only silkworms that drink wine in Italy They make this shirt, and by the way, if you buy one, you're never going to see it again. That's why they have one on the rack. Meanwhile, they have 4,000 in the back. Then you have the one at Macy's. It has a little horse on it, and you look sexy like you're in a boat, or you're standing on this big wood thing, and that's about $60. Then you have 3 for $20 at Walmart. Why? Well, I'm a slob. By the time you buy one for $200, you know how many I bought, right? And I'm going to get shit all over them all day, and guess what? I'm going to give it away to somebody else in need. You don't have to be sexy. You have to have a unique place and position. You have Biggie Smalls, who's glamorous, and then you got old, dirty bastard. So it's about a unique position. That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Kevin?
Well, first I'd like to say thank you to Damon for being such an inspiration in my life and so many other entrepreneurs, I'm sure.
Thank you. Now, Kevin turned me down. But you or your wife? Who decided on that?
That was my wife.
You better have said that.
My wife, she's not here to defend right now.
2 good lessons. You know how to listen to your wife, number 1. Number 2 is, we have a common person. This is how partnerships work. One of the investments I had, their manufacturer is Chris. Is Chris here? Where's Chris at? There you go, right there. Great manufacturer. He's worked with you and he's helped manufacture the goods. And I think because I think I put out social media and stuff, we don't care. We care. We like the deal. But at the end of the day, you can tell people the reality on why we do what we do. We love, and I'm very, very proud of your success, and I'll support you to the day I die. All right. So, absolutely. And I have, and his product is absolutely great. It is brought joy to my daughter's life and I. So, what was the question? Thank you.
Simple question. It's kind of a two-part question. What are your thoughts with the current climate and economic situation with brick and mortar retail?
With brick and mortar and retail.
Yeah. So how do you get past the struggles of low volume sales, and also how do you think that translates over to e-com taking over as the predominant force?
Listen, I always tell people if I knew everything, then FUBU would be Nike. All right. So I can only go off of what I'm seeing. Retail is a great opportunity, but what can you offer in retail that, first of all, you have a long tail? Retail is a reason to capture somebody because there's certain things, right? Fragrances and various other things, right? But how do you have that trail to them at the end? But also, what can you give in retail that people can't get at home, right? During the pandemic, right after we got out of there, somebody said, nobody's coming by my retail store, and they happen to have a clothing store. And I said, well, put a runway in the store. They said, what? Put a runway in the store, put some lights up in the store, and I want you to have a live streaming camera from the store. And what I want you to do is when everybody goes into the dressing room, when they buy it, if they buy the stuff, they can style themselves, walk down the runway. It goes onto a feed naturally to their whatever, and they get 2 to 5% off of anybody who buys the rest of the stuff. So now they have a lot of social media. There you go. That's stuff you can do, right? They have a lot of social media that are looking at them on a beautiful shot of runway. It's streaming live, and they're getting some money from it, right? It's like Tesla. Tesla made sure that they knew that women generally were uncomfortable going and stopping at these intimidating lots with all these cars. And they knew also that men hated generally going to the mall because a woman shops 10 times a man shops. So there's a couple of things in retail. Number one, if you put chairs and seats in retail in those areas, your business will increase 15%. Why? Because when a woman is shopping, she got the kids running around, the dad's like, I don't know what the hell to do. Sit your ass down and let me do my business. If not, she's gonna be dragged out of the store. Right? And you need to have more registers than you have people in the store. Why? Because how many people have had stuff online and been like, I'll come back. So those are keys that you can increase retail by 20%. However, think about Tesla. Now the woman is not intimidated. She doesn't have to pull up to a lot, have this greasy ass, yo, you want to buy a car, baby? Come outside. She's walking by, she goes, oh, that's cool. And you know what? The man, while the woman's shopping over here, be like, hey, babe, I'm going to stop by the Tesla shop. You know, retail is something that you have to really think of the consumer, how they buy. And there's so many different ways to engage them. It is very, very good if you're doing it the right way. You know, again, there's nothing new in this world. People will say retail is horrible. Well, if you're in an airport where nobody can get delivery of anything, they can't take in any liquids, you have a buyer who is buying the highest level of travel, which is airline. They're not hitchhiking, they're not taking a bus, and they're captivated. You can sell a candy bar to them for $17. Well, retail is great. If you think billboards aren't good anymore, well, you can't swipe a billboard when you're sitting on the Long Island Expressway for 3.5 hours every day. Everything different is the same thing that is powerful today. It's all how you use it.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan.
All right. No problem.
Daniel?
Damon, again, thank you for everything you've been doing for all the entrepreneurs.
And you know what? Thank you. You on season 3.
Season 3, yes.
Nobody wanted to come on the show the first couple of years. They didn't believe it. They didn't understand it.
I was a fan.
Yeah, and you're probably one of the people that have created the show, because what happened was you risked your reputation. You went on, it's nerve-wracking, right? You're willing to potentially give away a portion of your company. And then people like you went out to local markets, wherever you live, and said, oh, this is real. And that, you see, the show is symbiotic. The show is about the American dream, and you were one of the first people that believed in us before the show got huge. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Appreciate that. So something that you've said probably years ago and over multiple times is, when talking about certain companies, that overnight success was 7 years in the making, or 10 years in the making. Nobody really realizes what goes on behind the scenes before something is, this big product hit. What would your advice be to other entrepreneurs to maybe set realistic expectations on, what it actually takes to get to that level, to get to that, that fame?
So that's a really complicated question that I want to try to answer as quick as possible, which is basically called the power of broke, right? All these people telling you to quit your day job, don't quit your day job, all right? That's a bunch of shit. All these people telling you to raise money, don't raise money yet. Why don't you quit your day job? Well, you're going to have to sacrifice. All right, maybe you ain't going to go out to that dinner. Maybe you ain't going to hang out with these friends because you want to get here. But, I work in, my schedule is basically, I woke up at 6 in the morning. I sewed shirts until about 8:30, 9. I would deliver them up until 11. I'd get there at Lobster at 12. I'll work a double shift, get home at 12, sew more shirts until 3, and then do it all over again. I did that for 5 years. I didn't have a life, but I made a sacrifice. And what happened was my 80% of my time at Red Lobster turned to 70%, 60%. My friend Tasha and everybody, all the people that work with me, I would ask Tasha to come with me at a flea market and help sell on the weekend. I was taking the food home from Red Lobster, and I was eating that shit. I had medical at Red Lobster, right? If I would have just quit, and by the way, I was renting out the rooms in my house for $50 to total strangers. So I was getting robbed in my bathroom before I went to work. But at the end of the day, what happened? I was able to sustain that business over 6 years because the critical things I needed in life were done. I would have been out of business in 1 year if I would have said, oh, let me just, do this. And if you raise money too soon, here's the problem. I'll give you $50,000 for 25% of your company if you're doing, no business. But let's say you get up to, let's say you get up to 10 million. You're like, we got to raise more money. I ain't giving up my 25%. What you do is you raise money after you figured everything out, because now you can get a loan. It's maybe 10% on interest instead of giving away your company. People want to do things too fast, and it's not really wrong because all they see is the people with the fake Ferraris and the money going, you see? We all know that shit is hard, man. But if you really have a passion, here's what's going to happen. You're working your day job, you're doing something really great. If it doesn't work out, you know what? You satisfied a lot of people, you made them happy. You didn't lose everything. Yeah, you lost a good amount of time, but at least you know you left everything on the field.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So guys, the takeaway, keep your day jobs. Gentlemen, what an incredible conversation. So as we wrap up, I want to say that today's conversation, I feel like reinforced a few themes, entrepreneurship, right? The power of entrepreneurship, the innovation and the role that technology and platform can play in driving success, right? But also, I feel like equally important is a reminder that determination, sacrifice, right? And then vision and the right guidance, I feel like it's very important.
It is.
That can help turn dreams into reality, right? So remember, as a lot of people say, like, success is not a destination; it's a journey.
It is.
The journey that you went through, right? All of you guys went through is not a year, 2 years. It's 5 years, 10 years, 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
Right. So, we're excited to see where yours take you. And thank you again, Damon, for your wisdom.
Thank you.
Let's give it up again for
Thank you.
Damon John. Yes. For your wisdom, and most importantly, inspiration, right? I think a generation of entrepreneurs, small business has really inspired by you, right? And thank you again, Hamza, Kevin, and Daniel, for sharing your stories. You're all who will make, all of us aspire to be one day. And thank you all again, and enjoy the rest of Co-Create.
Thank you. Good stuff, guys. So you're on it twice, huh? Which one was it?
Panel we just had. What an incredible past hour. I want to thank you again, our host, Alex Sai. Thank you to our shark, Damon John. Thank you to our Shark Tank alumni, Hamza Nakvi, Kevin Lane, Daniel Rinstein. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Well, good seeing you, man.
Listen, there is nothing more powerful than learning from the success of others. We've heard these 4 stories here today, but we got a whole lot more. This afternoon, we are going to have a whole bunch of success stories on e-commerce, on marketing, and on going globally, selling wholesale across the world. If you're interested in breaking
that we have.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began, like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
People started placing pre-orders.
It's a business that I love so much, I would do it for free.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began, like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from
Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
People started placing pre-orders.
It's a business that I love so much, I would do it for free.
I know that I have to keep going and growing into the future.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began, like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began. We thought of an idea, make our own paddles that didn't just look good, it actually played well.
Produced bamboo toothbrushes that also gave back to different causes.
A vinyl figure for my kids to create new characters based off of their imaginations.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
When I started reaching out to suppliers, I learned a lot.
They worked with the design and the engineering.
We got a few dozen prototypes. We played with them. We tested them. The manufacturer listened to our feedback.
They helped coach me on the entire process from start to finish.
And then finally getting the one. This is it. This is our product that's now ready for the world.
It was like Christmas. There's this thing that you designed, that you created, and it's here, it's real.
People started placing pre-orders.
My dad was the person that we actually shipped the first one to. I remember he was so excited.
There's a certain sense of joy when you see a kid's face light up when they play with these toys.
People see the vision and they are part of the vision. Being an entrepreneur
is the greatest job ever. In this new era that we are living in, all elements in logistics are being digitalized, connecting more people and changing more lives. Because of smart logistics, communities are more closely knit than before. Small businesses can operate more efficiently, and every transaction is more secure. We believe in the power of smart logistics. It means not only faster processes, but also better collaboration. It makes every trip shorter, every delivery more punctual. Smart logistics means precision. Algorithms, fine-tuning proficiency to enable help to reach the ones most in need faster. Expectations are better met. Smart logistics makes it possible for people to enjoy better lives, for well wishes to reach loved ones sooner. Smart logistics flows in our DNA, and we shepherd it toward a brighter tomorrow with every step.
In this digital age, we can easily order a cup of coffee with just a few clicks. So why can't international shipping be just as simple?
Cello Square has the answer to that question. Log on to Cello Square, and with just a few clicks, you'll have 24/7 access to global logistics services, handled by 5,000 logistics specialists from 230 sites across 37 countries. Cello Square is a one-stop service where you can receive your quotations, manage your orders, and track your shipments in real time. How can the service offer all?
A truly streamlined digital forwarding service.
Should offer nothing less. We'll take care of the logistics so you can focus on your business and customers. Click on logistics. Cello Square.
My name is Peter Crabtree, and I'm the CEO and visionary for Crabtree Brands, which is a group of food and beverage companies based in Paulsboro, Washington. So when you first enter to the right, you find Chocmo Chocolatier and Cafe. So that's really where we do all of our different chocolate production, all the way from the bar. We do between $5 and $10 million annually in sales. We do lots of local business and lots of business that we ship throughout the state and throughout the country. I used to only source knickknacks or anything that wasn't very essential to our business through Alibaba.com. So as Alibaba.com added the trade assurance program, that was really what led me to consider that as a more legitimate source for more important things for my business. 100% of our orders that we do on Alibaba.com are protected through trade assurance. I actually only buy from suppliers that participate in the trade assurance program. So that's really where Alibaba.com has helped. I've been able to connect with more custom manufacturers and able to get them the product that we actually want as opposed to having to settle for something that was close. I would definitely recommend that all Alibaba.com buyers use trade assurance, and it really builds confidence, especially for first-time customers. It's the #1 thing that's made me feel more confident in buying products.
Hi, I'm Eva Jane Bunkley from Atlanta. I'm a makeup artist with over 28 years of experience, and I currently hold 5 patents and trademarks. I've won 2 Emmy Awards, and I've done makeup for celebrities such as basketball superstar Kobe Bryant and the iconic Cicely Tyson. While working on set, I identified an issue that slowed me down, and I sought to solve that problem. I kept losing track of my blending sponge. Years later, after I got beyond my own fears and doubts of my ability to solve the problem, the Makeup Bullet High-Def Cosmetic Finger Sponge was born. I decided I would continue my mission of making beauty easier, and Eva Jane Beauty, LLC was born. I chose Alibaba.com as my preferred platform for sourcing raw materials. It's more than just a platform for trading. A while back, when I was looking for raw materials for my face roller and massage stone on Alibaba.com, I came across a supplier whose products are sold worldwide. He had many experiences and gave me very useful sales tactics to sell my products in sets. What I also love about Alibaba.com is its customized feeds. It shows me what is currently trending and suggests some innovative products. Ordering samples to test for new additions to my product line is so easy. I applied for the Alibaba grant because Alibaba is a platform that I believe in and that I use a lot, and I've got some really amazing products. Because a lot of this grant money is going to go right back into expanding my line, I'm able to find contract manufacturers, sourcers, people that can help and assist me with their expertise, and it's a win-win. As we know, the beauty industry is heavily influenced by the speed of innovations and beauty trends, so sometimes it requires a very high level of personalization. For example, many of my clients are celebrities, and each person has unique needs and sometimes has a different request. So maybe I only need a small amount of a particular product to be able to serve them to the best of my ability and satisfy their unique needs. It's crucial for me to find the right supplier with the right quantity and quality. What's pleasing to me about Alibaba.com is that many of the suppliers on the platform accept low order quantities. As an entrepreneur who is deeply involved in the beauty industry, I have been very devoted in creating my original products. Alibaba.com has been my trusted partner in this process.
My name is Darren Tang, and the name of my business is Life 2. I am the sole owner and the sole employee. My business is based out of my parents' basement in Queens, New York. My business started when I started college. It was around the year 2019. I think Life 2 really focuses on products for life, weddings, funerals, births, just kind of guest books for those occasions, and then adding a touch of personalization. I source everything on Alibaba.com. Like, everything starts from search. I also sell like a wedding Jenga tower set. It's like a wedding sign-in that people can use if they don't want to use a guest book. That one is like a logistical headache, and Alibaba's trade assurance has really helped on that. You would need someone that's a wood manufacturer. I added acrylic case, and then there's also a person doing markers. And then I learned the hard way, you need to have someone separate do the packing. You need like 3 or 4 different manufacturers to make 3 or 4 different things. Because you're using trade assurance, you never have to think about it, but you also know the fact that you're protected. So that really helped me put together this product with a bunch of different variables. I think that is one of the great reasons why I source on Alibaba.com. You know, I thought I had like the biggest problems in the world until I saw my parents like working in the restaurant, their physical job. Seeing that, I think that changed my values. And a big reason for that is because I want my parents to be able to have something that can sustain my whole family. That way they don't have to do the physical hard labor of being in the restaurant all day.
I know that I have to keep going and growing into the future.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur, making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. And that's where our research began. Like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began. We thought of an idea, make our own paddles that didn't just look good, it actually played well.
Produced bamboo toothbrushes that also gave back to different causes.
A vinyl figure for my kids to create new characters based off of their imaginations.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
When I started reaching out to suppliers, I learned a lot.
I worked with the design and the engineering.
We got a few dozen prototypes. We played with them. We tested them. The manufacturer listened to our feedback.
They helped coach me on the entire process from start to finish.
And then finally getting the one. This is it. This is our product that's now ready for the world.
It was like Christmas. There's this thing that you designed, that you created, and it's here, it's real.
People started placing pre-orders.
My dad was the person that we actually shipped the first one to. I remember he was so excited.
There's a certain sense of joy when you see a kid's face light up when they play with these toys.
People see the vision and they are part of the vision. Being an entrepreneur
is the greatest job ever.
I was trying everything to reconnect with my own values of respecting nature. It was really tough. I grew up in Los Angeles by the ocean and I've always had that connection, but along the way I kind of lost it a little bit. When I was in Peru, we went to Machu Picchu, and before the guide left us, he said, here in Peru, we believe that if we take care of Pachamama, who is Mother Earth, she'll take care of us. And that was the moment. I felt like I was being taken advantage of by my need to be more sustainable. A lot of companies at the time were just greenwashing. And so I just thought to myself, you know what? If no one else is going to do this, then I have to. When I was coming up with a company, I thought, we don't have to sacrifice our health to save the environment. There are over 1 billion plastic toothbrushes that are thrown away in the US every single year. And that's why I wanted to produce bamboo toothbrushes that also gave back to different causes. When I first started, I did not know where to begin. How do I create a bamboo toothbrush? One of the top search results was from Alibaba.com, and that's where I started. Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process. The supplier that I did find, they helped coach me on the entire process from start to finish. The factory that we use is woman-owned, family-run. So for me, the relationship is so important. I think now more than ever, people associate themselves with brands that align with their values. The more I started talking about the mission, the values of the company and the product, that's when people started resonating a lot more. We have 6 causes: ocean conservation, save the bees, empowering women, LGBTQ+ equality, mental health, reform. We brought innovation through a sustainability concept. I'm hopeful that we do have a planet for our future generations. That's why we focus on every single detail in the supply chain, because for us, the earth is our focus. People see the vision and they are part of the vision. And I just can't stop. I know that I have to keep Mama P going and growing into the future.
The first time I got a prototype back, it was like Christmas. There's this thing that you designed, that you created, and it's here, it's real. I made marbles for my kids as a way for them to design and create new characters based off of their imaginations. Each marble is completely compatible with every other marble, and each piece is modular to create new characters, new designs. My background is in industrial design, so I know a little bit of 3D modeling, I know a little bit of engineering. When it came down to it, looking at different websites, different manufacturers, I discovered Alibaba.com, and that was a very easy transition for me. They were so incredibly supportive, and they worked with the design and the engineering. They were going to start off as a wooden toy that I could easily create in my workshop. That evolved into a vinyl figure based off of the accessibility that I discovered and how easy it was to manufacture these products. I felt confident that this was the right decision to make moving forward. It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur. The biggest hurdle for me has been just not knowing what's next. The risk was always in the back of my head, just trying to keep the sanity of like, I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. Just keep telling myself that over and over. That gets into your brain and just eats at you until you're like, is this really the right decision to make? But you know it is, and you just keep moving forward. There's a certain sense of just complete satisfaction and joy when you see a kid's face light up when they play with these toys. There was a patient at the local children's hospital who was blind, and she resonated with the marbles because she didn't need to see it. She could feel it. And that just hit me like, this is something special. Being able to wake up and design toys all day is the greatest job ever.
It felt like such a big mountain that I had to climb to see success. There's a lot of risk, especially in the financial position I was in. I was making minimum wage. It was about 10 years ago that I first learned of pickleball. It's a sport that pretty much anyone can play. Nice shot. I consider myself a pretty athletic person. I did professional dancing. There's like these unspoken rules like there are in dance. The more you play, you'll understand there's a rhythm and pace. And if you go against that rhythm, pickleball is actually very difficult. But if you understand the rhythm and go with the flow, it becomes a very fun game that you can be exceptional at. Back then, we thought of an idea. Why don't we create our own paddle, since pickleball is the fastest growing sport right now? Because we were actually pickleball players, we couldn't get by with just, hey, this looks like a nice paddle, but don't play with it, it's really bad. Who could make a paddle that didn't just look good, but actually played well? We got a few dozen prototypes from Alibaba.com. We played with them, we tested them, the manufacturer listened to our feedback and finally came up with a prototype of a great, authentic paddle that we could use every single day. And so that was a full process of idea to testing, to working with the manufacturer and getting a prototype, to sending our feedback, and then finally getting the one. This is it. This is our product that's now ready for the world. There's always a moment and risk when you start something new that no one's going to try, no one's going to buy, and that's scary. My dad was the person that we actually shipped the first one to. I remember he was so excited. He pulled out the product. Look at it. Can you believe it? This is amazing. That to me was a really cool moment, knowing that, like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this. We can actually build a pickleball company. And that is where the process really began. Internet business and pickleball, these things make up a lot of my life. It's a business that I love so much, I would do it for free. Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Adrian Brambilla here. Today is super exciting day because we're going to be talking about creating an offer that converts emails into sales. Super excited to talk about it. pickleball really started to become a lifestyle. People are having a blast playing pickleball, making friends, and using our paddles, and we're a small part in their journey.
Global trade can be highly unpredictable, especially when sourcing online. You want your purchase to be secure, delivered on time, and in the agreed upon condition. Introducing Trade Assurance on Alibaba.com, a comprehensive purchase protection program that protects you from payment to delivery, so you can source for your business with confidence every step of the way. Trade Assurance covers your order made on and only on Alibaba.com, and you get compensated if the agreed terms are not met. Ready to explore your trade assurance protections? Pay with peace of mind, knowing all payments made through Alibaba.com are encrypted, secure, and can be processed as quickly as 2 hours. Choose from a range of payment options and currencies, whether you're paying directly or later with our flexible payment terms. Your payment will be held in escrow, meaning the funds will be released to the supplier after you confirm the order has been delivered in the expected state. Manage your inventory as planned, knowing your orders are guaranteed to be delivered on time. And in the unlikely event of any inconsistencies in delivery times, product quality, or other agreed upon terms, we will help you reach a satisfactory resolution, including refunds or compensation. Be extra assured if you need additional support. We bring it home with a range of after-sales services. The Shield logo is your cue to identify a trade assurance supplier. On a product page, look for Protection with Trade Assurance to see what's covered and negotiate with the supplier on specific terms. Keep in mind, you can only get protection with trade assurance on Alibaba.com when you keep all your communication and transactions with the supplier on the platform. Protect your online business from payment to delivery with trade assurance, trusted by millions of buyers.
Finding qualified and experienced suppliers online can be time and effort consuming, and often a bit overwhelming, especially when there are so many types of suppliers offering similar products and services. Introducing Alibaba.com Verified Suppliers, a verified, easier way for you to find and source efficiently and confidently from experienced suppliers. To qualify as a verified supplier, suppliers must have had their store displayed information and capabilities verified by independent, world-renowned third-party companies with inspection videos and downloadable reports, hold verified certificates, patents, test reports, and import and export qualifications, have years of experience in domestic and foreign trade, and offer great services and discounts with a proven track record on Alibaba.com. To help you quickly identify suitable suppliers for your sourcing needs, we have grouped the verified suppliers into 3 service-specific types. Custom manufacturers, who provide dedicated production lines and custom design capabilities for high customization and specialization seekers. Multi-specialty suppliers, who offer low MOQ customization, end-to-end logistics solutions, and multi-category procurement for retail trend followers. Brand holders, who offer branded products and overseas distribution for brand dealers. All of them are industry experts with verified credentials and consistent product and service quality. You can find a verified supplier by searching for either products or manufacturers. Know what you want to source? Look for the Verified Suppliers filter when searching under Products. Scroll down to find the supplier service type once you land on the product page, and check out the verification details from suppliers' company profiles. Got a product idea to build from scratch? All suppliers displayed under the manufacturer search are verified suppliers with factory inspection videos and reports, so that you can build new partnerships with greater peace of mind. With verified suppliers, sourcing online can be very easy, very certain, verified. Source from verified suppliers today.
You source for your business, and you've put in the effort. Now it's time to find your success on Alibaba.com, a leading B2B e-commerce platform for global trading that connects you with more than 200 million products from over 200,000 suppliers in 5,900 categories across over 200 countries and regions. Alibaba.com comes in handy whether you're on PC or using the app, whether you're searching for products to resell or suppliers to manufacture your own. With third-party verified suppliers, you know what you see is what you get. Send out sourcing requests and get quotations from matching suppliers in as little as 3 hours. Chat with them wherever you are. Check them out, connect with them. Discover your next winning product with millions of video tips at your fingertips. Pay for your order with confidence, knowing that Alibaba.com supports multiple payment methods, encrypted and secure, so your data is safe with us. Track your shipment every step of the way, so logistical uncertainties won't get in your way. We know global trade can be unpredictable. Oops. That's why we provide purchase protection services across payment, shipping, and after sales, all powered by Trade Assurance. Alibaba.com is the place to go, whether you are a solo entrepreneur, a 4-person startup, a purchasing manager for a juggernaut, or a franchise owner. Join the other 40 million active buyers on Alibaba.com and source from millions of offerings in an easier, more secure way. Oh, and stay tuned for 2 of our biggest annual promotional events, every March to discover new trends, and every September to stock up for the holiday season.
In this new
We've got massage chairs and seats, vinyl record for the wheel, all the things. Cooler in the trunk.
A cooler in the trunk.
John, I'm going to give him a tour of Co-Create 2023. So behind you, to start, really quick, what is one word that you think of when you see this car off the top of your head?
I don't know about say beautiful, intricate, creative. Of course,
creative.
Right? Creative, right?
That's actually perfect.
Yeah.
Because really quick about the car, we about a month ago had our audience submit ideas to create this car, and we had so many submissions.
Yeah.
So we decided let's just make one big idea. All of the components sourced from Alibaba.com, and we made a car. So we got fish tanks for wheels. We got a steering wheel.
You got a steering wheel with a record player.
Yeah, and that's a pen.
You got a toaster in there. You got a little camping set, and somebody loves to drink. Whoever had that.
All miniature. Everyone loves a miniature.
It's all miniature. You got a piano, just in case you want to turn around and play it. Right? And now, is this a camera?
Yeah, we got a camera.
But that's a cool camera because it looks so vintage, right? Yeah. There you go. Where's the cooler at?
It's right here, right in the back.
Oh, there it goes, right there.
From Alibaba.com, all the ideas came together. It's a really unique thing. It's kind of the showstopper of the show.
Yeah, I love it. That's what you call co-creation.
So I'm going to take you now to the front where we have a bunch of different products.
All right, let's go.
So
I'm ready to rock.
All right. Yep.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum
It was
wage.
really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began. Like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
People started placing pre-orders.
It's a business that I love so much, I would do it for free.
I know that I have to keep going and growing into the future.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began. Like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began. We thought of an idea, make our own paddles that didn't just look good, it actually played well.
Produced bamboo toothbrushes that also gave back to different causes.
A vinyl figure for my kids to create new characters based off of their imaginations.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
When I started reaching out to suppliers, I learned a lot.
They worked with the design and the engineering.
We got a few dozen prototypes. We played with them. We tested them. The manufacturer listened to our feedback.
They helped coach me on the entire process from start to finish.
And then finally getting the one. This is it. This is our product that's now ready for the world.
It was like Christmas. There's this thing that you designed, that you created, and it's here. It's real.
People started placing pre-orders.
My dad was the person that we actually shipped the first one to. I remember he was so excited.
There's a certain sense of joy when you see kids' face light up when they play with these toys.
People see the vision and they are part of the vision. Being an entrepreneur
is the greatest job ever.
Let's do it. Are you ready for me? Okay, we're gonna stand here, and then I'm gonna explain and we'll walk back this way.
Then I should be here.
Wanna stand there? Perfect.
Am I standing by? 5, 4, 3, 2.
Okay, we're here at the product wall. We have 28 products from different buyers and suppliers that use Alibaba.com.
Okay.
So we've got a lot of crazy things here.
I know this one.
Nice.
I advised her on this beautiful program to show kids and or people about organs in their body and how they work, the importance of them.
They're so cute. I love those ones. Also, weighted pom-poms.
Weighted pom-pom to work out?
Yeah. It's like multi-use. Got some, yeah, right? It's cool.
Really cool.
And then also, these are actually...
What is this? Bubbles?
Bubbles.
Oh.
Everyone loves bubbles.
My daughter's going to be all over that.
And then we got some marbles, which are the cutest little magnetic toys.
What are they?
Like, okay, these are actually really cool.
Oh, I got to go by that booth.
And they're all different characters.
All right, I got to go by that booth.
Yeah, that one's really cool. Got a whole bunch of different stuff here. Anything else stand out to you?
Wow. Well, I don't know what they are, right? Because you would think, so portable electric espresso machine. That's not my thing, but that looks good, right?
Are you a coffee drinker?
I'm not, but that looks good. All right, so what is this? Leading automotive company that provides brake pressure bleeder. Too complicated for me. Oh, now there we go.
Butter cake?
Butter cake.
Okay, we can get behind that.
There you go.
Yeah, so we got a lot of stuff here, all sourced from Alibaba.com, and we're just showcasing it.
That's cool.
Yeah, we got a lot of fun stuff.
All right, I got to buy this stuff for my daughter. Artistry lighting, I want to see that.
These ones, super cute.
Beautiful.
Crispy, so you know that guy, he's the best.
Yeah.
Matt?
Yeah, I met him. Oh, the bubble machine.
Toothbrushes.
Where's the sustainable toothbrush? That's important.
Yeah. A lot of fun
Red
stuff.
Dot award-winning gear design for gamers. You know, I can't wait to go inside and see everything. This is absolutely amazing.
Really fun
What
stuff.
is that? Fashion formed and embodying the. Love it. That's for my little baby.
So yeah, so that's our product wall. I'm gonna take you this way and
let's
show
go.
you actually some of the stories.
Okay.
So this is the product wall, all of Alibaba.com users. And then we have Will Meets Way. So this is a project that we did with 25 buyers that use Alibaba.com. They all had their own story about what product they wanted to create and used Alibaba to do that. So all really inspirational. We printed out these huge light box boxes to showcase their personality, their products, and on the sides is written like their whole stories. We're gonna walk down this way, and I'll show you. But yeah, it's really fascinating. I got to go on some of the shoots. My teammates did, and it's really interesting. They all have
very good.
Some cool stuff.
Yeah, and you get to see probably the bio of it and the person on the side, right?
Yep. All
and
of
the
them
product.
have this like determination to build these products, and it's really cool to see that they were like not willing to compromise, which is where the name came. Will meets way.
Yeah.
They had the will. We made the way for them.
And that is the woman that I told you I met.
She did a whole
She's
photo
great.
shoot.
She's
awesome.
She's a doctor.
Yes, Dr.
She's a
Womack.
doctor, and she wants to show people the importance of the organs and teach kids. She is, and you see her doing what she does best, right?
Yep. And then we'll go to this one too. I'll show you. I think they were on Shark Tank. You might.
Who was on Shark Tank?
Do you remember?
Soap stars.
Brands that are soap for kids.
I don't know if I was on that episode, but it looks cool. You know what? I probably wasn't, because I probably would have invested.
Yeah, no, it's pretty
I like that. Well, maybe the numbers.
cool. Sanitary, washing their hands.
Yeah, you know what? And I have a little one, so I probably would have at least made a bid for it.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, I'm going to take you over to the suppliers now. So
let's go. All right.
Move over. So follow us this way, guys.
For your business, and you've put in the effort. Now it's time to find your success on Alibaba.com, a leading B2B e-commerce platform for global trading that connects you with more than 200 million products from over 200,000 suppliers in 5,900 categories across over 200 countries and regions. Alibaba.com comes in handy whether you're on PC or using the app, whether you're searching for products to resell or suppliers to manufacture your own. With third-party verified suppliers, you know what you see is what you get. Send out sourcing requests and get quotations from matching suppliers in as little as 3 hours. Chat with them wherever you are. Check them out, connect with them. Discover your next winning product with millions of video tips at your fingertips. Pay for your order with confidence, knowing that Alibaba.com supports multiple payment methods, encrypted and secure, so your data is safe with us. Track your shipment every step of the way, so logistical uncertainties won't get in your way. We know global trade can be unpredictable. Oops. That's why we provide purchase protection services across payment, shipping, and after sales, all powered by Trade Assurance. Alibaba.com is the place to go, whether you are a solo entrepreneur, a 4-person startup, a purchasing manager for a juggernaut, or a franchise owner. Join the other 40 million active buyers on Alibaba.com and source from millions of offerings in an easier, more secure way. Oh, and stay tuned for 2 of our biggest annual promotional events, every March to discover new trends, and every September to stock up for the holiday season.
Life easier. Any questions you have, anything you need help with, anything across the board, Smart Assistant is there. It's a tool that buyers can use to just make it easier to source.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
So you can compare pricing, find out where the country of origin is, maybe quota, maybe, time. You can also probably get references and testimonies from other clients, right?
Anything that you need, Smart Assistant, it's the tool business guide.
Okay.
So here, we got
What is
suppliers on the
this?
side.
This is lab-grown diamonds?
Yeah, messy jewelry.
Okay.
So we got messy jewelry, got some
Wow.
Up to 20 carats.
Ah, and these are all lab grown.
Yeah, lab grown. This is lab.
I think I have lab grown in now because when I go on the road, if I lose them, I'm not that worried. But they still come with a certification, right?
Yes,
or no?
IGI
certification.
Yes.
What's the price difference compared to like?
It's probably about, I would say, what are they, about 15%?
If you buy from us,
Yeah.
less.
Less than 15% of.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Excellent. So,
Okay. So we got image search too. We got a lot of suppliers.
Grace,
So
get a number from me.
we got some jeans over here. This is another tool, image search.
Oh, look at that. That's my area of
The
expertise.
jeans have drawn the attention over here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
The main factory of the custom fashion designs of the all jeans or hoodie, t-shirt and jacket.
Wow, this is impressive.
Yeah, so
And you're totally vertical?
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we are factory in the channel of Dongguan. This is our factory, that is our boss.
Oh.
The jacket.
Yeah, well, no, but look at the technology of the machines too. So you're vertical as well, and I see that. Yeah.
Thank
Do you do?
Customers just.
Yeah, the working with us period.
Do you do gray goods as well?
Yeah.
You want all the way from gray goods and dyeing now?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Excellent, excellent.
Okay, so image search. Basically, you can take a picture and it'll give you, and you can upload it to Alibaba.com, and it shows you all the different options for sourcing.
Wait, you can take a picture of anything?
Anything. So if you see like a water bottle with anything you can think of, you want
anything you can think of, you take a picture of it and it just
upload it, and then it shows you options for what you can do.
That is very, very cool.
Makes it super easy.
I like that, because so many times people mess up the branding of various things. They don't put their name when you go, where do I buy this stuff
Exactly.
at?
We got the virtual showroom too here.
Virtual showroom, okay.
So if you're looking for suppliers around the world who want to look at their manufacturing process, you can zoom in onto different angles of it. They can show you specifics. And so you don't have to meet in person. If you can't fly across the world, you can meet with them virtually. And yeah.
Designers, so if you want to...
Got some cool thermos here.
Yeah, you want to make stuff for your, to hand out or sell or give to your customers. To keep them remembering you, keep them coming back.
And last tool, trade assurance. This just guarantees that all your stuff is safe.
What?
So this is trade assurance. It basically, anything that you want to order through Alibaba.com, trade assurance helps you to make sure you're secure.
Wait a minute. Secure in what sense?
So when you're purchasing things, if you want to make sure you have a guaranteed supplier that everything's going to go through properly.
So there's insurance. So right now, I mean, because this is going to be the biggest problem, right? If you have a supplier you've been dealing with, or this is all the money you have in the world, right?
Yeah.
And you go, I'm not so sure about the supplier. What happens here if the supplier doesn't provide?
We ensure that you'll get your money back.
You ensure that you'll get the money back.
Yep.
What about late deliveries, though?
All of it. If they're a part of trade insurance, we've got your back at Alibaba.com. So that's how this works. This is a new thing we're implementing just so everyone feels more secure when working with suppliers.
All right, so I'm dealing with a retailer. I'm trying to sell them goods. I'm trying to sell them back to school. But some reason get held up at the port, and I don't get my back to school stuff until September, and all the parents bought their stuff in August.
Yeah.
What happens?
We can guarantee to get your money back if it wasn't whatever wasn't applied.
If it wasn't agreeing on the contract.
Yes. So if your agreement isn't matched and how you agreed on it with the supplier, then we got your back.
That is powerful.
Yeah.
Give me some of that.
Right? That's
Give me some of that. That's very important.
Yeah, everything's safe. Yeah.
Yeah, that is very, very important.
Everyone here too, the suppliers here are all a part of trade insurance. So
Oh no, they wouldn't be here if they obviously.
Exactly, right.
Yeah, they would.
So everyone's secure.
Yeah, I got it.
And then we've got
I need that for every time I do a deal with Kevin.
this is important. This is really important.
I usually got buyer's remorse with him.
Okay, so we got some more suppliers. Healy is a part of our elite partner event.
What is that, man? This is just a.
This is a tape dispenser.
A what?
So a tape dispenser. So
this is with tape?
Yes. So this is a masking tape. When you're painting on a car, and when you pull, it makes a small fold on here.
And you run it like this?
No.
No?
No. It's like this.
Oh, so this is when you're doing colors and you're painting. You're literally painting.
So everything's straight. Yeah, that's
Yes. And it makes a small fold here to make it like a softer edge.
And why did you think of that? You were painting a car or something?
Well, what do I think of that?
Why? How did you think of that?
How do I think of?
Why did you think of it? What was the need for it?
Oh, this is to create a softer edge.
Oh, so I got it. So it's not. Yeah, but why?
Why? Because without the softer edge, when you tear the tape off, it's kind of like a very sharp edge. It's very ugly.
Oh, I get it. I
With the
get
softer edge,
it.
it's kind of like a gradient effect.
It's like a fade.
Yeah.
So for your
Exactly. Thank you.
That's all right. That's how we do it around here.
So we got the sports over here, the jerseys. He produces over 3,000 for different sports clubs around the world, all their jerseys.
Really?
Yeah, it's really, really neat.
Nice to meet you, man. How you doing? All right.
Got the Co-Create jersey, specially made.
We're doing for this event.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, I was trying to do something like special.
That is very good. I even like your I like your mannequin, man. Yeah. This is really good. No, you can make any kind of jersey you want. So imagine all. And so what is the what's the minimum?
So we kind of like provide some kind of very advanced, like a flexible ordering solution.
But what about a minimum guarantee? How many what's the smallest amount? I have a.
You can order from 10 pieces.
So okay, so I can have a little little league team, right? My kids and I can order 10 pieces.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of this kind of business.
That's how you should do it, right? Minimum guarantees is always what hurts people.
Yeah.
Because they want to just get into business and they only want to sell 10 pieces.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So they're part of Elite Partner event. Basically, they're the best in the industry, top 100.
Really?
Yeah, so those are some of the big guys in the supplier industry here too, sustainability.
Sustainability, I love it.
It's got some rattan bags, some silk, high fashion.
This is very cool. And so what sustainability, okay, this is made out of what? Is this bamboo? What is this made out of?
And some is like rattan, natural rattan. Some with bamboo.
Some bamboo?
Some with PP.
Okay.
Rattan. Yeah, some is man-made, some is natural. Yeah.
That's very good. I like that.
Right? Yeah, this is.
Wow, look at the size of that catalog.
Yeah. We do our new designer. It's like this. It's most popular and hot sale on Amazon. Like this.
Right.
Yeah, and this. Yeah, we do a lot. And this is the materials we have. Yeah, like natural rattan and roll, hemp roll.
That's really great.
It's combined with the.
I like that.
All natural materials.
All natural materials.
We like sustainability.
I see. Picnic. Absolutely. I could take my little daughter on a picnic basket.
Yeah, it's picnic. It's so cute.
What else we got here? Hygiene. Of course, everybody's been really extra conscious about after everything. It's very nice. So
Necessary.
Adult pull-up diapers. Okay. Very cool. And let me see. So
this is how they're featured on Alibaba.com.
okay,
You can
this is
see
how
all the
you feature
products
on
they have. Oh, we scrolled out of it. She'll get it for you.
Videos.
Yeah, got it.
You want to show Alibaba.com?
Witness the entrepreneurial journey with sincerity and credibility.
Here. Who's the store? Yeah, Alibaba.com.
I like it right there. Verified trade insurance. So then you can
On
yeah.
it shows you.
So
it has a check mark,
I got it.
verified supplier, and a part of trade insurance. All of them. That's how it looks like on the website. So you want to make sure when you're sourcing, if they have both, you're extra secure. Yeah, it features all the products, and they have the best deals on here too. Yeah, you want to have verified trade insurance.
Very good. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
So if you were working at an adult or senior living, and you didn't want to go through all the, you could save money, but no, you get it from somebody who is going to deliver quality goods, then you get it there and you save money, you get it direct.
Right.
Yeah, it's democratizing everything, right? Because then you're not held up by other people like, well, so forth, order a larger corporation, order some more, green packing trend. Wow, you got a lot of green stuff, a lot of
Sustainable. You got to be sustainable.
That is great.
We're in that world.
Right. I'm gonna have to buy some of this stuff right here. Well, I think I'm going to get some of that because you know what? My packaging is not sustainable. I appreciate it. Really. I mean, I've been using,
Gotta transition.
Yeah, I'm about sustainability, but until you see it, sometimes you're like, wait a minute, I'm not even doing what I preach with this.
Yeah, and then you could know I use sustainable products, packaging, and that people love that.
Yeah.
And it's necessary.
How you doing? What is that?
Gem on the box.
All right, well, I'm gonna come because I'm filming this stuff. I'll come back to you in 1 second. Okay? How you doing? All right. I'll come right back to you. Actually, hey, Dean, Rach, can you just... All right, I'll just come back to you. Shoot.
Okay, we're coming to the end of our suppliers over here.
Coming to the end of the supplier stuff. Owl Vision Van.
If you guess what this is, I'm the president, Steve Schulman. Nice to meet you. I'll give you one for free.
If I guess what it is?
Yeah.
It's a really cool display at Alibaba.com. All right, I'll take one for free.
So it's
a TV?
No, it's a laser.
Okay.
3-color laser.
It sits in, and you don't have to project it from up top.
Correct.
All right.
It's right from here.
Yeah, I got it.
Right, and then this screen goes down. So if you have a condo and
I literally got it. What it was, I can see it coming up from there.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is just
Look where we are. It's one of the brightest, ambient light that we're in, and it's as clear as almost.
The only way that I got it quickly, I easily saw it right there.
Right.
That's why I could.
But there's no color whale. We use a T1 chip. We use the best. We work with.
How much do these run?
Anywhere from $2,700 to $16,000.
Wow,
so you just want a $16,000 device.
Oh, wow! You gonna send me an advice?
Absolutely.
No, well, shit. Well, then you're gonna get a whole lot of marketing.
I need your information.
All right. Well,
we did 20 million in sales in the first 14 months. We did $1.5 million this week.
And are you the founder?
I'm the co-founder.
The co-founder. Where are you based out of?
Delray Beach, Florida.
Delray Beach, Florida.
We have an Irvine warehouse.
No. Where do you live?
Boca Raton.
Give me a phone number. I'll be over there next week. Give me a phone number.
Okay.
I was going to give him a mic, but we're going to go on to this. Thank you so much.
Do you want me to phone or you want this? Or
take the card and are you serious about that? Because I'll literally come down, check you out.
Absolutely. We have the only UST ultra short throw, it's called. We have the only ultra short throw store in the country.
Okay, cool.
So it goes up to 150 inches. I just put one in Bieber's house. I put one in Shaq Kingston's house.
Not a problem. No, really, literally, I'm on the phone right now looking for some stuff, but you live down the block from me, so I'll come check you out.
All right. Pleasure to meet you.
What's your name?
My name's Steven.
Steven, call yourself. What's the number? What's the number? Just tell me.
Oh, 617-694.
And give me
694.
This is how real business is done. You see that?
Right here live.
Yeah, 694.
3350.
That's how you do it.
That's it, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Here we are.
All right, I'm calling you right now, and then I'll come by. If you live, all right, and I'll order some stuff.
Nice to meet you.
It's very cool.
And then this is the last one, Gauge Master.
Gauge Master. And what is that? Oh, racing, D4 technology. So what is it exactly? Explain it to me.
We are gauge manufacturer. We manufacture many different kind of gauges. Like this is performance gauge, which have 256 backlights. Yeah, very fancy look. And also here we have the marine gauge installed on both.
So would people order this for a small amount, or this is really I'm manufacturing? I mean, I'm trying to understand. You understand?
Yeah, I understand. We can sell small.
Because I don't really know much about gauges. I just,
Yeah, we sell to the customer who can install in their home.
In their home too? Okay.
Very easy to install.
Oh, well, impressive. Okay. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
That's all of our suppliers we have here. And you've seen, we have actually AirDog, last one, because we didn't start there. I'll show you. So this is actually really cool. They have machines that cleans the air, and you can put this in your office, home.
Cleans
I live in New York. It's dirty.
You live in New York? Where do you live?
I live in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, yeah. It gets dirty in Brooklyn.
It gets dirty. You gotta have one of these.
Yeah. How you doing, sir? I'm doing well. Damon, nice to meet you. How you doing? We needed this in New York. You know what? I used to have what's the one? There's a flat one. I don't know, there's a flat one. But with the, as you know, with all that Canada with that.
Fire.
Yeah. One of my buddies who's a quadriplegic. He can only move his neck, but air is really important. We had to buy him a couple and it helped him a lot. So this is important. A lot of people don't realize how important this is.
Ours is actually very special air purifier. So it's a washable solution. So you don't have to replace filters. You just need to wash them.
Very
So
cool.
it's actually very interesting. Maybe Harry, you can take out the collecting parts and show Damon what it's look like inside here.
It's really shocking to see how dirty the air is. I was like,
yeah.
So this is the collecting plate. Essentially, we use like high voltage electricity instead of just collecting it, right?
So this is just from the conference. We set this up new 2 days.
Wow.
So lots of things we can see in the air.
But let me ask you something though. So if I was going on Alibaba.com, I wouldn't want. Okay, maybe I want one of these. But is this? You don't white label them, do you? Or this is more for like my company. I would say, you know what?
Yeah.
I want to buy 100 of these. That's what it's for, right? Or a small business, right? You can buy 10, right?
Right now, actually, AirDog is also in US, so we're US-based company.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, very good. All right. I like that. You're solving problems. Very good. And saving lives, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
In a sustainable way, because we don't throw away filters.
About $6.49. The app is $11.99, and the one next to that, the smaller version, is $4.49.
Very good. All right.
So that's also you can see what's your air quality. That's
Maybe I'll buy one. Yeah.
Hey, let's get you a couple of free ones on the set.
Okay. Well, I like to support too, so that's not a problem. Just give me a contact, and I'll have Rachel contact you. But I care about this type of stuff. Things that help people's lives, and I don't mind paying. It's okay. I got a couple of dollars I've saved up. All right. Well, thank you so much. Good luck with everything.
okay, thank you guys.
All right.
So that is our tour of the supply room. I've taken you through everything.
I think I've just made deals with half the people.
Yeah, everyone's like,
I got brochures.
He's got
I
cards
got green
stacked up.
stuff. That's the problem. I think I'm gonna quit Shark Tank because I got too many deals going on here.
Too much.
All
People
right.
are creating so many things.
All
Okay, well, thank you so much for the tour. Enjoy the rest of Co-Create, and we'll see you
And
later.
thank you so much. All right, cool.
Thank you, everyone.
All right.
Talk to you soon.
Okay. There was a one with a G.
Yeah. I didn't think he was going to stop all those things.
Me neither, but that was really good.
I didn't think he was going to talk. Me either.
Okay. He kept coming up new stuff to talk about.
Okay.
That's okay. Just waiting for Cherry. Cherry, 好了吗?
Okay, Cam.
Yeah.
To meet all of our suppliers here. So we're going to go this way, and I'm going to start you off first. Okay, so we're gonna come back to the supply room. I'm gonna do another lap and show you all of our suppliers and talk to them about why they're here at Co-Create and what their products are. So follow me this way, and we're gonna talk to them individually. We've got a lot to go through, some exciting stuff, some innovative breakthrough products. Starting here, we've got some keyboards. They're really interesting looking. Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Can you tell me what your products are?
Our products are majorly like gaming,
peripherals.
Okay.
Like we usually do like keyboards and mouse, that kind of stuff. And we're trying to be the most innovative company in keyboard industry.
And why did you want to be at Co-Create?
Because we want to explore more like partners, and we want to explore more customers and make United States customers to know about us.
Amazing. And what is your plan for Super September? Any deals we can look out for?
Yes, like the keyboards in here. It will coming out like next week, I believe.
Okay.
Because it's a newest product, it might be get a 10% off for the Super September. And we also have all the product in our list.
Okay.
It may take like 20 to 30% off for that kind of stuff.
Okay,
Yeah.
amazing. Well, check them out, Alibaba.com. They're going to have some deals for Super September. Appreciate you showing me. That's awesome. Thanks for being here. Okay, we're going to head over to our next supplier. We got Idea Therapy. I'm interested to see what we've got going on over here. Got some red light therapy. This is really in right now. Red light therapy, all the health benefits. So, really quick. Hello, how are you? Can I have you step over here with me?
Okay, thank you.
What are your products?
We're factory focused on designing and manufacturing this kind of red light therapy, including this kind of red therapy panels and wearable red therapy products, and like this mat and the back, and all those kind of red therapy products, and also beauty products.
And why are you at Co-Create?
We just try, because this product is really good for health, and so we trying to have more and more people to later products, and it's really good for our health. And we also want to have more customer to resell our products, and that is.
Yes. Do you have any deals going on for Super September?
Yeah, of course. We have a lot. Actually, September is the most promotion month of all of the year, and we provide a lot of coupons on our, Alibaba store, and we also provide a rebate if customer order like 500 USD or 1,000 USD. We also have refund to our customers, and we also provide 10 discount for most of products at our Alibaba store.
Amazing. Well, thank you for being here, and thanks for talking to me. Love it.
Thank you so
I need to get one. Red light therapy. It's all the health benefits, all the rage.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're heading over this way to some really cool jeans. You're going to see it in a second. I love fashion, and they have all the customization, anything you could want. Really cool stuff. So I saw them earlier, so I'm excited to talk to them again. Hello, how are you guys doing? So can you tell us about your product?
Yes, we are in the men jeans custom fashion factory. So we are doing different kind of the fashion designs with the customer or brand, and with the label part and the main label, the when the zipper button, or the one we can custom for here or brand. And we also have the no MQ. We can making any amount of the quantity.
Okay.
Yeah, we are factory making production of 20 years old, and we working with the Alibaba line is 4 years old. So yeah, you can see also we are the fashion designs. We can join any designs you just that we know, we can do it for you. Okay. It's not like the normal factory the way we do the high design of the washing, the kind of something we can just make it.
Okay.
Only show we ask the
All
design.
customizable.
Yeah,
Love it.
Yes.
And why are you at Co-Create?
Yeah.
What about Co-Create? You wanted to come here just to meet, network?
Yeah, we want to just come to here to show we are what we can do, so we can make it more the customer. We want to the US market to understand us, right?
We love fashion, so you have a great fit on also.
Yeah,
I love
this
those
also is our designs. Yeah,
so good.
Yeah, it's our designs. Yeah.
Do you guys have any deals going on for Super September that we need to know about?
Yeah, I never show. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm here as a customer.
Yeah, this
there.
is one.
Oh, okay.
My brand is based in Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay.
So I've been working with them for the past 4 years.
Oh, amazing.
So actually I've been to China several occasions to
Okay.
work on samples. I definitely recommend them because
Yeah.
look at that, 2 pieces MOQ.
It's crazy.
It's great for startups.
Right.
You literally can start a brand with 2 pairs of jeans or 2 items of apparel,
Right.
and then grow from there. So
Yeah, you've got some really cool stuff. I saw the pink shorts over here. I'm
Yes,
like, I
yeah,
want to
we
get
can
some.
show
Yeah.
the
Very cool.
designs we have.
Awesome.
Different of the color we can wash in. Yeah, you can see.
Really cool stuff.
It's like this one is the made without washing in the Japan kind of the fabric and the special. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. This is really cool stuff. I'm gonna be back over here later because I'm like, thank you guys. Love the outfit. So good. Okay, we're going back here. We got a couple more people to see. So much cool stuff. A lot going on at Co-Create. This is our final day. I'm sad because it's been so fun, and now we gotta wrap it up later. But okay, we got chefs here. So what do we got over here? Let's see. Hello, how are you?
Hello.
What is your product?
My main product is salt and pepper grinder and oil and vinegar dispenser. And our new item is coffee series. We have a coffee grinder and
Okay.
coffee travel bag. You can see here.
For all the coffee lovers. Love that. So why are you at Co-Create?
Sorry.
Why Co-Create? Are you networking?
Yeah, because we are we opened our shop in Alibaba for many long years. I think more than 20 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And do you have any deals going on for Super September we need to know about?
Yeah, of course. For September, we reduced most of our hot selling items.
Okay.
And to get the promotions.
Love it.
Yeah, for example,
let's see.
Also include our new items. So for example, this is mini electrical salt and pepper grinders.
Oh.
So for people, it's very easy to use. It's just press down the buttons. So
It makes perfect salt shavings.
Yeah,
You put
salt
all the
shaving.
whole salts in there and then
Also,
shave it down.
yeah.
And it's sleek looking.
Yeah, this is, and also has a Type C. So it's rechargeable.
Okay. There you go. I love it. Thank you. I'm gonna get some. Need some for my apartment. Everything here, I'm like, I need it. It's so good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got a lot of cool stuff here. I'm like, I didn't plan on shopping, but here we are. Okay, so we've got some tumbler stylus, this is called. Really quick, hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Can I ask you, what products do you have?
We sell many kinds of tumblers. They are just part of them. Those are power-coated tumblers. And also we offer sublimation tumblers from US warehouses too.
Amazing. Why are you at Co-Create?
What?
Are you meeting a lot of people at Co-Create? Are you having a good time here?
Yes, we do. We do. We met a lot of customers and also some friends who show great interest for our products. Except for this one.
What is that?
This one is super hot.
Okay.
This is a tumbler. Come with the magnet nib.
Oh, so you can stick it right onto the bottle.
Yes. Usually
that's peak innovation. That is actually very cool.
Usually when you are drink water, you need your
and you always lose your
anywhere.
caps. Right.
Yeah,
Amazing.
you can find it. But
I love
you have
it.
this one. You can see it here.
Do you have any deals for Super September?
Yes, a lot of deals.
Okay.
Yes, if you are interested, you can go to our website.
Okay.
This is our store name.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Check them out, Alibaba.com. Find all their deals for Super September. Amazing. Thank you. Okay, great prices. Key. Thank you. Okay, we're heading over here, some more homeware, which cannot get enough homeware. Hello, how are you?
How are you?
Good. Can you tell me a little bit about your products?
Yes, so we are the manufacturer for the food storage, everything you use to hold the food. Basically you can just finally buy it from us.
Okay, and why did you decide to be a part of Co-Create?
Because I think it's fun, and Alibaba, they did a great job to connect supplier and buyer together. Yeah, so
I love that. And do you have any deals for Super September?
Yeah. So if you buy like US dollars 20,000 and above, and we have our photographer to help you to take the photo of the products and then make it pretty for your content.
Okay.
And if you buy like 50,000 and above, and then we can also create a video for your target audience.
Oh, there we go. We've got a lot of things going on. I love it. This is very cool. This is necessary. Everyone needs these containers in their home. So this is really innovative and customizable, it looks like, too.
Also the like patents for we have 385 patents.
Oh, wow.
This is our design. We have patent for this design.
Okay.
Depending the glass lid. So there's no food will ever touch the plastic. You know how some people don't like their food touch the plastic. That is why we invented the glass.
The glass, and it's got a little compartment so you can let the air out when you have like hot food and you don't want it to get all moist in there. That's perfect.
Right.
Innovation.
Yes. And if you put your food inside the freezer, you can go straight to the microwave. You just need to open the silicone vent and heat it up in the microwave and take it out, hold this part, and then prevent your hands from burning.
Easy enough.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thanks for sharing. Very cool. Okay. We've got a lot of stuff, you guys. Everything is coming together. We're seeing so many products, a lot of innovation. We got another one over here, Auto Tool Innovator. I need to hear about this. Hello, how are you?
Hello, I'm good, yes.
What product do you have here? What can you show us?
Okay, so I think we have something very interesting here. This is a flexible funnel. Do you want to try how flexible that is?
Let's see. Oh, it's really flexible. Let me see.
That's right.
Okay, what is it? Oh, so this, what does it do?
Okay, so this is for mechanics, car mechanics.
Okay.
When they're draining oil from the drain plug, so they can just doing like this, create a channel.
And format any size. So yeah, any compartment that you have, you can adjust the sizing to it. It makes it easy.
And then you can also turn in this way to create a funnel.
Oh, wow.
When you're refilling.
See, how do you think of these things?
Well, this is very cool. I like
very
it.
Cool.
Yeah.
So why are you here at Co-Create?
So we are here try to see what's going on in this world for the e-commerce, and there are a lot of seminars and a lot of conventions.
Right.
So we would like to learn what's going on in this world at this moment. So it's really, really interesting to see. Wow, so mind blowing.
I love it.
Yeah.
And do you have any deals for Super September we need to know about?
Yes. So we have the deal for 5% off on all the products.
5%.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you
very
very much.
cool. Very innovative.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ciao.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Okay, that was really cool. Very interesting. It's like moldable, super flex. I think it's actually very easily clean. You can clean it really easily too. So that's a good one. Okay. So we're gonna take you around to more suppliers in a second here. So stay tuned.
The third example is Rob Walker. Rob Walker tried to demonstrate the power of storytelling by buying meaningless items like that plastic horse, and then trying to resell it for a higher price. He couldn't get one item sold. Not one of those 150 items he bought sold after just trying to re-up the price. He then hired an author to show people that if you tell a story, you can then sell for a premium those exact same items. After he hired the author, he sold the items for a combined $8,000. $8,000 from $1.50 per piece. Why? Because the stories moved people. The stories connected with people. Stories made people feel something and want them to pay for that premium price. What Rob Walker really demonstrated was an item that's meaningless with a meaningless story cannot sell for a premium. An item with a meaningless item with a meaningful story can sell for a premium. So imagine what a meaningful item with a meaningful story can sell for. It's unlimited. The third thing is authenticity. From a show of hands, does everyone have social media in here? A lot of people have it. You can raise your hand. Unfortunately, on social media, there's a lot of perfection or so-called perfection. The lack of authenticity is actually creating a deeper wedge between businesses and consumers and consumers and consumers. We live in a world where there's not a lot of authenticity, but when you feel the authenticity, you want to be around it. You want to be surrounded by it. You want to be friends with that person. You want to be part of that brand. You want to be part of the journey because it's relatable. It creates trust. Authenticity is the ability to trust somebody. It makes you feel at home with that person or that brand. Today, a lot of brands forget about that. They always want to show the good. They don't want to show the bad. They don't want to show the ugly. They don't want to show you what's actually happening. And the reason being is because authenticity is sometimes uncomfortable. As a business, we use the authenticity to connect deeper to our fans. We use it to connect as friends. We want our consumers, when they go to a store, they go to the website and they buy, they feel like they're buying from a family member, a neighbor, or a friend. Why? Because a friend cares for a friend, a family member cares for a family member, a neighbor cares for a neighbor. So when you go into a supermarket or you go on a website where there's all kinds of products, ours shines bright like a diamond because you respect that authenticity. You love our brand because you are a fan.
Okay, we're back with more suppliers. We have Hygiene Guardian. Can you tell me about your product?
Yes, we are Kim Lead. This is my company name, Kim Lead, company from hygiene products from China, Hebei province. And we have our, you can see we are organic and friendly and safety. My adult diaper, pull-up diaper, and for some babies and women's.
Yeah. It's biodegradable. I see it as well.
Yes.
Very sustainable.
Love it. Sustainable and friendly.
And why are you at Co-Create?
Because we have many strains in our products and in our company. I will show you. You can see. Our company is 100,000 and clean workshop. I mean, it's dust free, and sometimes we use for medicine, so very safety and friendly. And we are US original wood purpose. It means the microfiber is longer and can faster absorption and absorb the water easily.
Okay.
Yes, and we also biodegradable for immensely and green for the global, for the earth.
Always need to watch out for the earth. I love that. And what are you doing for Super September? Any deals?
We can customize logos and the printing different design, because we have design teams to have our customer design their logos, the printings and the colors. We can also have customers to translate to different language. Yes, this is our strength. And in the Super September is a peak time, so we will give some conditions such as payment condition, and this is our Airtig brand, and we also have our Chinese brand. And this is our Chinese brand. Both of them may have a big warehouse to show to a big amount. I mean, huge amount, so we can give our customers send out the goods in 48 hours, very fast.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. This is really cool. We love sustainability. This is not going away. This is a really important product. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a good one. Really interesting. We have so many sustainable products here, which is really awesome to see, because just not that we have the environment. So really good stuff. Okay, we're heading over here. Another sustainable product, Alibaba.com. We have green packaging transformer. Here, can you tell us about your product?
I'm Nancy. My 工厂 is center. 你来帮我翻页吧。
So we have some products here, different bags. They're all sustainable, different packaging. So here it looks like anything that you want to get for your packaging and you want to go sustainable, that's what we have here.
Yeah.
And she's at Co-Create to meet a lot of people. And I think it's going really well.
帮我翻译他说的什么问题就好。
What would you want to ask?
I just want to know any more. What about your products? Anything special, customizable?
你的产品现在有没有什么不一样的特色？比如说是环保的，还是可定制的？你们公司的工艺还有竞争力在哪？
看OEM and ODM 环保 biodegradable.
Okay. So
Yeah.
she's a sustainable product, biodegradable.
Yeah.
Here at Co-Create, we're supporting sustainability. So that's awesome.
Yeah, 可以生产任何的任何的产品，就是垃圾袋啊。宠物便便袋啊，那些你帮我翻译一下。
So basically, their
factory can do whatever bags or something look like a bag you see in the real world, and they can make it come true. And if you don't mind, I'm the head of RFQ from Alibaba.com, and I stopped by here this morning because yesterday I met a wonderful lady, and she is here right now. She actually bring a bag that she bought from eBay from produced from 1980.
Oh wow!
And this is the only one. Can I actually show that on the camera? You mind? Is it showing in America? Yeah. You don't want it?
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
Okay, let's.
Really?
She's gonna show us. Can we see it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
You sure you want to show it?
Who are you with?
Alibaba. We're here. We're doing the live stream.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, we're gonna show her product. She's got a really cool product here, so let's see it.
It's a prototype.
It's a prototype, so we're working towards it. Let's see. Okay, so this is a custom bag.
Yeah. So yesterday, this cute lady come to our RFQ booth, and I told her that RFQ is the product that you can make whatever you want, even though this product is not exist for almost 40 years, right? Oh, actually more than 40 years.
Very long time.
Very, very long time. And this is from eBay. She bought it from $50, and she just want to make this cute bag back to life.
Okay.
In her like fourth.
So it's a sentimental piece.
Right?
Yeah. I'm with a golf organization, a golf company. Supply.
Here, I'm gonna come over here with the mic.
Yeah, please.
If you don't mind, tell us a little bit about it.
Tell us what your company is.
Hi, I'm with All Star Pro Golf. We are a national supplier to golf courses. We're a B2B business.
Oh, wow.
We represent thousands of golf courses across the country. And this product was used in the 1980s on golf courses. It's a whole beer.
Okay. Necessary.
Okay. But what's special about it is the way it's constructed. It does not leak. And that is very important when you're carrying this around your golf cart.
Right.
Because you can't have water accumulating in your golf cart or getting you can't even get your hands wet, right?
Yeah.
It messes up your game.
Right.
So it's crucial that it doesn't leak. The company that made this in the 1980s has gone out of business.
Okay.
And we get requests for this bag all the time. It was still.
Wow. There's a market need.
Right.
And I'm fairly confident that we can sell a lot of these across America. The problem is I have been trying for months to get this product made, and I have been going through Alibaba because we use Alibaba for a number of our products.
Okay.
But it's so hard to communicate what is so special about this bag and what makes it unique and how it's constructed that I have so far been unable to get it replicated.
And finally,
so I came to this conference carrying my little bag because I am trying to get it replicated.
That's
and she has been so instrumental in helping me connect with this manufacturer here.
Awesome.
And I think that we're going to come up with something that will
amazing. And sustainable.
Yes.
Sustainable.
Yes.
This is totally not a setup. We were just
I know we follow up on them.
Yeah, and we were just talking about the business, and she is the expert here, and she took a look at the bag and said, "Oh, we can totally do that." Yeah, that's what she said, and she said, "Just give me this bag. I will take a look and give me the dimensions. I will go back and send you the code." And that's done.
Okay, so real life testimonial. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm so happy you came here and it worked out.
I am too. And which is why I'm so looking forward to the photo feature for RFQ.
Right, makes it so much easier.
Because I'm trying to explain to people in another country who English is not their first language, of course, what makes this so special. And I'm failing miserably.
Now we have a new tool.
With a picture, it doesn't matter what language you're speaking, right? You can look at my picture and you can see what it is I'm trying to build.
There you go. So she's already using the tools. That's really exciting. That's awesome.
Yeah, and by the way, if you guys want any other products for bags, don't remember they make poopy bag, they make the food containers, they make forks and knives and everything. Yeah.
So find them Alibaba.com. They're gonna have deals for Super September. You can find them under Alibaba.com. Search the name. That's actually really cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That is awesome. So we have a real life testimonial, very unplanned. She was not ready, but we had that's awesome. I love to hear the stories. People are coming here, finding their suppliers, getting to meet in person and talk to everyone. It's really cool. And she found the sustainable supplier to use for her bags. It's an awesome story. I love following up on stories like that. Okay, so we got another supplier over here. I think they're in an interview, but I'm gonna tag them in really quick. Hello, how are you?
Good.
How are you doing?
Doing well. I'll talk to you later on.
Sorry to interrupt, but can I ask you a little bit about what products you have here?
Sure. Name of the company is AWOL Vision, and this is our product right here. It is a red, green, blue laser ultra short throw television, actually. So as you can see, the device is right here. Goes straight up, and it only sits 6 inches away from the wall. The old-fashioned projectors sit about 12 feet away. So if you take the power of 3,500 lumens and the red, green, blue laser with a Texas Instrument chip and a really good lens, this is the picture that you get.
Wow.
And you can tell the detail, you can tell the color. It actually has 3D, Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos for sound. And the screen itself that we sell can go up and down. So if you live in an area where you have a window or a picture behind it, you can actually see the picture when you press this button and the screen actually goes down.
That's
Yep.
neat. Love it. So you can just put this anywhere. It doesn't obstruct any views.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And the main thing that we're doing is we're not trying to replace the theater.
Right.
Every average American home has 3 to 4 LED TVs.
Right.
And what we're trying to do is replace your TV, just one of them. We don't want all 4, where you can have a cinematic feel at home.
Yep.
And you can have the reflective, LED screen in your bedroom.
I mean-
So this is the new paradigm for home entertainment. Having
Awesome.
a home cinema while you're sitting on your couch and watching Avatar: Way of Water in 3D, because we can do 3D as well.
High tech.
Really,
Very high tech.
really high tech. Yep.
So why did you want to be a co-create? What was the purpose for you to be here?
Our purpose to be here is to find buying groups.
Okay.
We think that the buying groups really know the demographic, really know their people. And when we go through Facebook and we go through Google ads and a lot of the digital media, it's effective.
Right.
But the buying groups know their customers better than anyone, and better than any algorithm.
Oh.
So we've signed up a bunch of high tier buying groups that are very interested in this, and they'll be reselling them to their customers.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you're having a good time.
Having a great time.
Love it.
Just met Damon James, and
Yeah.
he was really
He was
interested
really
in it.
interested. You guys had a business deal going on right then.
Oh
and
yeah,
there.
I can't tell you what it is yet, but we
Something's cooking.
Yeah, something's going
I
on.
love it. Well, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay.
We're day 2, and sadly, it's almost over. But thank you again.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks, everyone. So we're gonna go to our last supplier. We have Gauge Master. This I want to learn a little bit more about because it's really catching my eye. They have the actual products here, so let's tune in and see what they've got. Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm great, thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about your product?
Hi guys. I'm Paula from Deep Rising, and we are manufacturing for all kind of gauges. For example, automobile gauge and marine gauge, truck gauge, and also some of motorcycle gauge. And we have more than 50 years experience for making the gauge.
Can you show us the gauge right there?
Yep. This is our hard sell gauges. It's for vintage car, some old car. Yeah, they really like this kind of style. You can see here they have a special design for the needle. Yeah, which is very unique.
Yes. And why did you want to be here at Co-Create?
We help Co-Create can help us to promote our brand.
Right.
Yeah, and also we would like to show everybody our most fancy look gauge, performance gauge.
Okay.
And it has 256 color.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah,
Are you
good
offering any deals during Co-Create that we should be aware of? Any deals for Super September?
In Super September, we launched many new kind of gauges in the back here, which we didn't sell on Alibaba.com before. And also we lower our MOQ in Super September into one piece. And for the customer who like to take a try before make the bulk order with the special price.
Amazing. So check them out, Super September. They've got some deals, some limited stuff. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we've talked to all of our suppliers here at Co-Create. Everyone's offering deals during Super September. They have a really cool, innovative products. Make sure you check them out, Alibaba.com, and you can find them all there. All verified, all product trade assurance. So thank you so much for tuning in, and that's a wrap for our live stream at Co-Create. Talk soon.
We're going from B2B into direct to consumer reverse, right? Or going from brick and mortar to online, or online to brick and mortar, right? There's all these different channels now, and we have access to, really measure, the value from those channels. What I've found interesting is, digitally native brands that are now going and creating pop-up retail locations, because nobody really wants to store inventory anymore. You have all of these people training. I'm sure there's some people in the audience training folks how to drop ship, right? It's the new model. You don't have to stock any inventory, but you have to take on some risk in order to get some reward, right? So if I'm going to purchase 100 and fill up my whole garage, or if I actually have warehouses, I'm using a 3PL, I have high turnover on products A, B, and C, but I can't move products X, Y, and Z. Do I hold on to products X, Y, and Z? Do I create a direct site? I think we had a client in one of my previous panels, Vicky. She had a site on BigCommerce that was just for excess inventory, and then it turned into a massive, business opportunity for restaurant equipment, right? That, now selling in both direct consumer and B2B. So I think that journey, it'll change, and you have so much access to these different channels, and it's very available.
Let's go back to use cases, because we deviated out from that because there were so many good follow-ups. But John, you shared some of what PackView does, but I don't know if there was a little bit more that you wanted to offer in terms of a use case or a user journey, to just help people get a better understanding of the opportunities there.
Recently we spend a lot of time and also resource in AI, especially with the ChatGPT and the large language model comes out. We are thinking where we can do more optimization for clients. So we released a few things. For example, Excel Copilot. Basically, user can just speak in or type in natural language, and we will run the reports for them. The other place is we use ChatGPT to optimize users' Amazon listing. Of course, next step we will do also for Walmart and Target, but Amazon is the first step. So these are all the things that we try to improve our products.
That's great, thanks. Alec, why don't you pick up and just share a bit of a case study or user journey for BigCommerce?
Yeah, so for BigCommerce, right, we're an e-commerce platform. We help merchants build direct relationships with their clients, right? So for us, it starts with product discovery. You'll find a product. You might do some research. The website has to have enough content for that buyer to feel comfortable about your product, but they might not purchase the first time they arrive on your website, right? You might not know why they bounced. You might have some idea on why they bounced from the page, but ultimately it's about product discovery, the ability to attract more eyeballs, whether that's via Google or via TikTok or some other channel where you're driving traffic, and being able to convert and retain those customers, right? So whether I'm selling restaurant equipment, whether I'm selling the wireless Shure SM58 that I'm currently speaking on in bulk, right? It doesn't really matter. You have to have the right product information displayed in the right channels with the right story, and really build that kind of story around your brand. And that's all done again through many different channels. Digital, the e-commerce site is one to showcase that. Think of it as just a retail store, but doing as much as you can to interact with that end user.
Alec, in the beginning, when I asked for greatest misconceptions, you were talking about how the software won't do everything for you. And I'd love to expand upon that a little bit more, because that is a great misconception for so many things. People think that if they buy something, that it's going to just work. And that's not, of course, the case. And it's easy to say that. It's another thing to do what actually is necessary to really make the most of the thing that you're investing in. I'd love to hear from all of you and start a discussion about where you see users go wrong and what your advice is for how people can really make the most of the tools that they invest in.
Maybe you're hearing about new tools here at this conference. The value proposition sounds super appealing. And to Alec's point, you think that I'm just going to go buy that software and it's going to solve that problem for me. But it does take a significant amount of time to get up to speed on how to use the software, how to onboard. I don't think enough people take advantage of the resources that a company might provide in terms of training or education. And I know that for us, we provide a lot of education. We do a lot of hand-holding for people who are willing to reach out to us, and we do our best to train them as well. But at the end of the day, it is a tool. It is a software tool that you need to use. You need to learn how to do it. Whether it's you or someone on your team, just like anything else in life, you have to take some time to learn that skill. And so I would recommend anyone to think about it as a personal development thing, that if you think that this tool is going to be important to your business, then you need to invest your time to develop the skill.
I will use a previous example. When I work in Microsoft, we work on business intelligence. So we use data mining to dig into customers' data and can show different reports. This helps our customers because they don't have a team with the expertise to do data mining, because at that time technology is very expensive. You need to hire very expensive people to do machine learning. And later on, like about 10 years ago, machine learning technology is very available, easily available to everyone. You can simply use Python to call the function name to run different algorithms such as SVM or machine like a decision tree. It's very easy. So like people can build an in-house team. The team is not that expensive, and they can do whatever machine learning by themselves. So today, there might be a misconception that everyone think large language model is available, so they want to input their resource and try to build their own model. But you need to remember today, large language model is still the bar is very high. The investment should be very expensive. So today, I think it is better for most companies. You just call like a ChatGPT, use their service, or use like companies like us. We provide some service, and you just call it, use it, and maybe after 1 or 2 years, large language model become to be more available, and the cost will be lowered. At that time, you can invest your team to do your own model, which is customized to your own needs. At that time, that technology will be more possible.
Yeah, I think a lot of companies, they have to take the approach of less is more when they're first starting out. You know, spreadsheets are your friend, right? I've seen businesses doing many millions a year over just purely on Google Sheets, like orders on Google Sheets. You know, manual processes when you're starting out are okay, but it's about understanding when that inflection point hits, you know, whether that's because you were featured on Shark Tank or you were featured in some, you know, TikTok viral video where it's like, holy crap, now I need to actually figure out how to automate this and scale this up. And you know, what's that next thing that I need? Do I hire someone in-house, or do I work with a services company to help, you know, implement this? And so long as you have the right vision and you understand your business maturity, I think, you know, there's some harmony that can happen there, right?
Let's talk about AI more. It's come up a bit in the panel already, but we should talk about it more. You know, John, you made the great point that people have an expectation that AI is just going to immediately do whatever it is that they want it to do, or that it might be significantly more advanced than perhaps the capabilities are now. I'm curious what you are all seeing in AI in your own businesses, or AI more generally, what you're excited about, and where you think there's opportunity and room for improvement. That's really broad. I'm going to throw it out there and just see what you all are thinking, and we can build from there.
Sure. I mean, there's obviously a lot of interest in using AI to amplify all of our businesses. I think there's a lot of opportunity to kind of staff enhance your team by adding capabilities that you don't have, making things more efficient that you do want to do with AI. I think there's a potential issue if people put too much stock into AI and trust it a little bit too much. I think especially as we're all using ChatGPT and kind of generalized models, you know, AI is prone to hallucinations, and if anyone's played with it, you know that it can kind of make up stuff. So, you know, I would definitely caution people from just taking the output of AI and using it in a production environment. One of the things that we're doing with PickFu is we're gathering a lot of consumer written feedback for people, and so we're building an AI research assistant on top of that. And it's a directed use of AI where we're feeding the very relevant results of feedback on your product into AI and allowing you to summarize it, gather sentiment, and gather action from that specific data set. And I think that's a great way to use AI. I think AI, when directed with a specific data set, is great for analysis. You're going to feel a lot more confident about the results from it because you know what you put into it. So, you know, they say garbage in, garbage out. So I think it's something that you should keep in mind.
You know, that's an interesting point about the real specificness of the way that it's used. I think every product that we're talking about, every product that you've encountered lately has rushed to have some kind of AI layer in it. And there's an open question about how useful that's going to be. Do you all have any insights or advice on how users, businesses can evaluate whether or not the AI tool is going to be useful to them, or how to make it useful?
I think, you know, for products like generating product descriptions, auto-generating product recommendations, for customer support, you know, automating responses, you know, where's my order, right? The most common question in e-commerce. So a lot of these things I think are low-hanging fruit. But then, you know, for each kind of microservice, you know, whether I'm providing a personalized content experience or whether I'm helping with like the post order and the fulfillment and customer support case example, I think, you know, if companies are not leveraging some level of, you know, like mass data analysis to interpret some results, like I was joking with Justin yesterday, I wish AI could do data migration projects. You know, when I was on the, you know, e-commerce implementation side, you know, data migration was like one of the biggest pains, but I just don't know how we reasonably automate that across like every single industry. Like automotive data is going to be completely different than restaurant equipment, right? So yeah, just using the tool. I think you know, there's some other good points made in terms of like giving some more time. I think we're at the very beginning of this, and it's a lot more hype than I think it probably deserves, and it has to be a lot more pointed for real value.
Yeah. Yeah, Alec just mentioned a microservice. I think this is a good idea for us. Like we know ChatGPT is a good thing to summarize your text, to generate text and translate or optimize your text. But we use ChatGPT as a powerful natural language engine to organize our microservice behind. So we build a lot of microservice, and for the next 2 quarters, we will use ChatGPT to understand users' intent, and then let ChatGPT decide which microservice we can call to fulfill users' requirement. This is our external usage for ChatGPT, and we have our internal optimization, such as for developers, we let them to use GitHub Copilot. This can dramatically save their time to build these easy or simple functions. So it might save them like 10 to 20% of their development time. And also we use ChatGPT to summarize, extract the most various legal terms with our clients in different contracts. This is very important because we work with enterprise clients. So every client has different terms. So we need to know what are the specific terms, and we use ChatGPT to help us. It will be very useful for us, yeah, for internal optimization.
Before we came out here, we all had a nice lunch together. We were talking about, one of the subjects was data, and bad data, good data, useful data. And this is, of course, incredibly important because a lot of digital business tools really are built on the promise of data, of collecting data, of using data. But if people either don't know what to do with that data or how to properly gather it, it's not all that useful. I'd love to hear your thoughts on how businesses can be smarter about utilizing the data that they're gathering and of identifying the tools that are going to really help them in that problem.
I can talk about something. So for PackView, we work with enterprise clients. Our data is mostly from like Amazon API, Amazon Advertising API, and the Seller Partner API, and all Walmart API and Target API. Of course, we work with Amazon for the last 5 years. Their API is improving all the time. At the beginning, their data quality is not good. For example, Amazon has that disclaimer in their website saying the data from API could be 5% different from their UI. So that's our pain because our customer always comes to us saying data is different from PackView compared with Amazon UI. But we have nothing to do. We cannot do anything because that's the data we get. But now Amazon become to be better. But we also work with other smaller retailers. Their technology is also evolving. So we always need to deal with bad data. And we try to use some algorithm to detect data anomaly and try to prevent. And also when we build a rules AI, we need to keep that in mind because the data we have might not be perfect. It might be wrong. So we need to put a lot of mechanism to prevent misuse of the data. In case like the wrong data can cause customer to overspend. That's a bad thing for our clients. So we need to do a lot of work on top of bad data.
Yeah, so I think for us, we have native integration into Google BigQuery, which is just like a basic data warehouse, right? So step one is warehousing your data, right? Step two is understanding, how is this going to either make me more efficient or make me more money, right? Those are kind of the two things. So if it's how do I make more money, it's all right, how do I, with this information, how do I make sure that, Jason with the size, 11 shoe goes and purchases a set of socks that within that size range, or a complementary good or cross sell, right? Or how do I get you from my e-commerce store into my physical store? Am I tracking your like geo and sending you SMS, or am I reaching you on these other channels and finding the next touch point? Am I using that information to get ahead of my customer buying experience, right? Or buying habits?
My shoes are a 9.5 in case anyone wants to give me free shoes, just clarification. Justin, anything on data?
I think data, people should take the same approach that we were talking about with tools. I think it's easy to get caught up in I need more data. Data's going to solve all my problems. I think setting up proper data collection and storage is important, but it's also easy to get misled, the data, especially when there's outliers and maybe, for example, in a software company, you may only be targeting a certain ideal customer profile, but if you're looking at the aggregate data of all the types of people who may come in, it may cause a lot of noise, and you may not see the high fidelity signal of the actual usage of your ideal customer. I think the same could happen with any brand or selling to a broad audience, because maybe 80% of your customer base is a certain demographic profile, but you're looking at all the data and, you get a lot of skew and, you start changing your advertising campaigns because like this 5% outlier. So, I would just caution that it's like tools. You gotta be careful about thinking that data is the mecca. Just be cautious with it.
I imagine that happens quite a bit in your line of work because your users are surveying people. They're getting all sorts of opinions. Everyone's got an opinion. And as a business leader, you don't know which opinion you should take seriously. You feel like you're supposed to take all of them seriously, but that'll lead you in 20 million different directions. How do you see successful users, or how do you guide users towards picking the right data to use?
Yeah. This is actually where the AI research assistant that we built kind of helps smooth out those data points, because if you poll 50 or 100 people, there could be all kinds of different responses, but typically there is some kind of broader trends. I think when you're a human and reading through it, you may get distracted by certain stories, and while those are important, the AI can be a little bit more objective and say, well, these are the broader trends, and maybe that's what I need to focus on because that's the 80% of the responses. So I think that's one way you could effectively use AI to kind of smooth out that noise.
Something that came up at the very beginning of the panel that I want to make sure we get to before we end is, Justin, your point about small businesses not thinking they can compete against big businesses. Now, there's another way of thinking about that, of course, which is that small businesses are surrounded by providers who are all saying, we can help you compete. We can help you compete. If you use us, if you just buy the software, maybe it'll do it. So what is your advice to small businesses who have one of two concerns? And I'm just going to leave it open for all of you. Either I can't compete, or I don't know which partner can help me compete.
I think Alec made a good point earlier about starting small and measuring and kind of in these incremental ways. And I think if you're a small business and you're looking at like a craft or something like, oh, how am I going to beat them? Then obviously it's going to feel very daunting. And so I think it's all about finding small wins, whether it's validating your products in a small digital focus group, like using PickFu, or doing a small run of orders. I know Damon John was talking about this in his talk, where he was talking about being able to order smaller amounts of inventory to kind of validate that need and pricing and the kind of the customer validation. So I think as you keep building up small wins under your belt, you'll eventually build the necessary skill set. And there's no prescriptive way. Every entrepreneur, every business has a very different approach to getting to their success. And so I think you just kind of have to take those small wins and adjust your path accordingly.
Yeah, I think when you're first starting out, it's really important to find your champion. Like, who's that customer that you're going to go put on the billboard that, like, this is who I am helping. And most likely when you're starting out, you're going to have to provide more value at a lower cost. And then as you continue to provide that value, you can raise your prices and you can find that, product market fit and that differentiation, right?
Yeah, and for small companies, if you want to, if you are in the market and try to pick up a good tool, you probably need a referral. And if the price is not expensive, for example, like Harrington's price is really cheap, you might just try different products and compare, do A/B tests to see which one provides better value for you.
Let's end with the idea of starting. Just came up with that theme right now. It sounds good. It's deep. So just before we got on stage, I had asked all of you what common questions you get from customers or potential customers. And I can't remember. I think, Justin, you might have said this, or sorry if it wasn't one of the others, but it was, how do I start? How do I start? How do I get going? And that is the question that I think a lot of people have at all times, every time they encounter something new. We have three leaders of great companies here, and the question on a lot of people's minds should be, well, how do I start? How do I start working with them? What do you see from your users, or well, how do you guide users towards evaluating whether or not a solution is right for them and how to actually get going? Where do you see success at that very, very beginning stage?
I think for us, we always try to evangelize, listening to your customer, listen to your target audience. So what we recommend, if people don't know how to get started with like a platform like PickFu, is to start with something very open-ended. So you can ask a question on our platform, take a look at this product, take a look at this product listing, what questions do you still have? And I think that's one way to start getting into the head of your potential audience. Maybe that product is not even for sale yet. It is something that you're working on, but it can surface a lot of interesting concerns. This is something that we do ourselves as a software company. We're constantly talking to our customers. And I think it'll go towards Alex's point, what he said about having that ideal customer profile in your head. Like, who is that person? What do they look like? And you need to talk to people for that. And I think that's the best way to get started on your journey.
Yeah. So for our PackView, when clients onboarding, we usually have CS team to do like training for how to use our products. I would suggest like customer to pay more attention. Don't assume you know all the features. Pay more attention, especially for the detailed things. And then after the onboarding, customer need to like be careful when they use our features. They should look at all the like tooltips and all the help documents. And when usually our customer will ask us like for different new requests. For example, they have customized request, and I hold a lot of customized requests sending to me, and we will evaluate if the customized request is a common thing to other clients. If that is, then we will put this as a high priority and try to build a new feature for them. But if that's very specific to one client, we will have a priority system to like rank all these requests and try to see which one we should solve first, because based on the value to clients here.
Yeah, for us, there could be any number of reasons why someone's evaluating big commerce. I mean, during the pandemic, was that I can't get into a physical store, therefore I need a website, right? So that's net new. These days, e-commerce platform business is a bit commoditized. You've probably heard of, Shopify and, Magento and like a lot of these other platforms that effectively offer shopping carts, right? So how do you really, evaluate one versus the other? It's this spectrum of value and cost, and you try to figure out, what's going to be my total cost to ownership, 5 years from now, and how far am I going to be able to scale this platform, and do I have to keep buying another thing, or do I want to purchase a platform that is constantly innovating? I don't have to manage a code base, like open source for software as a service. Do I want to pay more one time for what is worth it today, or do I want to invest in something where I pay a monthly fee, but there's constant innovation and I get the benefits of that, right? Which is why I think SaaS has become, kind of more popular, right? But how to start an online business, I think it's a lot of the time it's out of necessity or keeping up with the competition.
So much exciting innovation. We really appreciate you spending the time with us. Justin, John, Alec, thank you for sharing your insights. Alec, beatbox us out. Thank you, everybody.
Got it. Thanks.
And up next, we have Steven Selikoff. He is the founder of Product Development Academy, and he's here to give us a keynote on why relationships matter. So let's give him a big welcome to the stage. Thank you, John. Speaker out.
All right. Thank you. So I have a whole thing here to talk about who I am and why I'm here and so on. But I'm going to introduce someone in a little bit when she gets back here. She's talking to her shark right now, Kim. She's a Shark Tank winner. One of the reasons I'm here is because we brought her prices down by half. That opens up so many opportunities. Think about what you're paying right now for the products that you're getting. There's a director of movies from the 1950s named Billy Wilder. And he said, if there's a problem in the third act, it started in the first act. If you're not making money, then the problem usually occurs at the very beginning. Profits come from lower priced products. And lower priced products come from having a good relationship with your factory, with your supplier. So let me start off by just asking a question that I was faced with, about a year and a half. I was having a meeting with a bunch of motivational speakers and entrepreneurs here in Vegas, and someone said, what 3 words define a successful entrepreneur? What 3 words define a successful entrepreneur? Think about that. What words are going through your head? Now, the people we were sitting with, they had some really good words. Perseverance, never quitting, 2 words there, passion. So they came to me, they said, what 3 words define an entrepreneur? And I said, the shower's too cold. Shower's too cold. Why do I say the shower is too cold? Guys, when you step into the shower and it's too cold, what do? Say it louder. Step out, and then what's the next step? Wait for it to warm up, change it, adjust it. You don't quit, right? If you're in the hotel here and the shower's too cold, what did you do? Do you go downstairs to the front desk and say, I want a different room? No, you adjust it. You let it change. You let it get warmer. That's what we do as entrepreneurs. When something is not working, we change, we adjust. We make sure that that water is right for us. We don't quit. We also adjust it so it's right for us. And I'm saying that because what you're going to hear me say today is very different than what you have heard about negotiating and getting prices from your suppliers. It's different than the videos you've watched. It's different than the courses you have paid for. In fact, the only people talking about it very much were the sharks up here earlier. And frankly, if you had not gotten a chance, Damon, Hamza, Kevin, Daniel, they were absolutely fantastic. There's other sharks here as well. I saw Chico earlier. Kim, I mentioned, we're going to call her out when she comes up here. They know, and they said it very briefly, it's relationships, building relationships with your supplier. So let me give you a little bit of a background on me so you see who I am. If this thing's working here. There we go. I started selling to retailers in 2001. 2005, I started selling on Amazon, started going to China, sourcing directly from China. I now run something called the Product Development Academy. I take people to China twice a year for the Canton Fair. I have workshops to help people sell into retailers. On the enterprise level, I worked for Microsoft for 14 years, and eventually I was global business manager for worldwide Microsoft retail sales and marketing. So I've seen it on the entrepreneurial level, and I've seen it on the $7.35 billion level. And I was responsible for making decisions in both. So when I stand up here and talk, I do talk with a bit of experience that's pretty much unlike anyone else you're going to meet. And because of that, as I said, you're going to hear things differently, teach how to do things differently than you have had before. So, number one, every product costs the same thing. Shoes, clickers, glasses, seats, backpacks, notebooks. Everything costs the same. Time, labor, materials. That's all it is. Every single product you're trying to source costs the same. Time, labor, materials. So when you reach out and you talk to your supplier, what's the first thing they ask you? Somebody shout it out. MOQ. Right. Where do you sell? They want to know things that are not time, labor, materials. And you're trying to get a low price. They're asking you these things that are not relevant to their cost. Let me tell you a story. Just about a year ago, I was here in Vegas doing a workshop on how to sell to retailers. And I had a factory owner come join us, Frank. I talked to Frank about a month before. He had put together a quotation for one of my clients, and it was way too high. I said, let's get together, we'll all talk on video. And we did. We talked for about 20 minutes. And end of the 20 minutes, we're chatting, and I said, look, when we get together in China, China just opened, we'll have a drink. He said, you know, I think I must have been drinking when I put together that quote. It's too high, don't look at it. I want to rewrite that quote and send it out to you. And he said, and Jackie does too. Jackie wasn't even on the call. She was another supplier. At no point did I ask for the price to come down. 20-minute conversation. He said himself, I want to bring the prices down. And then he said, I'll come and visit you when you're in Vegas. So I had my clients there in Vegas teaching them how to sell to retailers. And he came to meet them as well. Why did Frank bring the price down? Because he learned about us. He took us seriously. He knew what our business plan was. He knew that we wanted to work with him as partners. He wanted to bring the price down. You have lots of people telling you all sorts of tricks. You know, tell them you're left-handed because they like left-handed people. Tell them whatever. No, they're going to bring the price down because they want to bring the price down. And you want to put yourself in a position that encourages them to bring the price down. So I said the price comes down to three things: time, labor, materials, plus relationships. Plus relationships. Has anyone gone downstairs to the casino like 10 o'clock at night? See the people walking around? Some guys are dressed really, really nicely. Some guys are like 65 years old and there's a woman next to them that's 20 years old. Relationships mean many things, particularly in Vegas. And everyone wants to know, what are you bringing to that relationship? Your supplier wants to know the same thing. They want a relationship with you. They want to know, what do you bring to the relationship? They know what they bring to the relationship. They're the supplier. They want to know what you're going to bring to the relationship. And why is that important? There is a word for relationship in China. If you go up north, there's 41 words in that culture for snow. Why is it? Because snow is so important to their society and their culture. In China, there is a word, guanxi, that is a business relationship. It is so important, them doing business, to achieve guanxi. The reality is, in English, we don't even have a word for guanxi. When you talk to your supplier, if they tell you about someone they've worked with for years, they're not going to say, we've worked with Joe for years. They're going to say, we've cooperated with Joe for years. That's the relationship that you want. So, just like the couple walking around at 10 o'clock at night, perceptions drive that relationship. So you want to make sure that they know that you're experienced and knowledgeable. Don't have knowledge? Here's a trick from a friend of mine, Kian Golzari. He does sourcing, great guy. Go find someone you don't like. Find a supplier you're not going to use. Pepper them with questions. Ask them everything. Learn as much as you can. So when you talk to the supplier you do want, they will know that you are experienced and you're knowledgeable. Make sure you understand your business. Please don't make rookie mistakes like asking for DDP. They want to know that you're a businessman that understands business. They want to believe that you are going to succeed. They want to see your growth potential, your sales potential. I help people sell into retail. Let me tell you something. haven't looked at it, look online. Retail in the US, almost 9 out of 10 products are bought in stores. You tell your supplier in China that you're selling in retail, immediately your value, the perception goes up. Be honest. Honesty. You own your business. You are the owner, the president, the CEO. Tell them you are the owner, the president, the CEO. Don't tell them that you're a secretary or an assistant or a purchasing manager. I had a factory owner tell me, paraphrasing here, said, what, you think we're idiots? You don't think we see the same YouTube videos that you guys see? You know right away that you're lying and you have no confidence. Don't do that to yourself. Be honest. And then there's the PITA factors, P-I-T-A. Does anyone know what that means? Someone's got to know it. Oh, this is fun. PITA, pain in the ass. Don't be a pain in the ass. Don't be a credit risk. Don't ask for them to create molds and take a day putting a plastic injection tools into the machine, and then you ask only for 15 units. Be reasonable. Don't be a pain in the ass. You do that, now you've got the foundation of a good relationship. This also applies to the negotiations themselves. Frank, he knew we had a good business plan. He wanted to bring the prices down. He wanted to be part of our success. That's where you want to be. And when you give them a good business plan, when they can see and realize that you know what you're doing, you've got a product that's going to grow and sell, they want to be part of that. And when that happens, remember those first questions, Aaron mentioned it, MOQ, where do you sell? Suddenly that's easy. MOQ falls to the wayside. It's not as important anymore. They want to work with you. Same thing for terms. You can start right off by saying, okay, we'll start off at 3070. By our third order, we want to be at 1585. By our fifth order, we want to be 15% up front, 85, 30, or 60 days out. That's normal. They believe in you. They're going to say yes. And that's what you want. You want them to believe in you. Now, there are some specific techniques you can use. Always know your target price. If you don't know your target price, then you're just guessing. Like, oh, can I squeeze them a little bit more? Or maybe I need to squeeze more. I took a trip from Connecticut in the East Coast, Seattle on the West Coast, and halfway across, I went to Yellowstone Park. I love it. If you've never been there, go to Yellowstone Park. Outside the park, there was a rest stop, and someone had written, if you don't know where you're going, how do you know you've arrived? If you don't know your target price, how do you know that you've negotiated the correct price? Be prepared, be knowledgeable. Another really important thing is be patient. So a friend of mine, Amy Weiss, was up here yesterday, did a great job talking about AI. Amy and I were at a factory in China, and we wanted to talk about price, but we were patient. It's a long dance. We waited. They showed us around the factory. They showed us around town. It was May Day. Came back, talked about his kids, made tea. An hour before we had to get the train. Finally, they start talking price. Impatience. As Westerners, we're impatient. Show patience. That will always help. Here's another trick. One of the best things you can say and do when you're negotiating with your supplier is,
Kind of got the system.
be silent. It'll encourage them to talk. It's all the time. Finally, like I said earlier, you own your company. You've built it. You're taking the risks. You're a king in China, Japan, Korea, Vietnam. Kings negotiate with kings. If you start off saying you're not a king, you're out of the game from the beginning. Be a king. Kings negotiate with kings. This here is Anna. Anna's about this tall. We went to a factory together. They showed her around. She knew all the things to look for. She did everything. We sat down with the owner. He's right there. Anna sat down. I sat down. And the owner sat down, facing us. Anna got up. Little Anna, timid Anna, got up, walked around the table, sat down, side to side, shoulder to shoulder. She put out designs for her product right there in front of him. And she said, how are we going to do this together? How are we going to work together? That was golden. Treat them as a partner. Ask for their help. Get them vested in your success. And then there is my favorite phrase of all. You have to really believe it, but it works miracles. Talk to them. You know what your target price is. You know where you are. You let them know, I want you to make money. You don't want to squeeze them till they're hurt. I want you to make money. I want to make money. I want my retailers to make money. I want my customers happy. All do it together. That changes everything. Sincerely believe it, and that will work. Now, you do want to be smart. Always have an NNN. In China, culturally, doing business, being clever, outsmarting the other person is valued. They try to outsmart you. Even if they get caught, they're still going to take you to dinner, pay for the drinks. That's China. It's nothing personal. It's just business. So you need to make sure you don't get outsmarted. Get an NNN. Research, know your product, make sure your IP is protected. Give them a detailed product spec and make sure you do inspections every single time. Don't fall for silly things. You fall for silly things like paying for Matson, a service that doesn't exist. And half the Facebook groups I see saying, oh, I paid for Matson for my DDP shipping. Guys, Matson is nothing. It's not real. It's a marketing term. Don't fall for silly things. They will be clever. If you've seen, read the book or seen the movie Poorly Made in China, they talk about quality fade and everything. That's because you're not doing inspections. That's because you're not protecting yourself. And finally, put it all in writing. People in China, they learn business English. When they get their exams, they get an exam on what they can hear and translate and understand, what they can read and translate and understand, what they can write. They don't get an exam for what they say. When you start talking about things, they don't know what to say. They're going to say yes. Just to keep you talking. They'll figure it out. Westerners, we hear the word yes, we jump on it. We say, yeah, okay, yeah, they agreed with us. No. Put it all in writing. Make sure when they said yes, they actually meant yes. It wasn't just a word to keep you talking. Get it in writing. Be smart. All of that, and you've built a relationship. You've built guanxi. Be gracious. This is the Kung Fu tea ceremony. You see that table there? When you visit your factories, oftentimes they'll have a table like that. That always tells me we've got a good deal because they're celebrating. So say thankful. Be thankful. Say thank you. Make money. Lastly, if you don't know, I've got a book. It's about this thick. It's used as a textbook at University of Nevada, Reno. Take a picture of that barcode. That book is yours today for free. Download it on Kindle for everyone here. Take a picture of it, download it. It's my gift to you guys. I want to say thank you to you all. I want to say thank you to the presenters. We've got some great presenters up here, and of course, our hosts from Alibaba. There is contact information for me up there someplace. You can also, if you're interested in coming to China, to the Canton Fair, like the discussion we just had here, we're going to learn a whole lot more, visit the port, go to the fair, visit certification factories. That's CantonFair2023.com. And lastly, because she is here, I want to point out Kim. I'm going to embarrass you here. Kim, stand up. Kim was on season 12 Shark Tank. Kevin's next to her. Daniel, Hamza around here, someplace, Chico. Anyway, one of the reasons I'm here is because we took Kim's product and we brought down the product by half, doing exactly this, knowing how to build a relationship. So with that, I get to say thank you to you guys. Thank you very much.
Virtual conference is like.
Selikoff, the founder of Product Development Academy, with his keynote on why relationships matter. Thanks, Stephen. And up next, we got a great panel for you. It's the coaches panel for e-commerce success. And it will be hosted by Kevin King, the founder of $Billion Seller Summit. And our two panelists will be Tim Jordan, the CCO of Carbon6, and Steve Cho, the founder of mywifequitherjob.com and Bumblebee Linens. Welcome to the stage, guys.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? Oh, come on now. I know it's almost over, but a little bit more energy. How are we doing? All right. We've got a great panel for you today, but first I have a question for you. If you would please, if you're just starting your journey in this, if you haven't actually launched a product on e-commerce or whatever you're maybe doing while you're here to utilize Alibaba.com, you raise your hand if you're brand new and you're just starting, you're trying to figure out what you're doing. It's about half of you or so. And if you can put your hand down, if you've been doing this for a while and you're here just to learn some new tactics and some new ways, can you raise your hand? You've already launched, so it's about half. So it's about 50-50. So that's great. So no matter which one of those buckets you just fell in, we've got some great stuff today. And I think we're going to give you some food for thought, whether you're brand new and some actionable stuff, or whether you're experienced and some things you need to be thinking about. But first, if you don't know who I am, my name is Kevin King. I've been selling e-commerce since 1995. So before Google existed, I was selling stuff online, been on Amazon in their marketplace since 2001. I have taught over 160,000 people how to sell on Amazon through the Freedom Ticket with Helium 10. I have one of the top-rated podcasts in the Amazon selling space called AMPM Podcast. I have a newsletter called BillionDollarSellers.com that comes out twice a week, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So that's who I am. Tim, if you'd please introduce yourself.
Yeah, so I started selling online in 2015 by accident, and it changed my life. I started going to China and started sourcing products in China, then India and Mexico, several places. I've owned and still own multiple e-commerce businesses and gotten to work with, I guess, over 100,000 probably online sellers and entrepreneurs in some capacity or another. And I'm currently the Chief Community Officer at Carbon6, which is an ecosystem of solutions for online sellers.
Hey, what's up, everyone? My name is Steve Chu, and I'm the author of the Wall Street Journal best-selling book, The Family First Entrepreneur. I also run a 7-figure e-commerce brand with my wife over at Bumblebee Linens. We sell handkerchiefs. I also run a top 25 podcast in all of iTunes in the marketing category, a YouTube channel. I teach e-commerce over at mywifequitherjob.com. And I also run an annual e-commerce conference called the Seller Summit.
Awesome. So all of us run quite a few events. We've done a lot of stuff. So we have a little bit of experience in this space. And I think probably the number one question we always hear, especially from new people, and this is also for people that maybe are already in business and have launched a bunch of products, is how much money do I need to get started, whether that be primarily in e-commerce. And this is probably the biggest mistake that I see a lot of people make, is they don't understand what they need. Maybe you've saved up $10,000 and that's in your life savings, and that's what you're willing to invest into actually starting your e-commerce journey. And you're going to Alibaba.com and you're like, what should I sell? What should I do? Well, the problem is most people don't realize what they should do with that $10,000. How much of that should you be spending to find a manufacturer to develop a product on Amazon or on eBay or Walmart or wherever you may be going to sell it? In the end, my formula I like to use is divide whatever the amount of money you have by 2.5. So if you have $10,000 to spend, and that's your investment, and this is whether you're brand new or maybe you already have products and you're about to extend your brand, you're about to add a new variation or launch a new product. And the reason for that is because you're going to need to order additional inventory before you get paid for what you originally order. So if you have $10,000, you need to be looking on Alibaba.com for something that you can spend about $4,000 maximum, not just for the price of the items, but landed costs, including all the taxes, the duties, the shipment, and everything. And the reason for that is typically you have to put about 30% down on your first order, and 70% is paid when the order ships. Now, you can negotiate that, and that can vary. But so if you get an order in, you've spent all $10,000 of your money, you don't have money to actually buy the next batch. If you start selling really well, let's say you're doing this on Amazon, and as things start going really well, you haven't been paid by Amazon yet, because there's about a 3 to 4 week lag from the time something is shipped to the time you get paid. So you don't have the money to call up the factory and say, fire up the presses and I need some more, because you don't have the money for the 30% deposit. You got to go to your rich uncle, or you got to go to your credit card or something. And so it's a mistake a lot of people made. You need to have some extra cash, because the worst thing you can do if you're selling on a marketplace like Amazon is to run out of stock. It kills you. You're dead in the water. It's basically like starting over. All your efforts, all your promotion, all you're getting your friends to buy the product, everything that you're doing is for naught. And so you don't want to make that mistake. Plus, you may need something for advertising, or to pay some influencers, or another a variety of other things. So that's the formula that I like to use, and whether you're launching a brand new product your first time, or you're extending your brand. What about you guys? What's something that's a common mistake that you see that a lot of new sellers make?
I think that people fail to measure twice and cut once when they're trying to launch your business. Now, what I mean by this is we maybe become passionate about a certain product type, or we have an idea and we start running with that too much before actually diving in and researching to see if there is a good market fit, or to see if it's not too competitive to actually make an entrance into this market. I made that mistake several times when I was starting the e-commerce journey. I have on my desk in my office Moscow mule mugs and mechanical meat tenderizers and all of these things that I got excited about, and I did not do my homework to make sure that there was a good product market fit, that my product was going to be differentiated, and they were disasters. I lost a lot of money. I still think somewhere in one of my storage facilities I've got pallets of Moscow mule bugs just covered in dust. So the suggestion I always make is do research to the marketplace, or the funnel, or the platform that you're going to be selling on. If you're selling on Amazon, which we really advocate for and the three of us love to do, go and look at keyword search volume. Make sure people are actually looking for that item. Make sure there's not a ton of competitors you're going to have to compete against. And if your product does not look like it's going to be easy to sell, find another product. Walk away from that one and move on, because there are a lot of hard lessons you can learn in picking the wrong product.
Yeah, on that same note, when you're using one of these tools, there's a variety of tools out there. Helium 10, one of the last speakers was from PackView. That's a company that owns Helium 10. That's one of the great tools. There's plenty of other ones that are out there to give you this estimations. They'll tell you basically a pretty good estimation of how things are selling. And when you're analyzing these, like Tim just said, you got to look at it and if you're not on the top 3 to 5 results on a keyword, you're probably not going to make very many sales. So your goal should always be to be in that top 5 and top 3 if you can. And you need to see what are those top 3 selling. So if we go back to my example of $10,000 of what you have, and you should only spend $4,000, you're probably going to spend, if you find a supplier on Alibaba.com out of China, you're probably going to be paying a 25% tariff. It's called Trump tariff, the nickname of it, and plus some other duties. So you basically need to find something where you can manufacture this for about $3,000 tops. Maybe $2,500, depends on the shipping and the weight and other factors. So then, how many do I order? Do I order 500? Do I order 1,000? What do I tell my manufacturer on Alibaba.com what the MOQ should be? And the way you determine that is by, can I compete? Like what Tim just said. You're looking on a tool like Helium 10, and if you're trying to be in the top 3 sellers and the top 3 of the results of a keyword, and they're selling on average, I don't know, I'm just making these numbers up, 50 units a day. On average, that's 1,500 units a month. Well, if it's going to take your factory 3 or 4 weeks to make the item, maybe 2 weeks to come by air, or 3 or 4 weeks to come by sea, that means you need about 2 months worth of those to not actually run out of stock. So you need about 3,000 units on your first order. And maybe if these items cost $2 a piece from the factory, you just killed that $4,000 budget, that $2,500 actually. You can't do that product. You got to move on to another product. So you got to keep these things in mind when you're doing it. And what about you, Steve?
So what's interesting about this panel is that these 2 guys are primarily Amazon, and I'm mostly D2C. All I have to say is Damon John started Fubu for $40, right? With my store, I started with $630. I think in the Amazon game, certainly what you guys are saying is true. I think in today's day and age, what you need to do in terms of your first investment is invest whatever you're comfortable with in creating a product that is defensible and has a strong, unique value proposition. Today, I probably wouldn't go to market unless I had a product that could easily stand out among the competition. And of course, that dollar amount is going to be different depending on whatever you guys decide to sell.
So, and speaking of that, how do you differentiate a product? How do you create that defensive moat? Whether you're doing D2C, like selling it on your own Shopify site, which is a whole nother animal. You have to drive that traffic either through influencers or through social media advertising or blogs or another method. But how do you create that?
So the beauty of D2C is that you can tap into the emotions of your customer. And there's a wide variety of ways to do that you mentioned. How many of you guys have heard of Dr. Squatch soap? Okay, so I'm a guy, and I actually just had someone yell at me for using the soap that is actually in the showers in the hotel. Did any guys here just use the soap that's in the showers in the hotel? I do, right? So this Dr. Squatch, what they do is they sell soap for men, but as a dude, I can tell you, I don't care about what soap I'm using. But if you watch the Dr. Squatch commercials, you'll see commercials of like a guy and a girl, and the girl's like, oh my God, you smell so good. I want to jump you right now. Which makes me as a guy think, hey, if I use this soap, does that mean my wife's going to pay more attention to me? Right? And so these are some of the advantages you have in the D2C world that you can tap into the TikToks, in ads, however you want to do it. You have more of an opportunity to tell the story to sell your products, which makes it easier. You don't necessarily even have to stand out as much as long as you have a good story behind your product when it comes to your own website.
But the trick with that, and I agree, there's different ways. There's several different ways you can actually launch a product. And Steve's been very successful doing it D2C, doing it on his own. You also sell on Amazon and other places too, in marketplaces. And you want to do, a lot of times you want to do both. There's some people that start on Amazon and then they branch off because they don't want to have all their eggs in one proverbial basket. And so they branch off to Walmart, or they branch off to a Shopify site or BigCommerce or whatever. And there's other people that do it the opposite way. They actually start and drive their own traffic. But there's a big difference in one of them, you have to create the traffic yourself. And the other one, the traffic is already there and you have to leverage the traffic. So can you guys talk about the differences really when it comes to those two ways of thinking, two different ways of completely thinking? Can you talk a little bit about the differences in that?
You want me to start or you want?
I was just having a conversation with somebody about the difference between relevancy and like spontaneous purchases. And maybe you'll have a little bit of different opinion, but think about a marketplace like Amazon, like Walmart, or even like Alibaba. It's a search engine, right? You go to the website, there's a search box, you type into that search box because you're specifically looking for something. Very few people go to Amazon and type in fun, cool ideas. Like they type in a specific phrase that they're looking for. So on a marketplace, you have, what does Amazon have now? 300 million users just in the US or some number like that. Like they're already there. All I have to do is master the game of providing an opportunity, a product that matches what people are looking for without a lot of competition. I don't have to bring any traffic. Right now, there's some nuances. You're going to do some external traffic for ranking and launching. You're going to run some PPC, things like that. But they're already there. Where a site like, or a platform like TikTok, like people are talking about TikTok marketplace right now. People aren't going to TikTok initially to shop. They're not thinking, oh, I'm going to open my TikTok app to buy something. But they're seeing a product from an influencer or from an ad, and they're seeing some interest in that. They decide they want to check it out, and they might go to the TikTok marketplace or click the Amazon link, right? So when I think about it, I think of where traffic already is, marketplace, and we have to hack that game to be shown first, or a non-marketplace, we're more thinking about spontaneous purchase and then developing brand recognition and brand loyalty. He was talking about Dr. Squatch. Another example I love is Bird Dog Shorts. You familiar with them? Google, like go to YouTube and type Bird Dog Shorts advertisement or commercials. They're hilarious. It's shorts. Shorts have been around forever. It's the most, I don't know, commodity-based clothing almost.
True Classic Tees comes to mind also.
Classic Tees.
It's
like
just a
that.
T-shirt.
So it's a spontaneous purchase. It develops its own traffic, and then you get brand recognition, you get brand loyalty, and people continue to come back.
So first off, I think everyone should be on Amazon because they own such a large market share. But I will say this, on Amazon, you mentioned you do a search and you find the product that you want. But usually when I do a search on Amazon, I don't really look at the brand so much in a lot of cases. If you want to buy something, you just buy whatever's cheap or has the most reviews. The advantage, of course, is that there's a lot of traffic there, but the beauty of D2C is that you can get repeat customers really easily because you can build an email list, an SMS list, and all these different ways to bring people back. And just to give you an example from my store, we're in the wedding industry, so only 12% of our customers are repeat, but that leads up to 36% of our annual revenue every year. So we already have 36% of our revenue in the bag every year because of our lists. So there's pros and cons there for sure. I think we should all be omni-channel, to be honest with you.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with that. And I have a business in the office supply space with calendars, and I do both. So I'm on Amazon, and about 3 months, every fall season, I'll do close to $1 million with 3 different SKUs selling on Amazon. Landed cost of $1.52, we sell for $20. Crazy, ridiculous margins on that. Thank you. But I also have a customer list of 16,000 people who buy directly from me. So the advantage of that, and some of these people are old school. Most of you are too young. You don't know what a check or money order is. But these guys still fill out an envelope, put a stamp on it, and put a check in a money order in an envelope with an order and send it to me. About half the business off these 16,000 is from that. So you don't ignore these old school marketing things. They still exist. There's still people that don't shop on the internet. And these people and half of those guys still do shop on the internet. So I leverage them to launch on Amazon. I don't have to spend $0 in PPC. I spend $0 in any kind of launch or influencers or anything. All I do is I segment the list and I say, hey, you can buy it directly from me and pay $19.95 plus $9.95 shipping and handling. I'm charging $30 and I'm making $5 on the shipping and handling too. And a lot of guys do it. Or I can say, just go to Amazon. If you're a Prime member, buy it for free, search for this keyword or search for this. I'm instantly launched to the top. Never have to do a dime in advertising. Instantly get in the frequently bought together with all 3 titles. So if one guy finds one, he finds the other 2. So the advantage of that, like you said, is when your most valuable asset in any business is your customer list. Guard that with your life. Guard your true customer list with your life. There's people in our space that do marketing in the digital marketing space, and they'll do big webinars, and they'll do things like, hey, if you send traffic to the webinar, we're doing some hacks webinar or something. If you send traffic to it, we'll share the list with everybody else. If you send traffic, you participate, we'll share the list, you'll get new customers. It's a great marketing tool, but it dilutes that list because then everybody's getting pounded with spam and all kinds of crap, and it dilutes the list. So if I ever participate in those, my good buyers, they never get that message never goes out to them. I never give up my good buyers. They stay with me. I use the riffraff.
A cooler in the trunk.
John, I'm going to give them a tour of Co-Create 2023. So behind you, to start, really quick, what is one word that you think of when you see this car off the top of your head?
I don't know about say beautiful, intricate, creative.
Okay, creative.
Right? Creative, right?
That's actually perfect.
Yeah.
Because really quick about the car, we about a month ago had our audience submit ideas to create this car, and we had so many submissions.
Yeah.
So we decided let's just make one big idea. All of the components sourced from Alibaba.com, and we made a car. So we got fish tanks for wheels. We got a steering wheel.
You got a steering wheel with a record player.
Yeah, and that's a pen.
You got a toaster in there. You got a little camping set and somebody loves to drink. Whoever had that,
All miniature. Everyone loves a miniature.
it's all miniature. You got a piano, just in case you want to turn around and play it, right? And now, is this a camera?
Yeah, we got a camera.
But that's a cool camera because it looks so vintage, right? Yeah. There you go. Where's the cooler at?
It's right here, right in the back.
Oh, there it goes, right there.
From Alibaba.com. All the ideas came together. It's a really unique thing. It's kind of the showstopper of the show.
Yeah, I love it. That's what you call co-creation.
So I'm going to take you now to the front where we have a bunch of different products.
All right, let's go.
So let's do
I'm
it.
ready to rock.
All right. Yep.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum
It
wage.
was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began. Like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
People started placing pre-orders.
It's a business that I love so much, I would do it for free.
I know that I have to keep going and growing into the future.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began. Like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began. We thought of an idea, make our own paddles that didn't just look good, it actually played well.
Produced bamboo toothbrushes that also gave back to different causes.
A vinyl figure for my kids to create new characters based off of their imaginations.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
When I started reaching out to suppliers, I learned a lot.
They worked with the design and the engineering.
We got a few dozen prototypes. We played with them. We tested them. The manufacturer listened to our feedback.
They helped coach me on the entire process.
All right. Hey, you people. Are you excited about our next special guest? Yeah, let's hear it. So, without further ado, let's welcome to the stage the one, the only shark with a heart of gold, Damon John. Let's give it up.
Thank you. What's going on? How you doing?
Wow.
All right. Move it towards this so my back is not that way. There you go.
Sure. Let's do that.
All right, you got some good questions for me?
Oh,
Friday. You know.
Friday. But, you know, all these people here to look at the camera, they're here just to hear some words of wisdom from you and inspirations. So, Damon, thank you so much for joining us here today at Alibaba.com Co-Create Summit. I am super excited to have you here, and I'm sure many of the audience here feel the same way. So, yeah. So as we saw and heard in the video, you know, your story, $40, 3 friends, becoming a 6 billion business, right, with Fubu. Can you share with us your entrepreneur journey, you know, that took you through that time, and then what really was the path that you took, that really, the pivotal moment for that really make you who you are, the successful Damon John today?
Well, thank you. I want to make sure that what I say up here is very advantageous to everybody in the room, right? And my story is pretty well documented, and it would take some time, but generally, you know, where I grew up, I love this new emerging, I would call it a technology, right? And the technology was called hip hop. And this is the 50th anniversary of it. And people say, why was that a technology? Well, before the internet, before cell phones and any of those things, we never knew what was happening, you know, in the streets of Las Vegas or Compton or Hollis, Queens, because they didn't show what was happening to African Americans on the 6 o'clock news.
Mm-hmm.
But what people were doing through this new music is they no longer had to play an instrument or harmonize, but they were communicating it through this music about their hopes, their dreams, their love, their aspirations, political issues, and police violence.
Yes.
And hip hop, just like any other culture, is not something. It was our version of Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat, right?
Yep.
And hip hop, just like any other culture, is not something that you just listen to. It's something you live. It came with a way to walk, talk, and dress. And at that time, hip hop kids were buying things. They were reinterpreting them on the streets because they needed certain type of clothes, right? So you didn't necessarily need Gore-Tex lining, but you loved the ski jacket, right? You didn't necessarily, you didn't need certain type of things, but you wanted it in the streets. And what happened was a lot of the designers and a lot of people that made clothing said they were taking our money going, we don't like you. We don't want you. Whether it was because you were African American, whether it was because you were an inner city kid, whether it was because your jeans sagged off your ass. And they would say, well, you know what? I made a pair of 32 jeans and you're supposed to wear 32. Why are you wearing a 36? And whoever your customer is, you have to have empathy for your customer. Maybe the person was wearing a 36 because they were like, well, first of all, I like to break dance. I want to be loose. Or they were like, I'm investing in you and I don't have $100 for a pair of jeans. And this is probably the only time I'm ever going to be able to afford that pair of jeans. So I'm going to buy it 3 or 4 sizes bigger because I want to hopefully grow into it. And you didn't have empathy for these people. Well, I started to hear rumors, that they didn't like us. And I remember a company called Timberland said, we don't make our boots for drug dealers. Now, Timberland was very big in our community and everybody here, due to really great brands that are democratizing this world like Alibaba.com, Timberland didn't do their math. And in business is 80-20, very simple. 20% of your customer, 80% of your business. But if Timberland was only making, it's the best boot in the world, if they were only making for mountain climbers and hikers and construction workers, well, you only need to buy 1 pair of Timberland. But if a new emerging market called hip hop adopts you and we're buying you for your fashion sense, and we're buying you the way the kids buy Nikes and Jordans these days, because the Timberland had a very certain suede on it. And that suede can hold a certain type of dye 3 separate times. So now you buy 1 pair of Timberland, you look like you have 4, so you dyed it over its lifetime. So now this poor kid from the community could look like they had 4 pair of Timberland. And I was buying 3 pair of Timberland a year. Right? Because I want to be cool. And you just called me a drug dealer and I was a hardworking young man at Red Lobster. I go home, I create a name, FUBU, For Us By Us. A lot of people thought the name was about a color, but it wasn't. It was about a culture because now I'm becoming the thing I'm fighting against, right? If I was only about a color. It was about a music that was created in the South of Bronx, primarily by African-American males, but I address everybody from the Beastie Boys to MC Surge to LL Cool J to Run DMC. So I get the brand out.
Yeah.
I started putting it out, right? I started putting on rappers. I didn't have any money, but I didn't have technology like today. So I put on a rapper, take it back, put on another shirt, take it back. I come out here to Vegas. It's 1992. I don't have any money. I have $27 in my pocket. My mother works at American Airlines. I go into California and take a Greyhound bus because I'm on a buddy pass. I can't show into the trade show because I don't have any money. I can't walk into the trade show because I don't have the money for a badge. I stayed at the Mirage Hotel. 6 of my friends and I, we put our clothes in the corner of the room and we slept on the floor and we would sneak into the trade show. At that time, there were no African Americans in the trade show. So the 6 guys with afros running up to all the buyers going, I got some FUBU back in my hotel room. I write $300,000 worth of orders. I go home, turn my house into a factory, blah, 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 blah. Almost go bankrupt 3 separate times. And finally in 1998, I get an offer for somebody to manufacture and distribute my clothes. And I'm here now with you after all that failure and all those successes. But the bottom line is I didn't have access. You see, that I started this journey in '89. And if I was around today starting this journey, like with Alibaba.com, that journey would have taken me 2 years instead of 10 because I didn't know who my customer was. Right? If I sell it to somebody, they go home. How do I find you?
Right.
Why did you buy? Why did you not buy? What colors do you like? What do you like to see in the future? I couldn't get full retail price. I make it at 10. I sell it to the store for 20. They sell it at 40. Now on Alibaba.com, you make it at 10. You sell it for 40. You know why they buy it. You know why they didn't buy it. When a customer complains about something, that's still an investment because the customer doesn't have to tell you why they're moving on to another brand. But when they complain and you fix it, what do they say? They go around and tell all their friends. You know, I told Damon about this, and he changed it, right? So that's really why I'm here, because of how Alibaba.com has democratized the world. I didn't know where to get manufacturing done. How would I know? I didn't have money to go to China.
Right.
I didn't have money to go to Vegas. So, you know, that is my story, and we can get fully into it, but I want the takeaways here to be access to information and access to real information that you can source by different people is the most powerful thing you can ever have in your life. My buddy here is a young lady that I grew up with, and we worked in Red Lobster. Her name is Tasha. She's a great financial advisor right here. But yeah, but
give it up.
Where's Tasha at? Tasha, you can throw her hands up in the air. Or yeah, I got a lot of friends here. I got my buddy Justin McClure from the Mighty McClures. Has almost 1 billion views on social media with his beautiful daughters. But access to information is critical. And why I bring up Tasha is, you know, when I went as I was a waiter in Red Lobster, you know what I did? All the waiters, we were so busy trying to make money, but I looked at the quarterly reports that Red Lobster was putting out, and we all had access to this information. And I started to realize how much they saved when they put or took out a shrimp, or how much they made money on their appetizers, desserts, and liquor, and not on the steaks. It's just access to information. That's it.
Right. So you're not just working there, you're actually studying the business.
Yeah, why not, right?
Right.
So you're going to go to college, and right now, if you go to college and university, you're going to take out $500,000-$600,000 worth of student debt for a career you're not even sure you want to have, right? Because think about it, the stats are that 50% of the kids graduating today will retire with a job title that doesn't exist today. That's like if somebody told you 10 years ago you're going to be a drone operator or AI expert or a gamer or a pay-per-click, whatever the case is, well, maybe 20 years ago, right? So you're going to a college to pay $500,000 to $700,000 worth of student debt that you will never pay off, or you can get paid at Red Lobster. Look at all the shit that they know.
That's true.
It's just access to information.
Right. Exactly.
Hey, hope everyone's having a good day. Fantastic. So funny, I'm picking up pretty much where the last three gentlemen left off, but I've got a slightly different angle for how to grow your B2B channels. So today we're going to cover how to expand by selling on Alibaba.com using our GGS program, so our Global Gold Seller program. I have a hunch that many of you have heard about this. You could just wave your hands if so. Totally fine if you haven't. We're going to cover it from a pretty top down level here. So to begin with, I just want to jump into the B2B e-commerce landscape a little bit. So here's just a very simplified version of a typical value chain. As you can see, they're pretty complicated, right? I suspect that most of us, or many of us, occupy this retail node toward the end. We're focused on selling to consumers. Well, why? As you can see, every one of these nodes that performs a value-added step is probably not getting out of bed for anything less than a 15 or 20% margin. So why is the majority of the marketing spend and the effort spent on winning a one-off consumer? Well, there's some value to that, but there's also some value to B2B. As you can see, the total value traded annually in B2B is roughly 6 times that of the value traded in B2C. Well, it's a little more complicated to do B2B sometimes, and maybe that keeps a lot of people off the table. But what is really holding back the businesses here in North America? Well, just a couple data points for us here. 61% of manufacturers don't have any e-commerce site at all. So these are traditional businesses, the types of businesses that you're sourcing from on Alibaba.com. But here in North America, they're simply not digitized. Well, that's going to make it hard to source from them. 71% of small businesses, which are the vast majority of businesses in North America and around the world, don't have any type of e-commerce site. They're not selling online at all. Well, that's leaving some more money on the table. Another upcoming trend that is quite fascinating is 90% of B2B buyers are using mobile. So I suspect many of you here today use your mobile phones, get out the Alibaba app, send out some inquiries, maybe directly order an item with ready to ship. Inversely, however, only 10% of B2B companies have anything like a mobile sales strategy. So, how to fill the gap? Well, if you zoom out a little bit and look at the various value chains and supply bases on planet Earth, you will find that there are unique capabilities, unique macroeconomic trends and circumstances in just about any region you're at. The good news is Alibaba.com covers all of these regions. So if you're a US supplier and you're looking to start exporting, for instance, well, where's the low-hanging fruit? It's just north of here, right? Canada. It's pretty easy to export to Canada typically. Where else? Well, you could always sell to Europe if you've got a famous brand. You could also get your feet wet in Asia. Why not? If you're sourcing products from Asia, you probably already have more of a sense of how business is done out there than you might think. So with over 40 million business buyers on our platform, how have the trends been going? So one of the common themes when we talk to our buyers is that they would like to source a little closer to home. I think we've all heard of the nearshoring trend. We know that there's a lot of businesses that experience supply chain disruptions which really hurt their businesses in the past few years. And while things are starting to normalize now, there's always a little bit of value to hedging your bets or trying to develop a more sustainable supply base in case of future issues. On Alibaba.com, we saw tremendous growth in all of our top categories during the pandemic, and it's been sustained through the pandemic and continuing today. Just last year, I think our active buyer year-on-year growth was over 110%. So we cater to all types of companies that offer value in the B2B value chains. Whether you're a manufacturer looking for export partners, import partners, larger tier distributors, or you are one of those distributors and you're trying to circumvent another larger distributor and start working directly with a manufacturer, pad your margin a little bit, there's a use case on Alibaba for you. As we know, with 40 million buyers, and many of you being buyers today know that it can be quite valuable for your business's bottom line to secure source supply. So with that in mind, those of you who offer source supply or other capabilities that are hard to replicate from across one of the oceans, well, you might consider listing some products on Alibaba.com. Today, just a quick snapshot of how our North American supply base is performing in terms of the categories. You see roughly a third of our supply base occupies health and wellness categories. So we're talking about supplements, beauty products, as well as food and beverage. So, and it makes perfect sense why people, even in overseas, even people in Madagascar would like to buy an FDA-labeled healthcare supplement. There's only the one FDA on planet Earth, as far as I know. So some of you might have met Dan yesterday. He had a sharing. Unfortunately, he couldn't come today. But Dan has been in our ecosystem for roughly a decade by now. And he's built his export business predominantly through Alibaba.com. 100% of his business was domestic. He makes white label supplements. And the very vast majority of the business he gets on Alibaba.com is overseas. Today, he's exporting roughly 90% of his product. So, how to get started? Well, for starters, I would encourage you to make a very informed decision about your business. And the best way to do that is take a picture of this QR code and get a consultation set up with somebody from my local team. These guys are experts on the platform, both in terms of the sales and in terms of the service that you will be receiving when you join. Now, after a couple of these conversations, you decide, great, let's go for it. Which plan? Well, they're going to help you determine which plan is the best fit for the Alibaba operating model you'd like to establish. And that depends entirely on your business. So just like everything else in B2B, how to join is also a matter up for some negotiation. And then you go live. And what does that look like? Well, for starters, you need to set up a storefront. Going back 24 years, a lot of our customers in Asia didn't have any type of online store. They weren't on Amazon, obviously. And their very first online presence was their mini site on Alibaba.com. So that'll be your very first step in getting started on your Alibaba journey. Our teams help you build a storefront that is going to perform well, that the buyers on the platform are quite interested in engaging with, and ideally, populate it with a lot of SKUs. The more you have, the better. The more traffic you'll get organically. That comes to the uploading of your listings. So we help you with your first couple of batches of products and optimizations. Once your product is listed, it's not just to sit and forget about it. There are always new trends in terms of keywords, product types, etc. You might even have some SKUs. Well, imagine if you're selling cookies globally, right? Well, most Commonwealth countries don't call them cookies, and that might be kind of frustrating. Exactly, biscuits, yeah. Right, there's thousands of examples where you need to make regional keywords if you're trying to win business in that region. And the good news is there's no limit to how many products you can list on Alibaba.com. So essentially, if you take the time to list high quality, high product information score listings, you can essentially print organic traffic. And finally, if your inbound traffic isn't at the level you would like it to be, maybe you've only been on the platform for a week, and you only have one SKU ready, well, that's all you need to pop over to the RFQ marketplace. So this is a platform where all of the requests for quotations that either haven't been responded to within a day or were automatically sent directly to this market can be collected by suppliers. So you put your sales guy on that and have him go and prospect some leads himself. So, in summary, why start on Alibaba.com? Well, it's a B2B exclusive marketplace, which means it's a pretty interesting extra leg to whatever else is in your sales and marketing mix. Right? I think today in North America, there's something like 10,000 omni-channel e-com people. I check this all the time, which means there's probably a shortage of about 90,000 of these talents. Well, joining Alibaba gets you access to the kind of service and tools that helps you bridge that gap if you're still trying to find one of those talents and train them. Finally, we don't charge a commission. So what does that mean? You own all of your customers. We just heard that on Amazon, you have to do some funny workarounds, send a postcard to people or put it in the box. We would never discourage you from doing business with your customers. We don't look at the buyers that you meet on the platform as our buyers. Those are your customers. Come on. And no commission. So how do we make our money? We got to pay the bills, right? Well, we charge annual package prices, and these are highly customizable. Some are very flexible with quarterly payment options. Some are the race car versions. I'm sure many of you have a preference for the suppliers on the platform with one of those fancy verified check marks. Well, as an American supplier or North American supplier, you can also get one of those verified check marks. Finally, access to online events and our 40 million plus global buyer base. that's a pretty compelling use case, I'd say. All right, so I'm going to take a little bit of different turn from some of the other sharers today, and I would actually like to turn the time over to you guys if you have any questions about joining Alibaba as a global supplier. You bet. Sure. Do you have a mic? All right, you can yell, I think. Yes, please.
问答时间吗？
这3个人呢，就是后面的这几个，什么 Steven Schumann、Dennis and Sarah。
That's a fantastic question. So to summarize for anybody in the back that didn't quite catch it, so if you wanted to promote or showcase some of your specific company culture, or if you want to promote that you're a woman-owned business or something to that effect, you can do so on your mini site. You could technically add that to your product template as well, where you might want to put a company video and something to that effect. But your mini site is highly modular. You're not forced to adopt one design or another. It's essentially drag and drop modules. And so you could place banners that showcase that you guys are socially proactive, or that you're an inclusive organization, or anything to that effect. And to the second part of your question, you're next. Second part of your question, do global buyers care about that? Well, we've got 40 million. I'm sure some of them do. And thanks again for your question. Thank you, Jim.
What is the usual meeting set? Because I have one for Tuesday. I said it while you were talking. What is the usual from first meeting to going live?
Great question. So what's the process like? I can tell you on average it takes 4 to 6 weeks for you to make that informed decision that I would like you to make. We don't rush you through the process. We want to make sure that you understand exactly what's going to come next, right? As soon as you pay for your package, after you picked it, well, who's going to contact you? How many days until you get through your business verification and you can start using the seller tools, right? So I'll say that, let's say it takes you a month to pick a package, right? It usually takes less than a week to get you through verification, and your first products are starting to list within that week, typically. You bet.
Okay.
If you buy your products on Alibaba.com, is it allowed to relist them with your own brand to sell to other businesses?
Certainly, and thanks for that question. Delighted to elaborate a little bit. I don't recommend any of you do this, but technically the United States is an open air market, which means you could go to Costco and buy a bunch of Snickers and list them on Alibaba.com, provided you have a reseller certificate. Right, so of course, and there are, if you run about 100 searches on Alibaba, I think you will find at least one case where the first result and the second result are different companies but look exactly the same. So I would say if you're going to adopt a strategy like that, that means you're probably going to want to source in high volumes and then list your product as FOB your address. That way, domestic buyers or local buyers are going to see the total order cost. And compared to getting that FOB Guangzhou, for instance, is actually pretty comparable, but you can offer local service, you can offer after-sales support and things to that effect. Great. So with that, I'll give you guys one more chance to get a picture of this. And thank you so much for your time today.
He's the head of sales for Alibaba.com North America. I want to give him one more round of applause.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum
It
wage.
was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began. Like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
People started placing pre-orders.
It's a business that I love so much, I would do it for free.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum
It
wage.
was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began. Like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
People started placing pre-orders.
It's a business that I love so much, I would do it for free.
I know that I have to keep going and growing into the future.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began. Like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began. We thought of an idea, make our own paddles that didn't just look good, it actually played well.
Produced bamboo toothbrushes that also gave back to different causes.
A vinyl figure for my kids to create new characters based off of their imaginations.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
When I started reaching out to suppliers, I learned a lot.
They worked with the design and the engineering.
We got a few dozen prototypes. We played with them. We tested them. The manufacturer listened to our feedback.
They helped coach me on the entire process from start to finish.
And then finally getting the one. This is it. This is our product that's now ready for the world.
It was like Christmas. There's this thing that you designed, that you created, and it's here. It's real.
People started placing pre-orders.
My dad was the person that we actually shipped the first one to. I remember he was so excited.
There's a certain sense of joy when you see a kid's face light up when they play with these toys.
People see the vision and they are part of the vision. Being an entrepreneur
is the greatest job ever.
I was trying everything to reconnect with my own values of respecting nature. It was really tough. I grew up in Los Angeles by the ocean and I've always had that connection, but along the way, I kind of lost it a little bit. When I was in Peru, we went to Machu Picchu, and before the guide left us, he said, here in Peru, we believe that if we take care of Pachamama, who is Mother Earth, she'll take care of us. And that was the moment. I felt like I was being taken advantage of by my
Vegas, we are now starting some development with a kind of like a professional soccer teams here. So hopefully we can have more and more like a hearing made soccer jerseys coming to Vegas soon. Here is one of like inquiry that we get from like very beginning of 2016. for us, it's like for the company, we've been working with all kinds of customers from all over the world, but it's always very exciting that we can work with all kinds of like startup businesses. This is one of the special cases when the inquiry comes from us from is a customer from Canada. So they're asking for us to order some basketball uniform stuff, and end up we close a deal, which is about like $1,068, and is about 7 items, and total about 140 pieces product. That means in a average about 20 pieces of each item. Back then of 2016 for our company is actually a little bit quite difficult to handle this kind of like order. Normally we can kind of like turn down a request. But yeah, the owner of the brand exists, Justin, and we find out he's only a 25 years old young man. He was very passionate and aspiration about his business vision. So back that time we think we'll try to help the young man, but also it's quite a bit challenge for the company. But on the other side, we find out that also back then in the market, this kind of like a flexible ordering and production demand is keep on like increasing. So instead of turn down the request, we think we may give it a try. And then, but in order to like handle all this kind of like flexible production solution, we need to do all kinds of like adjustment from the whole production line. For example, start from like a fabric supply. Instead of we get every kind of fabric in by orders, we need to stock actually all kinds of different fabric, and then make sure that all this production can be started right away when the order is being placed. And the second is the workshop like adjustment. Traditionally, the max production like workshop is not more like a suitable for the small orders. We need to set up a special team in the production line just to handle all these kind of small orders. And second, we need to preset and standardize all kind of like a size patterns to make sure that when all this order can be adopted to all kinds of different SKUs, that we can give us a much more like efficiency and then faster turnaround. And even more with the like evolution, like industrial evolution going on, we got more and more kind of like a custom-made facility is coming to the production line, like some kind of, we call it digital printing and digital cutting. So this is kind of like enable us to handle all this kind of like difficult custom-made productions goes like easier and faster. And also back then, delivery solution, instead of sending all the goods to their like Toronto office, we start to drop shipping all the goods direct to his customer's door. So with all this like a process going on, is about we kind of like it take about 2 years, but both of us we put a lot of effort. It's not like a snap of fingers, but with all the problem and difficulty we've been going through, we finally get a kind of like a quite smooth path about how to collaborate with them and also the other customers. So at the meantime, why the new development of all these kind of online digital procurement tools like Alibaba.com, which is like enable all the businessmen that can do kind of like global sourcing in a lower cost and more like convenience. And all this kind of the new like opportunities create all kinds of also kind of like a possibility for even the new business generations, for startup entrepreneurs can kind of like use and turn on their business vision by use all kinds of new options, like through nowadays a lot of like Alibaba live streams, buyers can really kind of start to do and learn and even deeply talk with the suppliers online, and kind of enhance the frequency of deep like communication with the supplier, which really give them a nice, easier access to understand the supplier, and with in this case also without any kind of like a very expensive international like traveling costs. So with all this kind of like a flexible solution and kind of powerful tools we give to access, we are really glad to see the growth of the companies from a kind of very beginning stage and come to nowadays $1 million business. And today, we are actually very proud that we have the founder and CEO of Sizester is come with us. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the founder and CEO of Sizester coming far away from Toronto to join us in the conference, Justin Avery. Okay, cool.
Avery, and I'm the founder of XZ Sportswear. I just want to take the time quickly to thank Zip because back in 2016, I was 24 years old, and he believed in my vision. At the time, I had never sold any apparel at all. He believed in it. I brought him a whopping $1,000 order on my first sale, and I did that through Alibaba.com. And without platforms like that or conferences like this, we wouldn't have been able to connect. So I was just glad for the platform. I'm glad for conferences like this to be able to connect. And after 7 years of business together, right? It's been about 7 years. We're now doing over $1 million in purchasing products through his factory.
Yeah.
We also outfit over 500,000 athletes across North America. I started off with a dream, and I told him I'm going to build one of the biggest sports brands in the world. And I'm on my way to doing that after just 7 years. And I hope to be able to tell you guys the rest of this story in another 7 years. So thank you guys so much. Again, my name's Justin Avery, and I'm the CEO of XZ Sportswear.
Great. Thanks. Cool. Yeah. So thanks so much to Justin. So it's what a great story that we come through Alibaba. And so here is another like a story that we work with another UK customer. Because with all the time going, we find that this kind of flexible ordering solution is not only important for kind of startup business, it's also quite a very powerful tools for any even established business for them to kind of like reach out to the new business opportunities. So this is a case from sports local brand from UK. So when traditionally when they cannot just order from us like about twice a year. So every time it's about 10,000 pieces, which is quite good. But when the time goes on, the competition is quite high. So they start getting some kind of problem like excess in inventory and then have some problem with the turnover. So we start to offer them kind of option that you can flexible ordering everything. You can basically place orders that when you get the orders from the customer, then we use kind of like a very fast turnaround solutions. So give them nowadays up to about also 7 to 8 year business. This customer, instead of place 2 orders to us, nowadays they can, each year we get hundreds of orders from them, and the total order volume is about 10 times compared to what we used to do. So, and after all, I think going forward, from Healy, we'll stay on top of all kinds of latest new development of sportswear and casual wear. So if any people here get this kind of request, please feel free to contact us. I believe that in the company with our own design, production, and production team under the same roof, I think over 200 people in the Healy team will make sure we give you all the kind of best possible experience. And in the September, also, we are going to join the EPE event, which is a massive like a promotion in the coming months. So if anybody have any kind of like request, please feel free to let us know. And last but not least, we come in all the long way to here. I'm traveling about 15 hours in the freight trying to get here. So besides like say hello to everyone, I would like to also tell everybody that our country is finally open. So everyone is welcome to visit the city and the country. We will not just show you some of the greatest state-of-art like manufacturing facilities. It will be also a great honor to introduce you guys some of the great authentic Chinese food inside of Panda Express. From one of the most like a famous foodie city of China. I'm from the city called Guangzhou, AKA the city of flowers. Overall, all I want to say is that welcome to Alibaba.com and welcome to China. That's all for my speech. I'm out. Thank you so much.
Founder and CEO of Healy Apparel. And up next, we have Daniel Marquez. He is a supplier from Mexico, and he is this.
They're not. They turn it off.
He is the founder and CEO of Healy Apparel. And up next, we have a supplier from Mexico. We have the CEO of Blender Group Mexico. His name is Daniel Marquez.
Hey, how are you? Finally. It's been a little time to remove my nervous. So, okay, I'm here to talk about not only a company, not only a product, but an opportunity that we have right now in this region and all over the world. As you know, maybe you can see Mexico is much more than just avocados. Ask the Super Bowl. Yeah, maybe you think about tacos or tequila or even, or mariachi. Okay, so well, this is just an opportunity. I mean, this is something great, but we have been in this business for a lot. Let me tell you something about the numbers. Mexico and the US has been doing businesses since more than 200 years ago. So, as you know, we share a huge border. Maybe it's the biggest border in the complete globe. So, let me tell you this. I know that we are here and we love our Alibaba people because we love China, right? But I love China, but I love Mexico the most. Yeah, right. Yeah, viva la raza. Yeah, so that's why I'm here. This opportunity goes like, now we are the first and the main trading partner for the US since 2023. We used to be before, we are now. China is in the middle. So, and now we are doing a lot of business with China because of region. And you can read my shirt, what it says, nearshoring. Okay? So, well, we have a trade between Mexico and the US of $780 billion every year. This is numbers for 2022. Okay, so, well, talking about this, imagine this border. It's crazy. We have more than 500,000 people crossing the border every day. 200,000 cars every day also, to 20,000 trucks in lines with items that are already sold. I mean, we are not coming here because we have an opportunity, we already have it. There you go. So, yeah, this is $1.7 billion every day. And this is for us, okay? Okay, so well, Mexico exports to the US a lot of things. As I told before, tequila, tacos, and everything, and all the agriculture things that you already eat in your tables. But also we trade with cars, auto parts, trucks, tractors, computers, machinery, medical devices, electrical equipment, and also mobile phones. So it's a huge thing to do. I mean, we are not just manufacturing things. We already are thinking. So now we have a different set of mind because we have been learning a lot in the last maybe 30 years. So now we are not only producers, but also technology producers. Okay? So let me talk to you about my company. What we do, Blender is a company that we are suppliers of solutions for the concrete industry. So I would say, as you can read here, make a concrete change. I mean, you can see that many people goes and walks over concrete, but if you come to Vegas, you will see that maybe 60% of all the pavements you see, they are made by concrete. And not only a great concrete, but a coloring concrete. A concrete that is already sealed. You can see that in the streets, you can see that in the hotels, you can see that in the shopping centers. So we manufacture these products, we learn about it, Blender has been in the market for the last 18 years. I've been in the market for the last 27 years. So I learned from the US guys, and we manufacture these products now in Mexico. So we have plants in León, Guanajuato, we have our plant in Yucatan, and we have offices in Houston, Texas also. So we are also a US company. Okay, so what kind of products? So you can see, well, this is the product that we have in our line. The sealers, the pigments, the acid stainings, and a lot of mortars. So we learned that we have the opportunity. When we met Alibaba, we know that we have an opportunity, a new one. What is the new one? To build our brand, of course, outside of the border, not only the USA and the US, but all over the world. And then to start developing not only for us, but even for others. Maybe you can be one of those others. So we are open to private label, and what we want to do is to be inspired, as we say, inspired by the art of building. So we want to participate in everything you think is a good set for your job, and architectural matters, or maybe you want to have a product that you can mold with your hands. And this is what I'm talking about that. This is a great opportunity that we got last year. Once we get into the platform, and actually we were not that great in our. We were hiding in the platform a little bit because it takes time to get a setup in the platform. So, but the customer found us. So these customers from Israel, they talk to us and they say, "Hey, you guys, I can see that you make all those products that I already talked about it, but I'm wondering if you have something like this. What do you want?" Well, I'm making concrete craft. So concrete craft has been growing a lot since the pandemics, because people want to do something in home. So concrete craft is something that you can make with your hands. So I will say that we can make concrete available for everyone. So we start doing this development. We develop a product for them. Actually, they were buying from someone in England, and actually one of the biggest players in the market. And I told them, okay, I can do that, but I can do it better. So from a product that they have a powder, a resin, and they have to add many other things, we developed a product that we just use a powder, and you just add water. So as I can tell you, we in Mexico, we are not only manufacturing things, now we are thinking a lot of things. So we are builders of technology. So this exact product goes, into people in Israel, and they say, okay, I like your product, I will bring it to the US, because they have stores in the US. So they are now selling the product in the US. So this is a huge opportunity to say, because we had a 5 months development for a product. We just get the first order of $200,000, and it will be one of those orders every 2 to 3 months. So I think it's for just one customer, it's a good thing to say that we accomplish our goal in the platform. So as you can see, you can check in our website, and you can check in the platform what is the product we have, and maybe we can develop something for you. Okay, so going backwards, and what I say at the beginning, we are now ready to supply customers from all over the world. We know that we are in a region that is very vast. I mean, it's a huge region with a lot of money in between. So don't go so far. Stay in the region. I mean, we are just the neighbors side. So we are here. Actually, we as Blender, we are American company. So it will be easier now to get. So saying that, I'm almost done because my time is almost done. And I will say thank you. Thank you for hearing me. I hope we can make some business. So anything you can say, I'll be here.
Supplier based in Mexico, Daniel Marquis. Is it on? Again, you just heard from a All right, sorry about that. You just heard from a supplier based in Mexico. That was Daniel Marquis, the CEO of Blender Group Mexico. Let's give him one more round of applause. All right, and up next, we have a Canadian manufacturer. This supplier has been on Alibaba.com for a while. 2012, 2013, joining the platform. You're going to hear from the Director General of Alco Prevention Canada. His name is Stefan Morris. Give him a big round of applause.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me well? Yeah? Good. So my name is, no? Hello?
Dude,
good now?
The sound.
I can hear me.
Sound.
Good.
Okay.
So my name is Stefan Morin from Canada. I'm from Alco Prevention Canada. I founded a company back in 1989 for breathalyzers. You know, when you drink socially, it's difficult to know if you are over the legal limit or not. So I was asked to help you. I know there's a lot of people here that wants to start maybe their business on Alibaba. I've been on Alibaba for about 11 years now. I think it was one of the first one in the market in America. So I'm here to share some advice, some tips, so you can be successful. That's the objective. So we're going to start with a small video about what we're doing, about our core business, and then we'll start the presentation. There's supposed to be a video here. Well, the video just disappeared. Okay, so basically what we will do, I'll tell you who we are, why we started that business back in 1989, our products, our markets, the benefits of working with us, and then I will give you some reasons to work on Alibaba. I'm going to share one success story that was a turning point for me back in 2012, and I'm going to share with you the keys to success, my favorite tips. If you want to start a business, that should be a good idea. So 1989, I was 23 years old, and it took a tragic accident for me to start my business with a partner. Unfortunately, my partner was involved in a tragic accident when he was 14 years old, a face-to-face accident with a drunk driver, and his dad died at the same time. He went through the windshield of his car. He was pretty injured, but he was still alive. So at 14 years old, can you believe that? He became the only man in his family. He has 4 sisters and 1 mother, and he said, Stefan, it changed my life forever. Because at 14 years old, I became the only man in the family. So we took this tragic accident to build something positive. What can we do to make sure it doesn't happen again? Less accidents. So we went together to the police, and we asked the police that was there, who is your manufacturer? So we went to the manufacturer back in Toronto, and we decided to take that business and build breathalyzer for consumer, okay? So that's why it's important to understand that in 1989, when we started that business, there was no tool for people to test themselves. I'm sure you have heard, I'm okay to drive, don't worry. We have heard that story so many times. So there was a need in the market. And we decided to start that business because there was a need in the market. You know, if you want to respect the speed limit, you have a speedometer in your car. But for alcohol, back in 1989, there was nothing. So there was a niche in the market that we decided to fill, and we wanted to make a difference. There was a social mission with my friend whose dad passed away at that time. So the product that we have are on the screen here. So you have the breathalyzer, the single-use breathalyzer on the top and left. So all you have to do is you blow in the little tube, and the color would change from white to red when you are over the legal limit. So for less than $3-4, I mean, it can make a difference. And we have all kinds of breathalyzer that are electronic that you can use also. We also have a drink spiking test against GHB and ketamine. We have drug tests and stuff like that. So this is what we do with our products. The markets we are working, well, basically, we work a lot with university, colleges, road safety program, wineries, bars, restaurants, all events where alcohol is being served. Golf events, corporate events. Every time there's alcohol, I think, personally, the company or whoever is organizing the event, we should have a breathalyzer available to everyone, so when you go back home, you know exactly if you are over the legal limit or not. So the market is pretty huge, and we presently work with about 45 countries because of Alibaba. Finally, the benefits of the breathalyzer, I think it gives you a peace of mind when you drink socially. You can save lives, it's ethical, it's responsible. It's nice to convince a friend not to drive. I'm sure you have heard this before. I'm okay to drive, and if you don't have any tool to convince a friend, it's pretty difficult to tell him not to go home. And for us, the social mission is very important to know exactly your blood alcohol level when you drink socially. So now we're going to look at the reason why you have to be on Alibaba. Well, the first one, it's not expensive. It's less than $4,000 a year when you think about that. And we were able to generate millions of dollars of business all around the world. When you think about that, for an investment of $4,000 a year. Alibaba is there 360 days a year, 7 days a week, 24 hours per day. It's always there. And you can reach thousands and millions of customers. Don't forget, yesterday, Alibaba said there's about 40 million people that is using the platform right now. And you can put a wide range of product. I mean, we have like 5,000 listings right now on Alibaba. And what I like also about the Alibaba is they have verified buyers. So you know exactly that the buyer that is sending you a request is a real request. And it's very easy to do any transaction. So that's the reason why we decided to be on Alibaba. I was asked also to share a success story on Alibaba. So as I mentioned, we started like 2 employees, my partner Ronald and myself. And in 2012, I love France, and I'll tell you why. In 2012, France decided to make mandatory to have 2 single-use breathalyzer in every car. It was mandatory. So over the next day that the law was published, we received 400 requests from France for single-use breathalyzer. And it lasted for about a year. So we had a capacity of 1 million testers per month. So we had requests from France, people coming in Montreal. Stéphane, we want to have some breathalyzer. Is it possible to make business with you? So can you believe that over a day, we started to sell millions of testers per month in France. So that was a turning point for us. And I was really amazed about something, is people were sending me checks, bank transfer for like 500,000 euros, 1 million euros. People I didn't know. So I felt very honored by the trust I was having by these people, because I'm not sure if I would have done myself, sending a check to someone I don't know. But I felt honored, and I said, why not? We're gonna go to, oops, sorry. The keys, if I were you, when you are on Alibaba, high quality listing. Make sure it works like Google, SEO. Make sure that you have like new products every month, fresh content. It's very important. Like we have like 30 products, but we have like 5,000 listings. So it's very important. So I only have 1 minute. Personal service, make sure that you treat people like the way you'd like to be treated, very important. Answer fast. Alibaba really like the people that answer fast, and the faster you answer, you'll be on the first page on Alibaba. You need competitive pricing, credibility, and quality. So make sure that in your listing, all these 3 points are in your Alibaba website. And build strong relationships. People like to deal with people, with humans. Treat them like they are friends, and they're gonna last for very long. So this is my experience on Alibaba. If you have any question, I'll be happy to answer you. My coordinates are here, and I think we'll have 1 second left. So thanks, everyone.
Great job. Great job. Right on time.
I had
to
to
give it to Alex.
And up next is Dr. Yan Zhang. She is the co-founder and CEO of AirDog USA Inc., a Chinese supplier on Alibaba.com. Let's welcome her to the stage.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Dr. Zhang. So people always say, save the best for last. So I know who stayed here until now. That's all the true loves. So I'm not a very typical business woman, because actually AirDog is started by me and my husband. So I got my PhD in electrical engineering from UC Santa Cruz. And my husband got his PhD from Caltech in aerodynamic engineering. So we both came to study in United States and then pursue our dreams in the Silicon Valley. So actually back in 2007, we have a very peaceful life in Silicon Valley as an advanced researcher in a very famous research company in the Silicon Valley. So one day, we got a very interesting project, but also very challenging project. So a famous flute company that makes the laptop came to us, and then they want a silent cooling solution because they think the laptop gets so thin, so the noise gets really big. So they want some innovative technology to make a silent cooling solution for the laptop. And that's why, we came up the idea with 2 electrodes and then generate air flows through electrical force. So this will be a totally complete silent solid state fan. Definitely there's no noise. So it's a great solution. So we are very excited, and we turned the prototype to the company. So we think, we're going to build a product that changed the world. But unfortunately, the products came back to us in a month, and the computer get all the dirt, junk inside there. So it's a totally failure, because the dust got the computer not working. So it's a failure. But, we've been researching this ionic cooling for about 2 years, and we really fall in love with that. So we are very frustrated about this failure, but we don't want to give up because we are very much fascinated about many of the advantages of this technology. For example, it's highly efficient in dust collection, it's very silent, and then it's also very environmental green because wherever you get dirty, you can clean the place and reuse them. Don't have to throw the filters. So that's why we think, whether we can build something, different from the cooling. So that's why don't we utilize its highly efficient in dust collection so that we can, benefit other things from this technology. So we steered our way from the original silent cooling solution and built a bigger system, which is specialized for the dust collection. So that's through the 10 years of research, so we built our TPA, which is two-pole active technology, specialized in the dust collection, and we filed about 128 patents around the globe. And now, we have a product line that is fully globally certified. And then, thank you. And then our products are reaching over 80 plus countries right now. We're selling globally. And we are very excited that actually we are serving over 10,000 hospitals just in Japan alone. And we're serving 6,000 plus classrooms in Germany. And we are really proud that actually over millions of users really love AirDog products. So how we achieve all this? Actually, we are really fortunate to meet with Alibaba about 4 years ago. That really expedite our globalization process. We have met so many business partners on the Alibaba platform, and now I'm just going to share you about the 2 snapshots of this interesting. So this gentleman here, he's Italian. So he found us on Alibaba.com, and he is a manager in an international company. Then he met AirDog. He started his journey of entrepreneurship, and he started working with us. Actually, at the beginning, we thought AirDog is just the air purification in the home application. But through working with this gentleman, actually, we find out that AirDog is the best in reduce the mold and extend the shelf life for the fruits. So you can see in this video that the strawberry with our AirDog products and without AirDog products, you see in the 5 days results, it's really huge. So that's why, through cooperation of this partner, we find out AirDog is not only good for the home air purification, actually it is also good in the industrial scale products. So we built our bigger industrial products based on these needs. We also helped him to find the oil fumes in the airport. So these are the biggest systems that through the co-creation of this partner that we built from our home air purification technology. And there's also another story. So this gentleman, he's from Korea. So he shared us a very sad story. Like in Korea, there's a humidifier disinfect incidents. So Korean people like to add additive into their humidifier to prevent the mold growth. But actually, they don't know this additive through the atomization process of ultrasonic that used in most humidifier. So actually, it outgassing. It creates a poison outgassing. And this caused about 16,000 people dead in Korea just for this humidifier disinfectant. So we know there's a huge market for the, mold-free, bacteria-free humidifier in Korea. So together we work with this partner, and we put our sanitization module inside the water. As you can see here, we built this beautiful of a mold-free, bacterial-free humidifier through an evaporative technology. And we put our TPA module inside the water. So now we can see a video, how this air purifier works. So you can see it's actually, we provide a very clean and comfort solution. So you can see inside there's a electro module here just to kill all the bacteria and the virus. And that's how it works inside there. And it also removes the odor. That's the common problems for the humidifier. And we also have a washable filter that you don't have to buy filters. Actually, you can just reuse them. So I think this is world's first, like a mold-free, bacterial-free humidifier. Thank you. Yeah, I think like now, let's think back, AirDog built its first products line through 10 years of research and development of our air purifier. So that's actually what we do. We build from what we know as a researcher and engineer. But actually later, as a business owner and as an entrepreneurship, actually we build through the co-creation of our customers, we build our products much faster. So now we can deliver successful products just in 1 to 2 years and then hit the market. So this is a big milestone for AirDog to grow rapidly. So actually, AirDog built our success from 15 years of failure, in the research. But now we actually go global and scale our business through our partner of co-creation. So if you do believe our faith, and also if you do believe, have the same thinking as us, I hope you also join the AirDog family, join the AirDog global family. And don't forget to check out more exciting products from our elite page on the Alibaba.com. Okay, thank you.
Zhang, she is the CEO and co-founder of AirDog USA Inc., an Alibaba.com supplier based in China. And up next, we have Steven Schulman. He is the president of AWOL, a Alibaba.com US supplier based in Florida, USA. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Who knows what a cathode ray tube TV is? Who's ever owned one? Okay, so you know how big and how heavy they were. So when your mother said to you, Steve, move the cathode ray tube TV over there, how many friends do you need? 2 or 3. Weighed almost 100 pounds. About 25 years ago, they created the flat screen TV. LCD flat screen TV, OLED now, mini LEDs. There's so many OLEDs, we don't even know what to do with ourselves. But it's been 25 years until a new paradigm has arrived, which is AWOL vision. And I'm here today to explain what AWOL vision is, how we're changing, like I said, the paradigm of home entertainment, and bringing the cinema not into your theater, but into your family room, living room, study. So, to my left is AWOL Vision LTV 3500 laser TV. To my left here is a 65-inch LED TV. The way it works is you can tell right below the screen there is a device, and it's called the LTV 3500 red, green, blue laser, and it emits tricolor laser onto a T1 chip into a Ricoh lens that took our engineers 6 months to design. It actually projects upwards. It only sits 6 inches away from the actual screen itself. As you've seen before, you had old-time projectors, and you still see them, they're here today, that sit about 12 feet away. They're called long throws. The short throws sit about 6 feet away, and they're still not close enough to the wall. So take that same power, take the same lumens in them instead of bulbs, 6 inches away from the actual screen itself. And that's what you have called an ultra short throw laser projector. So what it has in it is, like I said before, it's triple laser projection. It has Dolby Atmos for sound. It has HDR10+. We are announcing today that we just got Dolby Vision certification, the first projector to have Dolby Vision certification along with HDR10+, and it has 3D capabilities as well. As you can tell by some of the articles that were written about us, from the Hookup, 9 to 5 Toys, The Verge, that we were the winner of the best ultra short throw triple laser projector for 2023. The only laser TV projector that can replace your family room TV. A bunch of professionals that said that as well. So how did we do it? Like, who is AWOL? And our competitors are Samsung, Hisense, LG, Sony, JVC. And the only way that we were capable of doing it is when we sat down with our engineers, we said, we're going to spare no cost for hardware. Let's get the best lamps, let's get the best chipsets, let's get the best laser diodes. And that way, the people that know projection will understand what they're getting. And we launched on Indiegogo about 2 years ago. Even though we had the funding, we used Indiegogo as part of our advertising plan. And we sold over $1 million worth in about 6 hours. So we can project, and you can have in your home, a TV that's 150 inches big. And we're not talking about putting it in your theater. Obviously, you need high ceilings, but our screens are anywhere from 80 inches to 150 inches. And this is what I was talking about. What we have over Samsung and LG and the rest of our competitors is a patented f2.0 lens that our engineers designed with Ricoh that's able to project upwards and give you a very clear image. As a matter of fact, every one of the screens that you see that are not LED, there's 12 of them out around the convention, are AWOL vision projectors. They're not TVs. So we can project up to 3,500 lumens and give you that cinematic quality, right? When you're watching it, it's not reflective. When you watch CNBC or you're watching the news, you kind of want to watch the LED computer screen type of look. But if you're sitting down to watch your favorite movie, or you're sitting down to watch a sporting event, you're going to get that nice cinematic feel, especially with the brightness and the size and the color. It produces over 1 billion colors. And if you come to our booth at A14, hopefully before everything closes, you'll be able to see colors that your eyes really have never seen before on a screen. And we also have 3D capabilities. So basically, they're active DLP chips. You put the glasses on, they look pretty cool when you have them on. And you have, since it's so big and so bright, it looks like you're in an IMAX theater, but in the comfort of your own home. So we have all the connections that a TV has. So you might be thinking, well, how am I going to run the content? We have a built-in HDMI slot for any type of, Roku, Amazon Fire Stick that you plug in the back, and those are your streaming channels. You can plug in Apple TV in the other HDMIs, or cable, satellite, however you hook up your other TVs. We have the connections to do so, as well as 3 USBs and an RJ45 port. So features. Once again, we have perfect sharpness up to 150 inches. So a lot of the projectors, even the really expensive ones, the $200,000 projectors, they, in the very corners, they can't keep high definition. They slope down into standard definition. But by using all the best hardware and the best lens, we're able to keep lab tested ultra high definition up to 150 inches corner to corner. We have up to 3,500 lumens. We have 3 models. The other one is 2,500 lumens. The other one is 3,500 lumens. And the price accordingly. The brighter it is, the more expensive it is. We have active 3D. Dolby Vision is coming out, over-the-air update. And our gaming mode is 8 milliseconds. The closest projector is 30 milliseconds. So really fast active rate. We have Dolby Atmos as sound, and through our HDMI 2 port, you can bring your sound system out and use Dolby Atmos in your speakers that you have in your room if you want to use outdoor speakers, outside speakers. Otherwise, you can use 35-watt speakers that come with a device. So what we are introducing today at the Alibaba Co-Create conference is obviously the 150-inch big screen TV, the turbo mode for gaming at 8 milliseconds. We also have 24 frames per second. A lot of people don't know what that is. But when Hollywood directors and producers, filmmakers shoot a film, they shoot it at 24 frames per second. All the other projectors don't play at 24 frames per second. They play at 60 frames per second. So when you're watching something that is shot at 24 frames per second, and you can actually play it at 24 frames per second, it looks like you're just at the movies. There's nothing that's, wrong with the movement. It's not moving and being jagged and so forth. It's a very smooth cinematic quality feel. And we're happy to be here. We've only been here with Alibaba for a month. Really excited. Met some great buying groups, some great people, and thank you so much for your time.
And you just heard from Steven Schulman. He is the president of AWOL, a US-based supplier on Alibaba.com. And up next, we have supplier number 6 of 7. You'll be hearing from Dennis Hag. He is the CEO of Strategic Visionary Solutions, an Alibaba.com supplier based in Michigan, USA. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Gave me a mic. I can't dance. I can't sing. And I'm not Frank Sinatra. But today, I'm going to convince you to buy the best nanotechnology coating in the world, NanoClear, that I've been working on for quite a few years in its development and in its fielding throughout the world. Our marketing success wouldn't have been possible for worldwide without the help and the professionalism that we receive from Alibaba.com. We've been able to reach markets that we just couldn't do it. We're a small firm, and Alibaba.com gave us that capability. give you a little background information. I've spent 20 plus years in the military and about 15 more years working commercial platforms, high dollar systems fielded worldwide. And one of the biggest problems we had was they rusted, they corroded. The coatings and the paintings that we used for the severe environments just didn't hold up. It became a continual challenge for us and a cost. It was a factor that you would have to work in more maintenance dollars. You would have reduced operational capabilities. Your customers weren't happy. And I dealt with this for years. Well, we decided that I wanted to find something in that area. It became kind of like a quest. So about 2013, I started working with an inventor on very disruptive technology. And that technology is based upon nanotechnology developed coating that uses dendritic research that it's based upon giving extreme covalent bonding. All that engineering stuff, you know what it means? That stuff works. Very simplistic. It works. It convinced me. I'd never seen coatings like that. I liked it so much, I said, I got to help you market this. You know, we were a venture, worked with the inventor. So we started marketing it. I liked it even more. I became a distributor. I liked it even more. I started Strategic Visionary Solutions. I even liked it more. I own part of the plant now manufacturing the coating. So we got this great coating. We built a family of coatings with it, different things that it's specialized for and the things that it can do. We started marketing it. And as we marketed it, we did the old traditional things. The knock on the door, go to conventions, Shoe Leather Express, on and on and on. We weren't making much progress. So we found that our best luck with new customers, because it was such disruptive technology, was pilot tests and getting one-on-ones. Well, by 2019, we started to build up a little steam. We started getting repeat customers. We had a few foreign customers. And at that point, we said, we're going to stock up on inventory. We're putting it in an aerosol can. It took us 5 years to figure it out how to get it in a can. And we're all set. We bought all of this product, and we were rolling into 2020, and guess what happened? Bang. We got shut down like everybody else. And it was a tough year into 2020 and 2021. We said, you know, all these traditional ways that we're using on marketing aren't working. We went to Alibaba.com in 2020. We've been with them for 3 years. We now sell product in Saudi Arabia, Germany, Ireland, Great Britain, Israel, UAE, China, on and on and on, around the world. Our first customer, when we started the program, it took us 3 months, and we were really tight on the funding. Our first customer was with China, and it paid for everything that we had put into the program, and it kept us going for the next year. One customer, it proved itself. We said, this is great. I'm now marketing around the world. I get calls sometimes that aren't well liked around the office from at certain times of night and day, because we're 24/7, 365. That's what Alibaba does for us. These are some examples of how our coating works. We coat a lot of different things. We mentioned rail, industrial, offshore oil platforms, fleet equipment, and some very unique things. We're at Disney coating some different areas. We coat Carnival cruise ships. We coat 3,000 rail cars a year. We started coating Caterpillar gensets, John Deere farm equipment, a multitude of other things. And our coatings are very unique. Customers come with us and they want a solution for something because their paint or their coatings don't work. We provide them that specialized coating. We reach out to them Customer service to us is very important. We work neck and neck with them to make sure that they get the right product. And sometimes we have to tell them we can't recommend our product because we're not out about a quick sale. We're about a long-term relationship with our customers. We're about developing that back and forth and where we take care of them, and then they've got a great respect for our product and for us. Some more things where we've coated. This is a foundry. Nothing would stick on that foundry. It would literally burn off the coatings. We coated it with a nano clear line. It's still there. We've done some ships. We do John Deere, and we have a lot of solar fields that we're coating because solar panels are soft. So we put a coating on them and we protect them where they can be protected from the ravages of dirt, sand, hailstorms, whatever. Customers come to us because they have some challenges. We work with them and we'll find them a solution. Very important for us to get them the right solution. I wanted to mention a couple other things. We've tried, like, as you've heard today on all this electronic marketing and things, this stuff works. We've tried all these other tactics, all these other methods. We didn't get great success. We got success with Alibaba right up front. It's paid for itself, and I'm worldwide. That's something for a very small firm in a very unique coating. We are on GSA catalog where we market to government agencies worldwide. And if I had to tell you, going to a GSA catalog, what it takes to put a product on it versus Alibaba, I would take Alibaba night or day over having to work with the government. The program is easy to get loaded up on. It does have a learning curve, and you can learn really quick. The staff is there to help you. Miguel, that works with me. I probably drive her crazy because I've screwed a lot of things up and she fixes them. But it works great, and it's so powerful. We've been on the program for 3 years. I still probably haven't learned 70% of what its capabilities are. I keep learning every day, and that's part of the process in this business. You have to learn, you have to product improve, you have to get better, because that's the best way of making your customers happy. If you're looking for a coating that can run 10 and 15 years, better protection of your asset, pushing your maintenance cycles out, cutting your indirect costs, that's us. And we recommend to our customers, try us. We'll do a pilot test with you. Most of those we do at no to little cost so that we can prove the coating out so that they can see where it will best work for them. That's a little bit about us. We're SVS. Obviously, we're on Alibaba, our website. We're on LinkedIn, Facebook, all those other social media sites. We're out there. We're easy to reach. If you ever have a coating challenge or a corrosion challenge, you can drop me a line, text us, take a look at what we have. We're here to, again, save you money, to make your business better, and or to complement your products where we can fully enhance them and make them better. Thank you for the opportunity, Alibaba.
He is the CEO of Strategic Visionary Solutions, a supplier on Alibaba.com based in Michigan, USA. And up next, our last but not least supplier of the day. His name is Sam Barron. He is the co-founder of Shop the King and a supplier on Alibaba.com based in Ohio, USA. Let's give it up for Sam.
Hi, everybody. Hope everybody's doing awesome today. My name is Sam Barron, co-founder of Shop the King. Just want to give a quick background. Started my career in 2004 selling on eBay, importing live tropical fish from Southeast Asia, and from there got into the apparel industry. I know there's no correlation there, but just want to give a little bit of context before I get into this. Spent about 15 years of my career selling on all kinds of different marketplaces, Amazon, Walmart, eBay, have some experience selling on Wayfair and, the like. In 2020, got together with my best friend Adam. We co-founded Shop the King, which today we have a very successful presence on Alibaba. And my point of my talk today is I want to talk to the brand newest person in here who's maybe not on Alibaba, but you've maybe have experience on your own e-commerce site, or you have just some sort of a desire to sell. So I'm going to be pretty high level today and just want to just connect again with the brand newest person. So strategy, expanding into a new market, what is your objective? What is your goal? When we start with talking about a strategy for any new businesses that we're going to launch or new projects that Adam and I roll out together, we start with the end in mind. Where are we trying to go? What's the outcome? Are you trying to find new customers? Are you trying to get into new markets? For our business, very legacy type of business in the distribution industry, we were very confined to geographical locations and limits of our own trucking and distribution. So one of the first things that we did was we built out the logistics and the capabilities to ship either direct to consumer or direct to retail. Now, when you're setting up products on Alibaba, there's a couple different ways you can do it, and I'll keep this high level. There were a lot of people at this whole conference that talked about a lot of details and AI, and there were definitely experts on that subject matter for sure, but keeping it high level, there's kind of two different ways you can set up products on Alibaba that I think is really unique. One of them is ready to ship products. Ready to ship is no different than if you were doing a listing on an eBay or an Etsy or an Amazon, where a customer could go on to Alibaba.com, find your product, click an order, and it's done. You can do all the optimization and SEO with that product, so on and so forth. For our business, we were trying to consolidate and create a funnel where we could drive traffic to our native website, which we already staff with customer service folks. So for us, we do all of our products on Alibaba.com as customized. The reason that we do that is because we want to create that funnel for people to find our product, and we do advertise on the platform to generate a lot of those leads, and we want to ultimately drive those folks back to our site so that we can service them at the highest level possible. Now, some of the tools that we use, if you're a brand new seller in here and you have a large business, maybe you're currently using some form of an ERP system. Maybe you have some software tools that you use for multi-channel selling if you're already selling on the sites like Amazon or Walmart. For us, we had a legacy ERP system that didn't really play well with others. So we enlisted a company called WidestNet. They built us a custom kind of middleware business in a box ERP. That today is our single source of truth, which we feed back into our main ERP. That feeds our Shopify store, our Amazon storefronts, Walmart, eBay, and of course our Alibaba. We also do all of our order fulfillments through that program. Now, as a brand new person selling on Alibaba, I'm actually going to be one of the first people to tell you that getting into it isn't as straightforward today as it is selling on a site like an Amazon, for example. And that's where I think the biggest value, if you're a brand newest person coming in here, is connecting with that Alibaba sales rep team that Eric Cross leads. And, those people were really invaluable for us. For us, I put Chad on here, and I put his little QR code for his background. Chad was an expert level seller before he was actually working for Alibaba, and today he's been kind of our saving grace. We failed a lot on the platform when we started, and I hope some of this information I'm sharing with you, some of our hindsight can be your foresight. We lost a lot of money in the beginning, making silly decisions, trying to figure things out. So hopefully some of these high level ideas will add some value if you're brand new in here. Definitely connect with that sales rep person through that onboarding process. And that's going to be kind of your gateway to really pawing through a lot of the muck and the mire of getting started. Now, again, I talked about creating a funnel. And for us and for our business model, we have a really strong core competency on our own e-commerce sites. We sell on third-party marketplaces, but the goal is not to be a prolific seller on a third-party marketplace. Our goal is to generate that traffic back to our main hub of our e-commerce, because we can service people better there. We have a lot of technology to handle cross-border trade, and again, we resource it really well. So if a customer, like this afternoon, for example, I got 3 leads from our Alibaba listings of customers that went right to our e-commerce site, filled out our B2B application. They were approved automatically because of the ERP, technology deployments that we have. And those customers essentially have been pre-vetted and they're ready to purchase and they can shop on our storefront. So for us, Alibaba is that funnel. Alibaba.com is that funnel for us. As a seller, though, I mean, you have responsibilities, and the panel that was up earlier with Kevin talked a lot about really creative things that you can do as a seller to engage with your customers and capture those customers. And he talked about protecting that customer list. And I think that added so much value, at least to me, and it should add a lot of value to everyone in here who's coming from that seller component. Because again, Alibaba's empowering you to own these customers versus a site like an Amazon, where Amazon makes it very clear that it's an Amazon customer. It's not your customer. And they've got a lot of rules and policies. And if you've been on the receiving end of any of those rules and policies, you probably know what I'm talking about. So, as a responsibility of a seller, though, it's your job to service your customers. And, when I originally put this deck together, it said, service, service, service. I think everything comes down to customer service. We are a customer-centric business. We believe in customer service 100% because we are a distributor. We don't own any of the brands that we sell. So one of the things that we do to differentiate us is our sales approach with our customer service and our ability to service our customers. So I want to thank everybody for coming out today and for this weekend with this Alibaba.com Co-Create Conference. I know that I got a tremendous amount out of it. I hope that I had value to somebody out here today who's hoping to get on the platform and expand your business or expand your reach or whatever your strategy is. And without further ado, I want to bring back Brett up to wrap up the weekend.
Sandra Craven, and I am the social media director of social media marketing for PackU and Helium 10, and I am so excited to be at Alibaba.com's first ever inaugural conference, Co-Create 2023, and I am joined by a very special guest. Hamza, please introduce yourself for the viewing audience.
Hey, Cassandra, thank you for that great introduction. So my name is Hamza Naqvi, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Naqvi Brands. One of our biggest brands is Bostock Games. We create family fun card games for people around the world to enjoy and play.
This is incredible, and how do you feel to be at the first ever Co-Create 2023?
It's amazing. This event that Alibaba invited me to come and speak on stage with Damon John, since I have a Shark Tank, two-time Shark Tank entrepreneur, the event is first class. It's amazing. The amount of people that we're meeting here and learning about the future of what Alibaba is giving to entrepreneurs, it's amazing. It's a first-class event.
Absolutely. When you first walked in those doors, what was your immediate thought?
Wow. It was literally wow. The stage, the roster of speakers that are speaking here, the quality was just like, wow, this is a really amazing event. And I hope we're doing this for many years to come with Alibaba.
Absolutely. I would sign up for many, many years. This is incredible to see all the influencers, creators, buyers, sellers, Amazon sellers, Walmart sellers, different walks of life. It is a really great place to co-create, as the name says. And as you mentioned, you were on the main stage. How did it feel to step on stage and look out into that audience with Damon John?
It was, believe it or not, for me, it was amazing, right? And the packed show here, I think Alibaba has over 1,000 people here, a lot of entrepreneurs, and to go in front of them and talk about the world and co-creating and Alibaba and how our little company utilizes this global conglomerate, Alibaba, to help with everything is just amazing, right?
Absolutely.
And the tools that they're offering has been life-changing. So we, Cassandra, have been using Alibaba for 15 years.
I've heard 15 years. That's an OG record, I'm pretty sure.
15 years we've been using Alibaba, multiple different brands we have. Yeah. I think we have over 20 suppliers that we use for everything else. And we've built great relationships.
Right.
And that's the power of Alibaba. It's allowed us to build great relationships across time zones, across continents. We're invested with our suppliers. We know things about them. They know things about us. We're sharing funny jokes with each other, right? And it's so much fun to do that. They are happy with our success.
Absolutely. One ongoing thing that I've heard from many entrepreneurs, many Alibaba.com partners and relationships is that you are not on an island by yourself. You have a whole team behind you to back you up if you have questions, things of that nature. Do you feel that you have that support from Alibaba.com to help you scale your business?
That's a really great point. And as an entrepreneur, you sometimes forget about it because you could be alone or you have a small team and you forget about these suppliers that you aren't seeing on a daily basis.
Yes.
Because of Alibaba. you have a whole team behind you, a whole production facility, an army who's quality controlling it, who's vested, who's making sure that your products are perfect. And you get that support, but you forget about it on a daily basis.
Oh, yeah.
We're doing the grind, we're working, we're doing all of these other things. But then when you come back, and now that you come on stage and you see this, it reminds you of, I have a huge team behind me.
Yes.
I've got Alibaba behind me, and
Literally, you have Alibaba behind you.
and that just is just like, wow, this is amazing, right? And yeah, it can be daunting for an entrepreneur, but then something like this reminds you, look at how strong we all are together.
Oh, better together is what I always say.
Better.
And as you mentioned, you are, you're behind the keyboard, you're scaling your business, you're working every day, you're grinding, and now you're here at this in-person event, and you get to meet the team behind the scenes. You're meeting the Alibaba entrepreneurs, executives, things of that nature. How does that feel to connect with them one-on-one?
It feels really good because then I know that I have this strong partner in my corner, right? And I'm building those relationships with them. I think they have a saying, guanxi, right? And so that's the relationship we're building. And just to know they're there for our vetted interests. Now, learning about all the different products. Why do we use Alibaba?
Yes.
Small business. I'm confident in trade assurance. I'm confident when I initially start a purchase order with a new supplier, they're verified, they're vetted, there's reviews there, there's pictures there about their factories, everything else. They're quality checked by Alibaba.
Yep.
Then I have trade assurance. Lets me know when I'm giving that order, that money, God forbid, the colors are wrong, the quality is wrong, shipment is delayed. I've got Alibaba to go to and say, hey, can you help me out, right? Because sometimes as a small business, you don't have access to tremendous capital. That purchase order, if it gets messed up, of quality control. So that's why it's important to have this.
Yep.
And learning about all the cool tools that Alibaba is introducing, I'm so excited for when everybody else out there is going to see some of the new AI that they're introducing. That was
Oh,
amazing.
I was going to ask you, the new Smart Assistant AI tool, intuitive. Are you excited? I can tell on your face you're actually already
I'm
excited.
like a little child getting ready on like, oh my God, when are you going to give me this toy to play with? Because it'll make our life so much easier.
Yep.
And the cool features, you can see that Alibaba listened to their buyers and their sellers to figure out the best way to improve that communication and that interaction and make it easier, right? Time is so limited for everybody.
And time is money.
And time is definitely money. So if you can improve that in every step for everybody, but and the app, the logistics, all of it, I was just like, it was a fancy new car. And I was just like, when do I get to play with it?
Is that a good segue? Should we take a walk on over to the car?
Yeah.
Let's take a look. We're going to go and shift over here a bit. This is actually an Alibaba car made out of all supplies that you can find on Alibaba.com.
Wow.
Isn't that incredible?
This is incredible car.
Have you ever seen anything like this? Look at the details from the record on the steering wheel. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Nothing. Speechless. There is water in
There's even a fish tank.
tire.
And all of these items are available on Alibaba.com.
So does this car run on fish power?
Oh!
Funny.
That's good. I like it.
But I love the ingenuity because it's so cool. All the different supplier products here.
Yes.
From that, you could even build a car.
I mean, literally. Isn't this incredible? And I've never seen any kind of activation like this at any other event. And I think it gives a real visual to what Alibaba.com brings from the virtual world into the real world.
Yeah, exactly, right? And it's giving you that idea to everybody. You entrepreneurs, it's right out there for you. You can search for some of the best products on Alibaba with the smart AI tool and find things that you are seeing. That smart AI tool is also telling you if travel is up, you can search and stuff. So it is so refreshing to come
So
to a
cool.
conference that is completely kind of disrupting the place with everything that they're providing us with their visuals and everything else.
Innovation, I think, is the name of the game. Everything you've said, they're listening to their customers. It's not falling on deaf ears. They're taking that feedback, they're implementing it, and they're giving it back to you. And what that helps tell me about your business, give back to the next generation. How are you leveling up that next generation of entrepreneurs and empowering them?
That's really important, right? You know, one of the pillars on our brands, our Nakwi brands, is look, we're fortunate enough to do well, and we think as being a partner in this global community and a business owner, we have to give back. and whichever way we can give back. So with Boss Dog Games, we give back by donating every one game we sell to a children's hospital. We donate a game.
Wow.
And one of the reasons why we can make it happen, Cassandra, is the suppliers at Alibaba.
Yes.
The great margins that we are able to get to work beautiful deals. So we are able to then incorporate that and give back as part of us. And I feel like as the next generation of business owners
Right.
who are going to be and to inspire other people, you know, if other businesses, entrepreneurs that are looking to start and finding suppliers on Alibaba or starting a business, we think if we can show them a path towards that,
Right.
it's an important part to give back to humanity.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that really sheds a light on the bigger ecosystem that is entrepreneurship in the e-commerce space. I think sometimes people can get a little myopic.
Yeah.
And what you're showcasing there is because of Alibaba.com, this is how the chain is effective and what you can actually give back down the line.
Exactly. And that chain is, you sometimes forget, is so big and everything has an impact. One of my sayings is, is that I like to say is, profits are in the pain, right?
Right.
So as Alibaba and as Stephen was telling everybody, work with your suppliers, reduce your costs, continuously get more orders out with them. As you increase, your cost goes down.
Yes.
Who does that benefit? It benefits everybody.
Everybody.
It benefits the end users so we can give greater products with great superiority with a lower cost for everybody,
Absolutely. And I think that goes back to them listening to everyone, what your feedback is and how that can better your business, but again, the greater business as a whole. And with the tools that they're implementing, what are you most excited about coming out of this conference?
It's so refreshing. And, in the networking that I've met with so many great entrepreneurs has really, again, sparked ingenuity and innovation. Yes. And I think the theme of the night is, co-create and innovate.
Co-create.
I've already met so many great entrepreneurs that we have ideas that we were like, what if we did this together? What if we did this together? What if we hopped on this idea? And it's such a beautiful family atmosphere here that you're just energized. Tools-wise, you already heard me say
Smart Assistant.
Smart Assistant is going to make my life so much easier that I can't wait to get into it and start playing with it when I'm doing everything.
And going back to the theme of co-create, I've heard many different people interpret this term in many different ways. What does co-create mean to you?
Co-create, there's a few different ways. To me, co-create means is working with you and working with Helium 10. Helium 10 is a great platform that we use ourselves for all of our data, right?
Yes.
Data is key. So co-create means take the data that everyone's been talking about, analyze that data to improve your product and services.
Absolutely.
Co-create means meeting entrepreneurs, meeting suppliers. I met some really cool people at the East-West Bank.
Yes.
And they're explaining to us how they can streamline our finances across borders and stuff. Co-create with them and improve our trade finance. That's Samsung Logistics,
Yes.
SDS. They're talking about how we can co-create and improve our logistics and supply chain. So it's this ecosystem here that we're all together.
Literally.
And we're co-creating all little businesses, ideas, and creating a spark.
There are so many connections I've made, and that, like you said, bringing up Helium 10, we're kind of getting our own bubble sometimes, and you go to a lot of events, and this event is so unique in that there's so many different facets of people, and when I introduce them or talk about Helium 10, I'm getting a mixed bag. Some people are like, yes, I love Helium 10, and other people are like, tell me about Helium 10, and they would have never known that there's an opportunity for the data, the insights, the training, the tools, the courses to better their businesses, and this is where you get to co-create, if you will, and how you build and brand together opportunities you never even knew existed until you got right here.
Exactly. Like me and yourself, I'm using your product. I don't know you.
We just met.
We got to meet today over the course of this. And it's because of Alibaba and how, the team has also been introducing different entrepreneurs consistently over the 2 days.
Yes.
I felt like it was such a great, hey, Hamza, I'm going to introduce you to this.
Yes.
So the event is unlike some of those other events where you've said where people maybe are siloed.
Yes.
It really feels like, hey, let's everybody interact,
Yes.
get to know everybody. I know there's 1,000+ people here, but maybe you can meet half the amount of people here and see what they're doing to impact businesses and how are they using Alibaba.com to improve their product and services.
Oh, 100%. Like you said, there's over 1,000 people here, and yet I feel like I've gotten to connect with so much more people than even at smaller events. Sometimes, like you said, you kind of stick with your bubble, you stick with your crew. But the way that Alibaba.com has set this up, you are interacting, it's engaging, you're meeting the sellers, you're meeting the buyers, you're meeting the influencers. And that is so unique to this industry. One question for you, and we kind of touched on it before, empowering the next generation, but where do you see the future of entrepreneurship?
Oh, that's a big question. Where do I see the future of entrepreneurship? You know what? What I see the future of entrepreneurship is people want to know the founders behind the brands ever so.
Yes.
And they want them to know a lot more about them.
Yes.
And they don't want them to be superficial, and they want to know the gritty, the dirty, the hard, long nights, the challenge. And I always love to say this, I love the journey. Having an idea, sketching an idea, finding suppliers, seeing if it's possible. Am I solving a problem? So what do people want to see? That's, I think, the next generation of entrepreneurs is going to be much more open and intimate with everybody around the world and their story and their journey. And I think the consumer is going to love learning about it, and it's going to empower the consumer to build their own brand. And that's how we're going to build the next army of entrepreneurs across borders.
It's all about building your brand. It's that human connection, that face-to-face interaction, the power of networking. All right, if you're not at Alibaba.com Co-Create 2023, what would you tell someone who should be here next year?
Okay, I think you definitely need to find the dates for next year. Get here. Use Alibaba. Alibaba's team and staff is available. They're Alibaba.com, and start learning about them ahead of time.
Yes.
Learning about everything. If you're not already using Alibaba, check it out. Hang out. Go on the website. Look at some of the different products you can utilize. Talk to their team.
Yep.
But it will be definitely beneficial to come here and build those connections that we're building already, and is going to empower us. In 6 months from now, 12 months from now, I'm going to be back here. You're going to be back here next year.
Back.
We're going to be doing a ton more things. I'm excited to see what the future holds with this event.
Oh, I think that the future and the opportunities are endless. Co-Create is the game changer you need for your brand, your business, any opportunity. There's something here for everyone, whether you're a content creator, an Amazon seller, a supplier, a buyer. Something for everyone, am I right?
Something for being a company where we've used over 20 suppliers over 15 years on Alibaba. I think we started using Alibaba in 2008 for our company, and we've gone back so many times to all the suppliers we use, but I still learn new things today, even though I'm a little bit of a vet. I know a lot about Alibaba. I learn new things. I met new connections, and it's just like, And I think for everybody there, that's what it is. And also, don't be afraid. It seems like such a big conglomerate because Alibaba is so big. Listen, everybody here is willing to help you, to open doors for you, to introduce you, to make some things that may sound very hard, simplify them and say, it's not really that hard. Here's all the tools that we can do to simplify your life. You have an idea, go take on the world and do it. That's what Alibaba is helping everyone and has been helping people. We would not be here. We would not have been on Shark Tank twice. We wouldn't be as successful as we are in our businesses without a partner like Alibaba with us since 2008.
Absolutely could not agree with you more. Alibaba.com, Co-Create 2023, bringing the community together, bringing people together, building relationships, and empowering all entrepreneurs everywhere. We are so excited to be here. Thank you so much for speaking with me.
Thank you so much.
It's been such a pleasure. See you next year.
Thank you.
Based in Ohio, USA. And we just heard from 7 diverse supplier success stories. And let's give them a big round of applause right now. Everyone, we have that QR code up there. Scan it for us. If you want to do business with one of the suppliers that you just heard from today, scan it. Select the suppliers you liked, fill in your contact information, and if you are the first person to place an order within the next 30 days with that supplier, Alibaba.com is here to co-create with you. We will provide a $500 coupon to kick off that business. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're about to finish the day here. And as the sun begins to set here in Vegas, and our time at Co-Create 2023 begins to draw to an end, I am truly filled with gratitude and inspiration. Over the last 2 days, we've journeyed together through a landscape of innovation, collaboration, and sheer entrepreneurial spirit. We've celebrated the magic that unfolds when minds come together to co-create, and businesses are empowered with the tools they need to turn their vision into a reality. As you leave here today, remember, the journey, it doesn't end here. The insights you've gathered, the connections you've made, and the dreams you've envisioned here at Co-Create 2023 are the seeds for tomorrow's success. Nurture them, act on them, watch them grow. I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to every speaker, panelist, and attendee here. Your presence, your energy, and your enthusiasm has been the lifeblood of Co-Create 2023. So let's give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you for being an integral part of this event's success. And be sure, share your memories, your experiences, your insights on social media. Hashtag Co-Create 2023, and let's continue to dream big. Create together. Let's shape a future as inspiring as the stories we've heard these past 2 days. Until we meet again, safe travels, and as always, remember, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Thank you.